Yes, ma'am. Yes, very good morning to all of you. Oh, very good morning, sir. Yes, ma'am. Very good morning. Please check it out. Audio and video is clear now. Then we can start our discussion with the first chapter. Yes, ma'am. Very good morning. Video is clear now. Then we can. Yes. Thank you for giving confirmation. Okay. So before starting the session, so the many students are confusing with respect to the CMA final direct taxation syllabus mostly. First, we want to get a clarity about the CMA final direct taxation syllabus. Then after we can go to the one by one chapters and we can complete the some chapters in detailed way, some chapters in overall way. So openly I will say some chapters we can cover in depth way, other chapters we can take in a what is an important concept that only we can cover. Okay. First take that. So what are the most important topics? Many times students are asking, sir, what are the chapters? So first I need to cover. First chapter, yes, basic concepts only you need to cover now. Yes, basic concepts around you will get in 2 marks from the basic concepts, 1 MCQ you will get. Okay. Next, return of income. Yes, you will get in 4 marks or 1 MCQ you will get. Okay. I'm taking this point based on the what ma? Revision point of view, not for the first timers. This is based on revision point of view, not based on the first timers. Okay. Then after, so directly I will jump to the tax planning chapter. Why? Every attempt they are given that one MCQ, 1 7-mark question or 2 7-mark questions they are given. Okay. Yes. So average I will give the 10 marks for this chapter. So mostly we will go discussion also in the same manner only, but please try to follow that. Yes, these 3 chapters. Then after, definitely I will say DTAA. 1 MCQ, 1 7-mark question or 2 7-mark questions. Every attempt 1 MCQ, 1 7-mark confirm. But in some attempts they are given the 2 7-mark questions also. The average I will give the 10 marks for this chapter also. Next chapter, yes, I will go with the transfer pricing chapter. So do you know what is the weightage of this chapter? Just an idea. We can start our discussion with the first chapter. What is the weightage, ma? 30 marks, sir. 30. Sir, if you prepare this chapter in and out also, definitely you will get 30 marks, sir. Yes. Sir, some cases they are given only 23 marks. On that occasion, they are shifted that more weightage to the DTAA chapter. Yes. These 2 chapters, if you read perfectly and if you solve all the problems, you will get 40 marks. But don't do any risky activities. Sir, I want to do revision these 2 chapters only. At any cost, I will get 40. So it will not happen, sir. Definitely. So while doing the correction also, definitely they will identify this fellow read only these 2 chapters. They will not allocate that 40 marks to you. Next month, after the completion of this chapter, I can say business restructuring and reconstruction chapter. What is the chapter? Business restructuring and reconstruction. Sir, it is in capital gains. So the most of the students are reading the CA final capital gains. That is a huge syllabus. We have only 5 topics in capital gains. Yes, normally capital gains head of income is there. In that we have 5 concepts. That 5 concepts are called as an business restructuring and reconstruction. This is only our exact syllabus in our CMA final. Okay, pakka 7-mark question. 5 topics only we have. So just I will recall that 5 topics. The most important one is a slum sale. Another one is an amalgamation, demerger, conversion of sole proprietorship into company, conversion of LLP into company. Some concepts will be there. We can discuss that. Yes, this is an points. Next, yes, sir. Always we have one 14 mark question, that is a second question, either PCBP or what ma assessment of various entities. We can get that 14 mark question. So the many students wants to take the choice of these two chapters. So you will lose 14 mark question, that is also second question, and 1 or 2 MCQs also you will. So, and at the time of discussing these two, PCBP and assessment of various entities concepts also we can discuss in one day. Out of these 7 days, we can discuss any one day these two topics, and overall only we can cover these because the huge syllabus is there. I will cover the, yes, here the most important topic is there, that is a minimum alternative tax. That is nothing but assessment of a company, minimum alternative tax we can discuss here. So 14 marks syllabus. So can you count the total marks as of now? Just, yes, I am weak in the calculations, and as well as I don't have any calculator, please give me help. So 6 marks, 7 marks, I think 13 marks, 13 plus 14, 27 marks, 27 plus 20, 47, 47 plus 30, 77 marks you have in your hands if you prepare. So always, and this is also I will give it as an A++ category only, the non-resident, always you will get the 7 marks. So you can't take the choice of these chapters. You can't take the choice of these chapters at any cost. You have to refer these all the chapters. How many chapters? Transfer pricing, non-resident, as well as DTAA, tax planning. So PCBP, assessment of various entities, business restructuring, basic concepts, and return of income. These are that A++ category. If I am given the ABC now, so you are referring that A category, B and C category, you are left it as an unimportant topics. That's why I am introduced A++ category, A plus category, A category only. That's why all chapters are important only. And in one attempt, yes, they are given the penalties and prosecution chapter for 19 marks. I will show that paper also. 19 marks they are given from the penalties and prosecution chapter. That's why all chapters are important only. But for getting the marks of 40 or 50 or 60, whatever you have as in your target, first you need to complete these chapters, and the remaining also you have. Yes. And next, these are that assessment part in my point of view, whatever the 3rd chapter to 9th chapter. Okay. But I don't want to discuss this 8th chapter. Reason, 0 marks only from the last 5 attempts. Okay, if you got also one MCQ on your own, you can read also. Okay, and yes, and in that very, very important chapters are these two. What are that? Appeals, revision, and rectification and settlement commission, advance tax and interest. Around you will get the 10 marks from these two chapters only. So these chapters I am always calling as an assessment part. Okay, what are the chapters, ma? Chapter number 3 to chapter number 9. So one topic you can ignore completely: collection, recovery, and refund. If you have an already knowledge, you can refer. If you don't know the chapter, yes, you can leave it. So now 1 month only left for examination. Don't do any risky tasks, etc. Next one, ma. Sir, capital gain, why we need to discuss, sir? Because amendments is there. What are the amendments are there in that capital gain? I will discuss in that class. So only because of an amendments we are discussing that capital gains. Sir, why we are introducing that income from other sources also? Because one amendment is there, that amendment we can discuss now. Yes, yes. Okay, it will not take much time. We can complete the amendments related to capital gains as well as income from other sources continuously. Next one, ma. So these are all the chapters are ranging for the 2 marks to 4 marks. Either if they are given one MCQ or 2 marks or 4 mark questions only they will give. You can take risk, no issue. You can take risk from this 17th chapter to 21st chapter. You can take risk. So they will not give you 14 mark question. They will not give you 7 mark question. If they are given also 4 to 2 marks to 4 mark question, they will give you. But I will try to give the overall view of the chapters in a possible manner. Okay. Next one, advanced ruling also 2 to 4 mark. Not 24, sorry. 2 to 4 mark. Yes, ma. These are the only for an MCQ purpose. Chapter 6A deductions and TDS and TCS, why we need to discuss, ma? For an MCQ purpose only. And chapter 6A deductions knowledge is required for which chapter? Ma? Computation of total income. In which chapters we have to compute our total income? Mostly DTAA chapter we have to use that chapter 6A deduction, and in PCBP and assessment of various entities MAT concept also we need to use. Okay. And the TDS and TCS also, in any question we have to know about whether the TDS needs to be deducted or TCS needs to be collected. That points we need to know. So that is not in our syllabus. These are the topics from the CMA enter only. But for knowing an MCQs, if you remember last attempt also, they are given one MCQ from the chapter 6A deduction, one MCQ from the TDS and TCS. Okay, based on your time availability, you can take a risk here. So I'm giving the chapters weightage. You can plan and you can write it down. Okay, I think this session will be available in YouTube. Now, if you are not having that books now, you can take and you can write that weightage also. Then after you can start your revision. So don't compare with others. They know one chapter very well. They don't know even though chapter names also. Don't compare with others. Start your own preparation based on these weightages. And next, trust. Yes, you can take the chance also, because in CA final the trust concept is very very important. But here the trust concept they are not given for that even single attempt also. Okay, bad luck in your pocket. Now I can't do anything. So try to revise that chapter if you are already having the knowledge. Okay, if you got an 2 marks to 4 mark an MCQ or 4 mark question they will give you. So is there any chapter left in from our discussion, ma? Pen ICDS you can do, ma. ICDS you can do. Accounting standards only. Some questions I will solve in the classroom itself, ma. Directly they are given the questions from study material. I will solve the questions directly. Yes. And the penalties and prosecution, I will give you the main sections. Out of that sections only you will get a questions. Yes, here the main sections I will provide. So out of that main sections only you will get the questions. So maybe you haven't, okay, believe me, because I know the CMA final syllabus in and out. So I know which sections are important from the penalties chapter. Okay, if you are not believe me, yes, just to go through that other YouTube channel. I think in the last attempt I given the preparation strategy day before exam. In that I am given the 15 sections. Out of the 15 sections only you gotten questions from the penalties and prosecution. You can verify also. Okay, in this time I will give you the more additional sections also, and we have some amended sections also. That amended sections we can discuss. And don't bother about that amendments. I will try to cover that all the amendments in the Finance Act 2024. So this is only the plan. And yes, as per our plan, that means one by one chapters we can complete. If any important topic is there, there is no work for me in Hyderabad as well as in other city also. I will extend the session for 1 day or 2 days also. Otherwise, I will provide the recorded session. I think you also got a backup of the recorded sessions. Okay, now we can start with the basic concepts first. Maybe you know the basic concepts very well. Okay, for my revision purpose, you can listen and you can recapitulate and you have to write it down whatever the percentages and tax rates etc. is there. Yes, you can. Okay, so if you have a handwritten notes, you can open. Yes, ma'am. Basic concepts are directly. I will go with the yes, ma'am. Page number 8. Online. Yes, sir. Version 3 is also enough, sir. And many students are asking the doubt, sir, what is the difference between the version 3 and version 4? Version 4 and version 3, these two books also prepared by me only. So, okay, just I want to give that clarity. In version 3, so these are the color copies first. Okay, this is one difference. Okay, short answer type question. So the differentiation between version 3 and version 4. Next, these are the black and white only. And next, same attempts. This is also December and June 25. So same attempts it will be applicable. And there is no change in the content. But the minor mistakes are there in version 3. Minor mistakes means in some questions I am not adding the education cess. While doing the rounding off of tax liability, some mistakes is there. So how many mistakes are 20 or 30? No, 5 or 6 are there. So that rectified in version 4. That is only the difference. No difference is there. Conceptually, there is no mistakes is there in version 3 also. Question numbers also same. Page numbers also same. Just logos are changed. So this is in my own book. That is only the difference. Okay. Minor mistakes means while rounding off of the tax liability, some cases I ignore. But we have to rounding of the tax liability and total income, so that the minor mistakes whatever is there, that is rectified in version 4. I think now you are getting the clarity about that all the things. Now we can start our discussion with the basic concept chapter. After the completion of basic concept chapter, we can take a break for 10 minutes. Okay. Now, yes, you know already what do you mean by the general rule or golden rule in taxation? Yes, sir. If any income earned during the previous year, on that income we are required to pay the tax in which year, ma? Assessment year. So that means we can define the previous year. Sir, what is that previous year, ma? In the year we are earning that income, that year only called as a previous year. Yes, in that year which you are paying the tax only called as what, ma? Assessment year. Sir, always remember in income tax we have a financial year only, not calendar years. Always we are defining the year in an Income Tax Act 1961, financial years only, not in calendar years. Now you can define, what do you mean by the previous year, ma? First it is in financial year, in which you earn the income is called as what, ma? Previous year. Always how many months, ma? 12 months. But in some exceptional cases, we have in previous year less than how many months, ma? 12 months. First one, yes, first exception. If you started the business middle of the year, suppose in this example, we started the business or profession from October 1st. Now our previous year also starting from the what, ma? October 1st to year end. So second one, if you got a new source of income from the middle of the year, then previous year started from that date only. In these two cases, we have a previous year less than how many months, ma? 12 months. In all the remaining cases, previous year means always 12 months. So these are the dates as taken as an example. Many students are asking, sir, in concept book, one date is there, sir. In workbook, one date is there. In handwritten notes, one more date is there. So that is an example, ma. Okay. We can take any date also. Next, assessment year means already you know. Assessment year means first of all it is a financial year in which you are paying the tax. But assessment year always how many months, ma? 12 months. Now I want to get in clarity. Yes. For our June 25 examinations as well as December 25 exams, whatever it may be. What is it previous year? Always in our examination, previous year means what, ma? 24. Super. What is that assessment year? Yes, sir. It will not change for your examination. And what is that Finance Act we have to refer? Finance Act 2024. Remember, 25 already, yes, sir, approved in the Parliament. That is not applicable for our attempt. Whatever the content we have in our books, in our classes, that's only enough for your upcoming 2 attempts. Okay, whatever that amendments already made in Finance Act 2024, we have to discuss already incorporation done. Now, we have to refer the charging section. What is the charging section, ma? 4. In an Income Tax Act 1961, we have in section number 1 to section number 298 we have. out of that, we have to refer now section 4. What is the section 4? Charging section. Why we need to learn the charging section? Income Tax Act 1961 wants to collect the tax from the persons. So what is that base? How to collect the income from them? On income, we have to apply certain rates. So that all the details is provided in that where charging section. So without charging section, act is not at all useful, sir. So I think in your GST also, we have a supply definition and charging section. Customs also. In any act also, we have a charging section now. So this is a charging section drafted in easy words, sir. Refer. Every person. So now we have to refer the person definition. So person definition means just yes, individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, HAP, local authorities, cooperative society, all the persons. Whose total income? Can you tell me what do you mean by the total income? Aggregation of 5 heads of income, you will get gross total income. Then from gross total income, if you remove the chapter 6A deduction, you will get net total income. So that is only you have to take. Every person whose total income for lifetime or particular income and year, that is only called as what? Previous year. Every year we want to collect the tax. So what is that income and year previous year? So suppose I am a person, if my total income of particular previous year, if exceeds basic exemption limit, if exceeds what? Basic exemption limit. So basic exemption limit, technically they can given it as a maximum amount not chargeable to tax. In my hand, 2,50,000 is a maximum amount. It is not chargeable to tax. That is only called as what? Basic exemption limit. So if 80 years above person is there, if you following the normal tax regime, what is the basic exemption limit? 5 lakh. So that means whatever the limit is there, that is not chargeable to tax. That is only basic exemption limit. So now, every person whose total income of a previous year, if exceeds what? Basic exemption limit, now we can call that person as an what? SSE. So now you have a responsibility to pay the tax under Income Tax Act 1961 by using the rate specified in the Finance Act relevant to the what? Assessment year. Now our assessment year is what? 25-26. That relevant Finance Act is what? Finance Act 2024. By using these rates, we need to compute the tax liability and we need to pay. Are you clear with the charging section, So first of all, every individual HUF, AOP, BOI, all are persons only. When they will become the SSEs, if their total income exceeds the basic exemption limit. Now, we have to concentrate on the basic exemption limit. Sir, maybe you haven't doubt, sir. We know all the things, sir. Extreme difficult concepts are there. We can go for that. Yes, ma'am. We can go. And I will show some suggested answers of few students also. Some of the students are doing that mistake while choosing the regime. Whether we have to choose the old regime or new regime. So they haven't some confusion. We can conclude within 1 or 1.5 hours that entire chapter, including the MCQs portions also. We can come forward to the further chapters. Okay. Remember. So now maximum amount not chargeable to tax means what? Basic exemption limit. Now I want to take the first individual. Individual. Sir, individual basic exemption limit. Remember, individual basic exemption limit and tax rates always depends upon age. For whom? Individual. So that's why individual, if he is a non-resident or resident having the less than how many years? 60. So next classification, non-resident, irrespective of age, always the first point only. Second one, resident individual having the more than or equal to 60, less than how many? 80. That means 60 years also we can call that person as a senior citizen. Remember, 60 also senior citizen only. Next, 80 also, above 80, very senior citizen or what? Super senior citizen. So what is the basic exemption limit? In case of old regime. Yes, 2,50,000, 3 lakhs, 5 lakh. In new regime, what is the new regime? 115 BAC. Yes, always how much ma? 3 lakhs. We done the discussion with respect to the individual. Non-resident means always in first category 2,50,000 in old regime, in new regime 3 lakhs. Now, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. So there is no age classification. They are not a natural person. That's why they have a basic exemption limit in old regime 2,50,000. In new regime means what ma? 115 BAC 3 lakhs. Are you clear, Mapton? Next, for partnership form, company, LLP, local authority, cooperative society, basic exemption limit is what ma? Nil. So that means even they have an 100 rupees also, they are required to pay the tax. No. So I think you know what do you mean by the SSC. Whenever you have to pay the tax in assessment year, you only call as what ma? SSC. Do you remember the basic exemption limits ma? So this is only that important. Maybe in DTAA chapter, another chapters, we have to compute the tax liability. On that occasion, no need to turn back the pages and no need to refer the tax rates. Now itself you have to perfect in the tax rates. Now, how to calculate the tax liability? Remember, if you want to calculate the tax liability in Income Tax Act 1961, we have to compute the three things, and the three things aggregated together, we only called as what ma? Tax liability. What are the three things ma? Income tax liability. Second one ma? Surcharge. Third one, health and education cess. All the things together we can call it as a tax liability. While calculating the income tax liability, income tax liability, we can use the old regime, or we can use the new regime also. Example, I am an individual, I have an old regime, so but they are given the new regime also. I can follow anything also. Companies also can follow. Cooperative societies also, we have two regimes. I will tell you that what do you mean by the regimes, etc. You can follow. That is in your option only. You can follow old also, new also. But every SSC, if they having the special incomes like capital gain incomes, bettings, casual incomes, etc., that always taxable at what rates ma? Special tax rates. I'm an individual, sir. I want to follow the 115 BSc. Yes, you can follow. But if any special incomes are there, for special incomes, you have to apply the what ma? Special tax rates. No. So if you want to calculate the income tax liability, you can follow any one of the regime and you have to calculate the special tax rates tax liability. Then on this income tax, you have to calculate the what ma? Surcharge. So I will tell you what do you mean by the surcharge also. Yes ma, one MCQ in the previous attempts. Yes ma, income tax, that means okay, you can take it as a direct tax, one of the example for the direct tax. And we have an indirect tax, you can take GST as a customs also. Yes ma, income tax is always is in the progressive nature. What is the nature? Progressive nature. So indirect tax means nothing but always what ma? Regressive. Okay, now I want to know the definition of progressive nature and regressive nature. Remember, in income tax, there is a clear differentiation between the rich and the poor. Yes ma, there is a differentiation between rich and poor. Example, yes sir, I have an only 2 lakhs income. They are saying no need to pay the tax because that is below basic exemption limit. You have an 10 lakhs income, you have to pay the tax. If any person having that 1 crore or 2 crores income, they have to pay that additional tax like what ma? Surcharge. So if you are earning the more and more income, you have to pay the more and more tax. That is only the differentiation between the rich and the poor. And in indirect taxes, there is no differentiation between rich and poor. Sir, if you purchasing the soap, for you also 10 rupees, for beggar also 10 rupees, Ambani also needs to pay 10 only. In that 2 rupees is nothing but indirect tax. Remember? So because of this nature only we introduce that what ma surcharge. So next, remember, while calculating the surcharge needs to be applied on what ma? Income tax. So in Act they are given the surcharge rates. That surcharge rates needs to be applied on what ma? Income tax liability, not on income. So that's why we can call these ESMA surcharge as an what ma? Tax on tax. Already you computed the tax. On this you have to apply the surcharge percentages. You will get the what ma? Surcharge. So please calculate these two things all together. On that we have to apply the health and education cess. Can you tell me what is that health and education cess percentage ma? 4%. This 4% needs to be applied on what ra? Okay. Income tax plus. Super. Next. Now we can discuss the tax rates. Yes, ma'am. I want to discuss the tax rates for the individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP combinedly. But individual isn't very special. Can you tell me why? Yes, the classification is there for an individual. The remaining all are normal only. Remaining all are what ma? Normal only. Now, sir, remember for an individual, this is a poem only. Individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. So, these are all one set while discussing the tax rates. Now, what is a default tax regime? Example, if I am opening the income tax website, what is the default tax rates they will give from their side, sir? 115 BAC subsection 1A. Because in this 1A only they are given the tax rates. And we can call it as an what ma? Default tax regime also. This is a newly introduced. That's why we can call it as an what ma? New regime also. 115 BAC subsection 1A. Yes, ma. Next one, default tax regime, or we can call it as a new regime. Remember, here no need to check out the age and no need to check the residential status. Here we have to make one conclusion. Even non-resident also we have to follow the same tax rates. While you are applying the 115 BAC subsection 1A or default tax regime, new regime, the same tax rates we have to apply for NRs also. Now, what is the slabs ma? Please remember, every 3 lakhs income we have to increase. I think you know already, for all of them, under the new regime, what is the basic exemption limit? 3 lakhs. Previously we discussed. That's why below 3 lakhs, no need to pay the tax. Every 3 lakhs income increases. What is the rate increases ma? Please check. 5%. 5%. It will become 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 20. 25% is not there. That you need to remember. Directly what ma? 30%. Above 15 lakh, whatever that income if you have to pay the 30% tax. This is an income tax. This is what ma? Income tax. Next, surcharge. I think after calculating that income tax, we have to calculate what ma? Surcharge. Surcharge means what ma? Tax on tax. No. Under 115 BAC, subsection 1A, already we calculated income tax liability. Now how we need to calculate the what ma? Surcharge. Remember? Individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. Yes. Now, here I want to tell you the definition of AOP and BOI in one word. AOP means any person can become the member. So, 2 companies, 1 partnership firm can become the members and they can start the one business, that is only AOP. Like in your accounting, we have a joint venture concept, the same concept. Body of individuals means here only individuals can become member. Here, any person. In person definition, we have a partnership firm, individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. All the persons can become the member. Now, while discussing this surcharge, I want to exclude the one type of AOP. What is that AOP, ma? What is that one type of AOP? Other than AOP, consisting only companies as members. Suppose in one AOP, yes ma, company 1 is become the member, company 2, company 3. Only who are the members of these AOP companies. For them, I will tell you separate surcharge rates, exclude this AOP from here. So that's why I am given the marking here. We need to exclude the one type of AOP. What is that AOP we excluded here? In such AOP, only companies as and become members. Clear? Yes. Then what is a surcharge? Yes. Can you tell me how we can decide one person as a poor or rich? Based on total income. Okay. Just I am adding the total income. Okay. So now in this surcharge discussion, they are saying if your total income is below 50 lakh or equal to 50 lakh, you are not a rich person, no need to pay surcharge. If you exactly, yes ma, having 50 lakh also no need to pay surcharge. If crossed 50 lakh and does not exceed that what ma, 1 crore, remember the limits. 50 lakhs you got also, no need to pay surcharge. Exceeds 50 lakh, less than how much ma? 1 crore. What is a surcharge? On what we have to apply? Income tax, not on income. In many exams, students are applying surcharge rates on income. That is wrong. Sir, you know that point, but in exam you can forget that. Now, sir, if more than 1 crore, less than or equal to 2 crores, directly we can apply what ma? 15% of income tax. If your income is more than 2 crores, what is the rate we have to apply ma? 25%. Now I want to ask thee, what is the highest surcharge rate under default tax regime? 25%. Under default tax regime means 115 BAC subsection 1A. Under this regime, what is the maximum surcharge? 25%. Now, shall we discuss the yes ma another regime, that is in what ma we can call it as an normal tax rates or old regime, and we can call it as an optional. Why it is an optional? I will tell you. Sir, if I am opening my website, automatically the default one, this one only. But I don't want to follow this default one, sir. Can I change? Yes, you can change from the yes ma default to the normal. So that means now we have an option of choosing this scheme. So this option or shifting is given as an permission under section 115 BAC subsection 6. In that section, they are given that one subsection. They are saying, yes, if you want to follow 115 BAC, you can follow. If you want to shift from these two, yes ma, another regime you can do. That content is given in 115 BAC subsection 6. This is only the paragraph. You can read ma. Given an option to shift out or opt out from default to what ma? Sorry, from default to what ma? Normal or optional. Remember, this is only the key point. If they are saying default regime means what is that ma? 115 BAC. If they are saying new regime means 115 BAC. Yes ma. Next, if they are saying optional means what ma? Old regime. Old regime means that is an old only. Yes. Next, normal means also old regime only. If they are not mentioned anything in the question with respect to that individual HF, AOP, BOI, AJP, which one you need to take? 115 BAC you have to take because it is only the default one. Clear? But in our exam, every attempt they are mentioning the regime. Don't get any tension about the which regime you have to take. If they are not mentioned, 115 BAC. Now, sir, what is that? Tax rates ma? Now we can calculate the tax rates. Now, remember, individual in old regime, we have to consider the what ma? Yes. So, individual non-resident or less than 60 years, HF, AOP, BOI, AJP. For them, what is the basic exemption limit ma? 2,50,000. 2,50,000 to 5 lakh, next slab 5%. 5 lakh to 10 lakh, 20%. Above 10 lakh, 30%. Next, individual is there. Can you tell me individual is less than, sorry, more than or equal to 60 or less than 80, senior citizen. Can you tell me he is a resident? Because non-resident always covered in that what ma? First point only. Because irrespective of the age limit, non-resident always having the basic exemption limit of 2,50,000. So now what is the slabs ma? Up to 3 lakh, nil. 3 lakhs to next slab, 5 lakh, 5%. 5 to 10 lakh, 20%. Above 10 lakh, 30%. Next age classification, more than or equal to how many years ma? 80 years, very or super senior citizen. Remember, up to 5 lakh, there is no tax because this is a basic exemption limit. Next slab is what ma? 5 to 10 lakh. On the 20% here, there is no 5% slab, please remember. Below 5 lakh, if any income is taxable, on that occasion we have to use a what ma? 5%. Here the below 5 lakh, there is no tax liability. So that's why there is no 5% slab. Directly 20% as well as what ma? 30%. Now here, what is the surcharge in which regime ma? Old regime. Ma, I think in the last 2 years back, we haven't surcharge under the both the regimes is same, but surcharge now differentiated from the regime to regime with respect to the Finance Act 23. So last year itself, it is a differentiated. Now also the continue the same. Now, one AOP we have to exclude. Can you remember? Can you tell me which AOP we have to exclude? Only companies as members. So that we can discuss separately. All others, an individual HF, AOP, BO, AJP. If they are following which regime ma? Old regime. What is the surcharge rates ma? Remember, below or equal to 50 lakh, no surcharge. More than 50 lakh and less than or equal to 1 crore. What is that ma? 10%. More than 1 crore, less than or equal to 2 crores. What is that ma? 15%. More than 2 crores, less than or equal to 5 crore. What is that ma? 25%. What is that? 25%. And here, more than 5 crores, 37%. What is the maximum surcharge rate here? 37%. And direct MCQ also you can get now. Under 115 BAC subsection 1A, what is that highest surcharge rate? 25% if that is a more than 2 crore. If the total income more than 2 crore, always you have to apply 25. But here more than 5 crore, you have to apply 37%. I think previously we excluded that one, yes ma, AOP from the surcharge discussion. What is that AOP? If AOP consisting companies as members we excluded, now we have to discuss the surcharge rates. Can you tell me? Surcharge rates for the AOP consisting only companies as members. Okay, now generally below 50 lakhs, I think no surcharge. More than 50 lakh, less than or equal to 1 crore, what is that ma? 10% of what ra? Income tax. Okay. Next ma, more than 1 crore, yes, 15% of income tax. Yes, they are saying the different structure here. So normally we have in slabs 50, 50 to 1, 1 to 2, more than 2. 2 to 5 lakh, etc. But for them, yes ma, they are given the directly less than or equal to 50 lakh, no need to pay surcharge. 50 to 1 crore, 10%. More than 1 crores, always what ma? 10% only. Here what is the 15%. What is the maximum surcharge rate ma? 15%. This is also you can get as an MCQ. Maybe you can remember, sir, maximum surcharge rate always what ma? 25, 37. But here 15% also there the maximum surcharge rate only for the AOP consisting companies as members. Clear ma? Online. You can also try to type some answers. Yes, sir. Next point. So, in tax liabilities or tax rates discussion, we are done with the individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. Two regimes done. Surcharge rates also done. Now, other, yes ma, we have in firm including LLP as well as local authority. Always remember these two having the same set of tax rates ma. So, that's why we can discuss combinedly. Shall we? Okay. No. Yes ma, firm always including LLP ma. But in one occasion we can exclude the remaining provisions are same as it is. Whatever the provision we are reading for the firm, the same provision will apply for the LLP also. But in one case we can exclude, that I will tell you. Yes ma, if you have an basic exemption limits, then you have to pay the tax by using that what ma? Slab rates. I think for an individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, we have a basic exemption limit of 2,50,000, 3 lakhs, 5 lakh. In case of new regime, always 3 lakh. So that's why we are discussing the slab rates. One slab, one rate. Another slab, another rate we discuss. But if you haven't not having a basic exemption limit, we need to pay the tax by using that what ma flat rate. So can you tell me for these two, I think we don't have any basic exemption limit. Partnership firm and the local authority and LLP, there is no basic exemption limit. That's why we have to pay the tax by using the flat rate, that is on what ma 30%. So this is a tax rate. Then we have to apply the, what do you mean by the surcharge? Surcharge means what ma? Tax on tax. So when the firm or LLP or local authority needs to pay the surcharge. What is that trigger point for knowing the surcharge ma? Total income. If total income is more than 1 crore to 10 crore, what is that ma? 12%. Good news for you, more than 10 crores also 12%. Sir, why you are referring? Because in order to compare with the company surcharge rate, I am referring it as an two slabs ma. But remember, always the firm, LLP, local authority 12% only if the total income exceeding 1 crore. Okay. Sir, I have an 8 crores income, total income. What is the surcharge rate? 12%. I have an 50 crores income. What is the surcharge rate? 12%. Now, domestic company, now we have to discuss. Yes, ma, are you following? Yes, ma. Aditi asking that one doubt. Sir, for AOP consisting companies as a members, in both the regimes, it will be 15% only the maximum. Here also we excluded the AOP. Here also we excluded the AOP. Yes, ma, under the both the regimes, AOP consisting only companies as a members, these is only the rates. Okay, na tax rates same. So tax rates we discussed separately for that. Yes, ma. Tax rates here AOP, this one. Tax rates here for AOP, these rates. But surcharge only combinedly I told here. Yes, ma. While calculating the surcharge, we are excluded that one type of AOP. Here also we are excluding that one type of AOP. For them we discussed. This is for the old regime or new regime, ma. Both the regimes, this one is the same. While calculating the surcharge. Next. Domestic company. Remember. Yes, ma'am. So just I want to tell you, for individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, we have a mandatory section that is in 115 BSc. If you don't want to follow it, yes, you can go for the normal tax. Am I correct, ma? So that means they are given an option to shift. Under which section, ma? 115 BAC subsection 6. In that question, if they are given, sir, option exercised under this section means that SSC is following that what rates, ma? Old rates. In that exam, they are not given the directly, indirectly they are given. SSC opted the option given in the 115 BAC subsection 6. He exercised that option means what, ma? He is following normal tax rate. No. So now I have to talk about the domestic company. Yes, ma? Domestic company. So domestic company also can follow the two regimes. Any one of the two regimes. The first one, ma? Normal tax rates. I will tell you what is the normal tax rate for them. And if they don't want to follow the normal tax rate, they can follow the optional. Yes, how many, ma? Section 115 B A, section 115 B A B, section 115 BAA and BAB. Sir, in this chapter, I will tell you these two, ma. This one I will cover in the assessment of various entities. So many students are arguing about, sir, 115 BA is not in that popular book, sir. But in your book only we found that 115 BA, because your institute material still continuing with the 115 BA provision, and in December 2024 attempt, yes, this is only the 2 marks first MCQ, you can check. In CA materials, this is an outdated section, I also know. No one can use this section now, but your examiner always asking the question from this concept also. Company having the normal tax rate is a default one. If they don't want to follow this one, yes, they can follow these optionals also. For that which company, ma? Not for the foreign company, only for the domestic company. Shall we start the discussion, ma? Now. Please check it out. What is that old regime, or what is that what, ma? Normal tax rate? What is that old regime and what is that normal tax rate? Please follow. Normal tax rates also we can call, old also. But if you don't want to follow, yes, you can shift from this to, yes, ma, optional tax rate. First we can discuss about the what is the normal tax rate for the domestic company. So domestic company normal tax rates generally what, ma? 30%. But in one case we can give the concession of an 5%, totally it will become what, ma? 25. In which case, ma? If that company turnover often which year, ma? Previous year 20 to 23, sir, not for the present year. Now we are checking the tax rates for the which year, ma? Previous year 24-25, assessment year 25-26. While calculating the tax liability, what rate you have to take, ma? Yes, generally 30. But in one case, they are given the 25%. What is that case, ma? Please check the 2 years back, 1 year turnover. What is that year, ma? Previous year, 20 to 23 turnover check. And if that doesn't exceed that 400 crores, not lakhs, 400 crores, then 25%. If that exceeds the 400 crores, what is that, ma? 30%. Sir, this is an always, remember, generally, previous year turnover you want to check, because the previous year turnover, books of accounts finalization, board of directors approval, it will take some time. Last year's also it will take time. That's why. So previous years before 2 years back, that means what, ma? This is previous year 23-24 also they are not considered. What is that, ma? Previous year ignore. Before that year also you ignore. And that before year you can take that year turnover, that books of accounts finalized approval, and in front of shareholders also that, yes, ma, that can be placed. That's why that turnover is finalized one. So that's why we have to take that. Remember. So next year, that means what, ma? Finance Act, that means after 1 year, that means June 26 and December 26 attempts. We have to take which year, ma? 23-24. Every year it is an amendment only. Okay, na? So now, what is that year we have to take, ma? 20 to 23. So many students are writing it as 400 lakhs. It is a wrong thing. 400 crores. If that doesn't exceed, means it is a small company, we can give the concession. That is a 5%, accumulatedly 25%. Now, what is the surcharge? Surcharge trigger point always total income, ma? If total income more than 1 crore, less than or equal to 10 crores, 7%. If total income is more than 10 crore, what is that, ma? 12%. That means surcharge rate is 7% or 12%. Surcharge rate is nothing but what, ma? 7% or 12%. Now, sir, I don't want to follow these normal tax rates. Is there any option for me? Yes. First option, 115 BA. In one, sir, when we have to apply this, I will tell you in a detailed manner in a further chapter. That is an assessment of various entities. Now you have to remember the rates. So 25%, that means concession only. Generally you have to pay what, ma? 30. But now they are asking. But 7 or 12 based on what, ma? Total income. If total income is 1 crore to 10 crore, 7%. More than 10 crore, 12%. Health and education says what, ma? 4%. Sir, 115 BAA and 115 BAB. These two things I will tell you here. First, we will concentrate on the 115 BAB. Domestic manufacturing company only can follow, not service, manufacturing. And condition 1. Incorporated, that means what, ma? Set up and registered on or after this day, 1/10/2019. And the commencement of business should be done before what, ma? 31st March 2024. So that means October 2019 starting, on or after starting, but commencement of business before what ma? 31st March 2024. That means the limited time. Incorporation after one date and commencement of business before one date. In between this period, if you are doing these two things, then they are given the choose benefit generally 30 or 25, but now you can pay 15 and surcharge irrespective of total income what ma? Fixed 10% and 4%. Calculate effective rate ma. Don't add all the things together. Please calculate effective tax rate. 15 plus 10% plus 4%. Totally how much ma? 17.16%. You have to remember the tax rate in mind. Okay, huge benefit because the manufacturing, that too our Indian company incorporated in India. That's why we can give that what ma? Benefit. Now, other domestic, that means what ma? Not a manufacturing, maybe service also. For them, we are given the concession not to that extent, just we are given the 3%, like normally 25 or 30, but now you can pay 22. Surcharge is what ma? 10%. Health and education says 4%. Effective tax rate is 25.168. Remember, in optional tax rates with respect to the domestic company, in these two sections, surcharge rate isn't fixed. But in 115 BA, surcharge rate is depends upon what ma? Total income. Clear? So domestic company is over. Now we have to concentrate on what ma? Foreign company. Ma foreign company income tax rates amendment. Listen carefully. Yes, how much ma? 35%, not 40. Yes, this year amendment ma? Foreign company tax rate is nothing but what ma? How much? 35%. But in certain cases we have in 50% also. If any non-resident having the royalty income and the fees for technical services related income from Indian government or Indian concern. Example, I will tell you. Sir, if any foreign company receiving the yes ma, royalty income or fees for technical services income, how they can receive the royalty or fees? Because they are providing some service to yes ma, Indian government. Yes ma, Indian government or Indian concern. Yes ma, Indian concern. So obviously we need to pay that what ma? Service related fees for technical service or royalty related, we have to pay. So then on this income they are required to pay the tax at the rate of 50%. When ma? Conditions are there. Yes ma, between these two parties there must be an agreement. So based on that agreement date, we can decide the tax rate. If that agreement date between these two dates, yes ma, these dates you have to remember if possible, 1961 starting date to 1976 ending date. And agreement for FTS, you can change here. Yes ma, 1/3/1964 to 31st March 1976. In handwritten notes, you have to change. If you have a version 3. In concept book, you haven't corrected date only. Okay. Yes, sir. Not for an MCQ also. Try to remember the dates. Sir, in between these two parties, agreement also happened in these dates. Royalty related dates, FTS related dates. Then this company needs to pay the tax at the rate of what ma? 50% on that income. The remaining all cases, 35. Surcharge. 2%, 5%. So remember, there is no need to confuse between the domestic company and foreign company. Domestic company is paying the tax only 25 or 30. Foreign company paying the tax at the rate of what? 35. Already we levied the more income tax compared to the domestic company. So now surcharge rates comparatively we have to apply the less only. What is that? The surcharge rate for domestic company ma? 12%. But we have to give that some less surcharge rates because already we collected that what ma? Amount higher than the yes ma? Domestic company tax rate is what, ma? 25, 30. But foreign company tax rate is what, ra? 35. So that's why here, while levying the surcharge, we can collect the more, but here while levying the surcharge, you can collect the less amount only, because what, ma, already we collected the more amount of tax at the time of calculating the income tax liability. Now, cooperative society. Yes, ma, cooperative society. Now come back to the discussion. So now our next point is nothing but what, ma? Cooperative society. What is it, cooperative society, ma? Nothing but the resident cooperative society can follow the normal tax rates also. Yes, ma, normal tax rates also. But we are given an option to shift from the normal to, yes, ma, 115 B A E, sorry, B A D and 115 B A E. Okay, resident. That means what, ma? Domestic. So not for foreign cooperative society. Domestic resident cooperative society generally will follow the what, ma? Normal. So no, sir. Is there any optional regimes are there? Yes, is there. And I don't want to discuss now. I have to give that one shortcut here, ma. Sir, what are the tax rates, sir? Same tax rates. 115 BAD is same as it is like what, ma? 115 BAE. 115 BAE is same as what, ma? BAB. Please check it out. Are you understood, ra? But conditions are differentiated because, yes, ma, 115 BAB condition is there. I think if you remember, incorporated on or after 1/10/2019. Here, incorporated on or after 1/10/2019, commencement of business 31st March 2024. But here the conditions are, yes, ma, 1/4/2023, 31st March 2024. This related condition. That means incorporation and the commencement of business also should be done in which previous year, ma? 23-24. If done, then you can follow the 115 BAE. What is the effective tax rate under section 115 BAE? 17.160. What is it, BAD? 25.168%. And here itself, optional or whatever the changing regimes are over. Many students are asking, sir, why you are not discussing the partnership form optional? There is no in our act also. For these three only, we have an optional regimes. What is that optional regime? Normal tax rate. Here, what is that optional regime? Three things are there. What is that optional regime? 2 sections are there. For these 3 SSEs only, we have an optional regimes. Remaining SSEs, only one regime is there. On that only they are required to pay the tax. For partnership form, can you find the optional tax regime? No. For LLP? No. For whom is there, ma? Individual, HUF, AOP, BOA, AJP and domestic company and resident cooperative society. Are you clear? So this tax rates also you have to keep in your mind. In every attempt, first MCQ is this only. Online. So Vinod asking the one doubt, sir, if foreign company having the royalty income, FTS income, sir, including other income. So that FTS and royalty alone taxable at 50%, other income will taxable at 35%. For these 2 incomes only, if these conditions are satisfied, 50%. Other incomes are always taxable at 35%. Clear? Now. Yes, ma. So cooperative society, you know, yes, ma, this discussion is over, BAD and BAE discussion. But now, what is that? Normal tax rates, ma. There is no basic exemption limit, if you remember. There is no basic exemption limit, means we have to follow the what, ma? Flat rates. I think if you remember, if you don't have any basic exemption limit, which rates we have to follow? Flat rate. But this is an exception. We have to follow still slab rates. This is only exception we have. Sir, company, no basic exemption limit. That's why we discuss the flat rates, sir. But cooperative society also, there is no basic exemption limit, but we have to follow the slab rates. What is that, ma? 0 to 10,000, 10%. 10,000 to 20,000, 20%. Above 20,000, 30%. There is no basic exemption limit. Even 10 rupees also required to tax at the rate of what, ma? 10%. 0 to 10,000, 10%, 10 to 20, 20%, above 20, 30%. What is the surcharge, ma? I think use same as it is like an domestic company or local authority. Local authority also same thing, na? Oh, sorry, wait. So no, only domestic company, sorry. Next one, ma, only domestic company only. Next case. Yes, as of now, we discussed this point in and out, ma. Income tax liability. While computing that income tax liability, we have to follow that what, ma? Old regime as well as new regime. Anyone also you can follow. And surcharge also, you know. Now we have to concentrate on what, ma? Special tax rate. What is that? Special tax rate. You can open the discussion of special tax rate from the page number 14. You can watch in 2x speed also, sir, no problem. Directly you can scroll it down to the last 1 minute and you can close it also. After completion of the recordings. Yes, you have that option. In app also you can. Forward option is there, backward option also there, and you can speed up to 2x also is there. I think not 2x, sir. More than that also there. You can watch. Special tax rate. Special tax rate, it is an applicable for whom all SSEs. Example, if company having these incomes, they are also required to pay the tax by using special tax rate. If individual having these incomes, individual also needs to follow the special tax rate. So first special tax rate means you have to remember the capital gains. Two types of capital gains is there, short-term capital gain as well as long-term capital gain. Sorry, example I will take. Short-term capital gain, long-term capital gains, if you have, definitely you have to remember this special tax rate. So now I want to talk about the short-term capital gain on these three assets. What are that, ma? Listed equity shares, units of equity oriented mutual fund, units of business trust. Remember these three are called as on what, ma? Financial assets. What are the assets? Financial assets. So listed equity shares, units of equity oriented mutual fund, units of business trust. If these, definitely these are the investments by you. If these three assets are short-term capital asset, if you got a short-term capital gain, this will be taxable under which section, ma? 111A at the rate of what, ma? 15% as well as 20. Previously, I think 15 only, but now that is an increase to 20. Yes. Sir, what is it? If the transfer date is 23/7/2024 before this one, on or after this one. Yes, ma? If what is the date, ma? This is a transfer date, amendment base date. If transfer happened before 23/7/2024, what is the rate? 15. After, on or after 20%. Yes, you have to remember that date. There is no alternative. Next one. Sir, any other asset like what, ma? You sold the gold or building or whatever it may be. If that is a short-term capital asset, it isn't taxable other than what, ma? 111A. This will be taxable at a normal tax rate. Many students are thinking entire capital gain hits always taxable at special tax rate. No. Long-term capital gain always taxable at special tax rate only. Short-term capital gain on three assets only taxable at what, ma? Special tax rate. Other all normal tax rates only. So long-term capital gain on these three assets, I think financial asset. If these financial assets are long-term capital asset, now you have to calculate the long-term capital gain. It will be taxable under which section, ma? 112A. What is that 112A? I will tell you. Basic exemption limit is 1,25,000 and remove that 1 lakh. There is a logic also, and if you have an 1 lakh also on that Yes, sir. Handwritten notes in version 3, you can remove it. But there is no chance of applying that 1 lakh in your upcoming exam. That's why I removed that. No issue. So, yes, transfer date is what, ma? 23/7/2024. Amendment, ma. Before you have to apply the 10%, on or after you have to apply what, ma? 12.5%. In exam, always for deciding the tax rate, transfer date is very important. Definitely in your upcoming exam, they will give you the transfer date. Based on the transfer date, you have to decide the tax rate. Increased or decreased, ma? Increased only. Previously 10%, sir. Now 12.5%. No problem. Previously, basic exemption limit is 1 lakh. Now that is an increase to 1,25,000. I will tell you. Simple, ma. Transfer date September. That means what is the rate we have to take? 12.5. Capital gain amount 1,40,000, ma. Basically, how much exempt? 1,25,000. That means excess of 1,25,000. How much is there? How much, ma? 15,000 is there. 15,000 taxable at the rate of 12.5. Next one. Long-term capital gain on any other asset, ma. Example, yes, ma, gold is there. Yes, ma, gold is a long-term capital asset in the hands of SSE. Then that is a taxable under section what, ma? 112. At the rate of what, ma? 20%, 12.5 and 10% is also there based on the dates. So we'll discuss in the capital gain chapter. So previously what, ma? 20%. Now, after that amendment, we have what, ma? Two rates also there with indexation, without indexation is there in the hands of resident individual and HUF. I will discuss these things in the capital gain. That is an amendment. Okay, we can discuss that. So next, special incomes are what, ma? Casual incomes, 30%. Net winnings from online games. What is that, ma? 30%. Sir, casual income section number, remember, 115BB. Online games related winnings taxability 115BBJ. J added just. Sir, if you forget this fourth point, you will lose 2 marks in next exam. Not next, in forever exams. Undisclosed income. Sir, if you haven't blocked money. Sir, undisclosed means some examples I will tell you. Yes, sir, some income I got, but I am not incorporated that income in books. That isn't what, ma? Undisclosing one. I incurred some expenses. How I earn that amount also I am not at all disclosing. Example, for my marriage, I incurred the 2 crores, sir. So previous years, I am not at all filed the return of income for the 2 crores. So that is what, ma? Undisclosed expenditure also called as what, ma? Income, undisclosed income. So you incurred some expenses, but if I am asking the source of income, you are not saying anything. That is also undisclosed one. So if anything is an undisclosed income found by the AO, yes, you have to pay the tax at the rate of what, ma? 78%. How you got the 78%, ma? 60% income tax, 25% surcharge, 4% health and education cess, and section number is important. What is that, ma? 115BBE. No. Yes, ma. Always in that previous year, 24-25, basic exemption limit is 1,25,000 only. Ma, before the date 1 lakh, after the date 1,25,000 is not there. Tax rates related only, we have to check the transfer date. Basic exemption limit always 1,25,000 only. Yes, ma. So total, that means, sir, I am doing the 2 transfers, sir. One is on before this date, one is on or after this date. On, yes, ma, aggregate. How much exemption we can take, ma? 1,25,000 only. Not 2 times, ma. 1 time only we are given 1,25,000. Example, ma, some shares I transferred before this date. That will be taxable at the rate of what, ma? 10%. Basic exemption limit is 1,25,000 only. Because in this year, always they are fixing the 1,25,000. But in the next also, you can take that what, ma? 1,25,000 again or balance only? Balance only. So aggregatedly during this previous year, basic exemption limit is 1,25,000. Next. So all amendments I will take in the DO batch. Okay. All amendments I will take that in this EO batch. first 2 days classes only as a demo. So I want to, yes sir, prove myself all to all other students. That means new students. I want to tell you, okay, if they are asking the demo and etc., I want to show, okay, refer YouTube channel. That's why I provided the 2 days classes as an YouTube live. There is no other intention, etc. Also. Next one. So this isn't very important. Don't forget. Yes, you can refer the last 5 attempts MCQs. Every attempt they are given the one question from the 115 BBE. For me, sections are important in this chapter. So health and education, etc. Yes, you can read on your own. I think already it's done. But before that, I want to tell you, sir, if you are a rich person, you have to pay the what ma? Surcharge. So I am a poor, I can get the rebate. I will tell you, okay, in which cases we can get the rebate also. These two things will not get on the same time. Right? Surcharge if you paid, on that occasion if you got a rebate, this is not at all possible. Anyone. So, but remember, 4% applied on surcharge or what ma'am, after reduction of rebate, you can apply 4%. That means I can say one thing, while calculating the tax liability, it is in what ma? Last step. So, okay, if you are a rich person, calculate income tax surcharge, then health and education cess. If you are a poor, income tax minus rebate, then after you can calculate what ma? Health and education cess. It is a last step in the tax computation. Shall we go? Now we can discuss the rebate. Important. Listen carefully. There is an amendment. There is an what ma? Amendment. Rebate under section 87 capital A. Sir, okay. To be honest, rebate can be given only to the resident. Ma. So why I need to give the rebate to the non-resident? That's why resident. So not for that all types of NSS, only for individual. Okay. Resident individual only can get the rebate. Remember, ma, under old regime. Okay, can you tell me the alternative names for the old regime, ma? Optional or old, or we can call it as an what ma? Normal tax rate. Under that, if his total income less than or equal to what ma? 5 lakh, sorry, having that basically some income only. So that's why I can give the rebate. Can you tell me, if you calculated the tax liability on 5 lakh, please calculate ma. 5 lakh on that, if you calculate tax liability, you will get 12 lakh 50,000. That's why they are saying, yes, income tax payable are 12 lakh 50,000, sorry, 12,500, whichever is lower. So that means we can frame one sentence, if you having the less than or equal to 5 lakh, there is no need of paying the tax. Okay. Sir, in 115 BAC, default tax regime, new regime, they are given the rebate in a best way. Yes, I will tell you. If total income is less than or equal to what ma? 7 lakh. Income tax payable are 25,000, whichever is what ma? Lower. You can put the arrow mark ma? Whichever is lower. Please calculate ma. And 7 lakh if you calculated the tax liability. Yes ma. What is that ma? 0 to 3 lakh is nil. Next one ma. 3 lakhs to 6 lakh is 5%. Means what ma? 15,000. Am I correct ma? Okay, next balance 1 lakh is there. On 1 lakh you have to apply the 10%. What is that ma? 10,000. Totally 25,000. Correct? Wait, sorry. Okay, previously I said every 3 lakhs income. Okay, this is 4 lakh income. Oh, sorry. Okay, so now we have to apply the differentiator. Sorry. Every 3 lakhs income I said, I think that is a wrong thing. So sorry. It's mistake only. So these slabs you have to remember. Sorry. So not every 3 lakhs income increase. Yes, sir. How it is increased, ma? First slab 3 lakhs to 7 lakh. Next one, ma? 7 to 10. Next one, 10 to 12. Next, 12 to 15. Next one, ma? Above 15. Now you can calculate that. Yes, if 7 lakh is there, so whatever the rates I applied, that is an last attempt. That means what, ma? Finance Act 23 rates. On that they are given the 25. That is an calculated one, correct one. But now if you calculated, yes, ma, 0 to 3 lakh, what, ma? Nil. 7 lakh, that means what, ma? 4 lakh amount is there. 3 lakhs to 7 lakh. Can you tell me what is the rate applied? 5%. How much you will get? 20,000. But technically you have to place here 20,000, but they are not changed one, ra. So 25 only you have to take. So previously, ma, if you calculated tax liability on 7 lakh, you got on what, ma? 25,000. So that's why they are given the tax payable or 25,000, whichever is lower. But now if you calculate it, you will get a tax liability 20,000, but still they have not changed the provision. Yes, what is that, ma? Income tax payable or 25,000, whichever is lower only. Don't replace with the 20,000. Now, what is that, ma? This is only the new thing in the rebate concept. If your total income more than what, ma? 7 lakh also, you can get the rebate. You can get the what, ma? Rebate. Just we can take one example. Yes, ma. Here itself we can solve one example, ma. So I'm given the example. Total income is 7,20,000, ma. Now whether I am eligible for rebate or not, we can check. Can you tell me step 1? What is that, ma? Total income excess of 7 lakh. How much, ma? 20,000. Step 2. Please listen. Step 2, ma. Compute only income tax liability. What is that, ma? Income tax liability. Can you tell me? Please calculate. Yes, ma. 0 to 3 lakh is nil. 3 lakhs to 7 lakh is how much, ma? 20,000. On excess of 7 lakhs to 10 lakh we have to apply. But here only 20,000 is there. On 20,000, please apply what, ma? 10%. How much? 2,000. How much? 22,000. Okay. So remember here, excess you earned only how much, ma? 20,000. But they are asking the tax 22. Sir, up to 7 lakh you are not asking any tax. But and more than 7 lakh, how much, ma? 20 only. But you are asking that 22,000 tax. That means yes, marginally and how much, ma? 20 only. But you are asking the tax 22. Sir, you are asking the tax more than my additional income. That isn't burden for me. So that's why I will give this 20,000 and maintain the silence. So this is only marginal relief. So not huge extent of relief. Marginally we can provide the relief. Sir, up to 7 lakh, you only said that there is no need of payment of tax in new resident. But if I earn additionally more than 7 lakh, what is that? Additionally, I earn more than 7 lakh, ma? 20,000 only. But you are asking the how much tax? 22. That is a burden. I earned only 20 extra, but you are asking 22,000 tax. That's why, remember, in step 3, you can decide whether you can get the rebate or not. If step 2 is more than step 1, so that means what, ma? Tax is more than what, ma? Additional income. Then you will get the rebate. What is the rebate, ma? 2,000. That means step 2 minus step 1. That means they are asking for additional income. You can give it as a tax liability. We can satisfy ourselves. What is the rebate we are getting here? Giving here, ma? 2,000. So now you haven't doubt, sir. Up to what extent we can get the marginal relief, sir? Yes, remember, if your total income 0 to 7 lakh, directly we can get the rebate. No need to pay any tax, I think. Then after 7 lakhs to, remember, 7 lakh 22,220. Yes, ma. Rebate you can get based on the marginal relief concept. In exam, definitely, if you have in the total income 7,22,220. In this example, what is that, ma? 7,20,000. That's why I know before calculating the tax liability itself, I am eligible for the what, ma? Rebate under which concept? Marginal relief concept. Sir, in the examination, if they are given the total income 7,27,000, yes, there is no what, ma? Rebate concept even under marginal relief also. Above amount, if anything is there, no rebate. Are you clear? For whom, ma? Resident individual under which regime? 115 BS. Sir, in exam, 7,26,000 given. Can you calculate rebate? No. If they are given 7,21,000, you have to calculate the rebate under marginal relief concept. Are you clear, ma, up to now, all of you? Online. Yes, ma, this one is an important, and this is an already calculated, and I tried the permutations and combinations and other books reference also I taken. This, remember this amount. 7,22,220. Below if you have, and above 7 lakh, below 7,22,220, still you are eligible for rebate under which concept? Marginal relief concept. Above that, there is no rebate. Sir, if you tried for that 7,27,000 based on these steps, definitely you will get what, ma? Step 2 is less than what, ma? Step 1. Sir, if step 2 is more than what, ma? Step 1. If step 2 is more than what, ma? Step 1 means what, ma? Tax is more than additional income, then they can provide the relief. But here, tax is less than what, ma? Additional income. So that's why no marginal relief. Are you clear, ma, up to now? Next, rounding up of tax liability as well as what, ma? Total income. Sir, if you got in total income after aggregation of 5 heads of income minus chapter 6A deduction, you got in what, ma? Total income. Always the total income should be rounded up by using section 288A. Tax payable also should be rounded up by using that what, ma? 288B. So both the things should be rounded up. Yes, ma. Ignore the fractions. If any fractions in the terms of paisas is there, ignore. And last 2 digits you can check. If the last 2 digits related, yes, ma, last digit is a more than 5 or equal to 5 is there, rounded up to what, ma? Next multiple of 10. 5 and more than 5. Go to that what, ma? Next multiple. Sir, here 6 is there. Next multiple is what, ma? 36, 40. Here 33. What is that, ma? Lowest multiple. Here exactly 5 is there. 5 also should be rounded up to next multiple of 10 only. Remember here, 5 and next multiple also should be rounded off to, 5 and above digit also should be rounded off to next multiple of 10. Next, this concept can be used in the DTAA chapter, ma, listen carefully. Maximum marginal tax rate as well as what, ma? Average tax rate. Sir, what do you mean by the average tax rate? I will tell you. On 1 lakh, we pay the 34,000 tax, sir. What is the tax? So in 34,000, maybe income tax is there, as well as surcharge is also there, as well as health and education is also there. Aggregatedly, I paid how much, ma? 34,000. What is the rate? So how you can calculate the rate, ma? Tax payable is in 34,000 divided by what, ma? Total income into what, ma? 100. That is only average tax rate. At what rate we paid the tax? That computation only called as what, ma? Average tax rate. So example, on 1 lakh I paid the 60,000, ma. What is the rate? 60%. So next, maximum marginal tax rate. What is that, ma? Maximum marginal tax rate. So simply, maximum marginal tax rate can be used in some default cases. Example, so they are asking the PAN, but I am not submitted the PAN, and I am doing some defaults in the Income Tax Act 1961. So now I have to pay the tax by using the maximum, that means highest tax rate. So now I am given the maximum marginal tax rate for whom? Individual assessee. If an individual following the old regime, so that means what, ma? Normal tax. Now, what is the highest slab rate, ma? 30%. Highest surcharge rate, ma? 37. And health and education cess is common. Calculate effective rate ma 42.744. Under new regime, you can calculate same manner ma, highest income tax rate 30%, highest surcharge rate 25%, education citizen. So that's why you have to remember. In new regime, highest surcharge rate 25%. In old regime, highest surcharge rate is 37%. Are you clear, ma, up to now? Sir, not in all cases, ma. In certain cases only, SSC is required to pay the tax by using the maximum marginal tax rate. Maximum marginal means nothing but what, ma? Highest income tax rate, highest surcharge rate, plus health and education cess. Now, final concept in this chapter, we can go with the what, ma? Marginal relief. So remember, so just calculations you can do now. Overall concept I will explain. Sir, I want to take the case 1. 42 years age SSC, Mr. A. He having the total income 50 lakh. He is following the old regime. That means what, ma? Normal tax rate. So please calculate tax liability. Yes, ma. Don't do calculations, ma. Already we calculated. Just go through it. So if you calculated the income tax liability, it will come around what, ma? 13 lakh 12,500. Old regime, ma. That's why we have to follow the slappage. There is no surcharge because exactly 50 lakh. There is no surcharge. If exceeds 50 lakhs, then we can apply the surcharge. But here only what, ma? 50 lakh. There is no need to apply the surcharge. Then we can get the what, ma? Same amount. And for that we have to apply the what, ma? Health and education cess. Final tax liability you got in 13,65,000. Next, the same thing, case 2, ma. Same SSC, but only the one change I am given here is total income marginally I am increasing exactly 1 lakh. Marginally, not use. Okay, 1 lakh. So please compute the tax liability, ma. Sir, income tax liability also calculated, but here we have to apply the what, ma? Surcharge. Why? Total income increasing, sorry, total income is more than 50 lakh. So can you tell me surcharge needs to be applied on which one? Income tax. So I think you know, under old regime, 50 lakhs to 1 crore, what is the rate, ma? 10% of income tax. Income tax is 13,42,500. On that we have to apply the 10%. On that we have to apply the 10%. Now please let me know, health and education is also calculated. Finally you got what, ma? 15 lakh 35,820. Just I want to know the, ma, what is that additional income we earned in the case, ma? 1 lakh. What is that additional tax we are required to pay? So this is an horrible only. Why this difference is came? Because of such. That means marginal relief is given to relieve the burden because of surcharge. Yes, whenever they are introduced the surcharge, automatically they are introduced the which concept, ma? Marginal relief also. Because of the surcharge only the Mr. A struggled here. For him we can provide the relief. Sir, rebate is given for the low income earning persons. Rebate is a different concept. Marginal relief is given for all SSCs who affected because of surcharge. For them we are given the what, ma? Marginal relief. Rebate only given for that resident individual who having the less than 5 lakh or 7 lakh or 7 lakh 22,220 rupees income. Clear? Now, so here we can provide the marginal relief. But how to calculate the tax liability in this case, ma? Now, sir, maybe you haven't doubt, sir. How can I know the marginal relief, sir? Simple, ma. What is the basic limits for surcharge? So now I am talking about the when we have to pay the surcharge, ma. Yes, I will talk about the individual HUF, AOP, BOIAJP. When you have to pay the surcharge, ma? So in default regime, what is the default regime? 115 BSC. So if exceeds 50 lakh, exceeds what ma? 1 crore, exceeds what ma? 2 crores. These are the basic limits. In normal regime, can you tell me what are that ma? 50 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crore, 5. Sir, for partnership form, yes ma, what is that? 1 crore. 1 crore exceeds always 12%. Domestic company, what is that ma? 1 crore. Foreign company, same. So that means these are the basic limits for what ma? Surcharge. Sir, on and above, if you earn 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh. Yes ma, in our example, 50 lakh. Additionally, how much amount is earned ma? 1 lakh. So if additionally earn 2 lakh or if additionally earn 3 lakh, definitely you will get the marginal relief. There is no need to check also. In that problem, if they are saying 2 crore 1 lakh ma, definitely you will get a marginal relief. Yes ma. So in exam they are saying 10 crore 1 lakh, you will get a marginal relief. That means I will say how to identify the problem related to marginal relief. If you got an total income of the SSC more than surcharge basic limit 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, then definitely you will get a marginal relief ma. So now we can check it out. In this question, can you tell me what is the total income ma? 50 lakh. So not 50 lakh. What is the total income they are given? 51 lakh. Marginally, how much is more than the basic limit ma? 1 lakh. So that's why you can get the marginal relief. How to calculate the tax liability, I will tell you. Sir, in an exam, they will give you a question like this ma. So SSC having the total income of 50 lakh and compute the tax liability, and SSC exercises that option given in this section. That means he is following the which rates ma? Normal rates. That option exercised means he is following the normal rates. So steps is there. I will give you the steps ma. Computation of tax liability. Step 1. Please compute the tax liability including surcharge. Sir, on 51 lakh including surcharge, what is the tax liability ma? Please check it out and tell me. Yes ma. Including surcharge, what is the tax liability ma? 14,76,750. Can I take here? Next one ma, step 2. You have to remember these steps ma. Step 2. Basic limit. In this problem, what is the basic limit? 50 lakh. On that, please calculate the tax liability including surcharge. And what is that excess income over the basic limit ma? 1 lakh. So please calculate tax on basic limit. How much you got ma? 13,12,500. And excess how much ma? 1 lakh. Please add and tell me. 14,12,500. So now you can listen here. I am telling the logic. Sir, I paid the tax on 50 lakh. Excess I earned 1 lakh. That also I want to give it to you only. Totally I am ready to pay how much ma? 14,12,500. How much? 14,12,500. But you are asking 14,76,500. How can I pay? My capability is excess income also I am ready to give. And on 50 lakh I will pay the tax, including surcharge if apply. I am ready to pay this amount, but you are asking this is a burden to me only. So that's why marginal relief you can give. Yes, ma, marginal relief can be taken by the SSC if that step 1 is more than what ma? Step 2. So don't buy heart the step 1 is more than step 2. Simply I am ready to pay this amount, but you are asking what ma? This amount. This is a burden. So that's why ultimately they are giving the marginal relief of differentiation between these two steps. What ma? 64,250. Yes ma. Ultimately, as per the government calculation, you are required to pay the 14,76,750. From that we can get the marginal relief of what ma? 64,250. Finally, step 2 answer only you have to pay. But you have to add the what ma? Education cess. Remember, after providing the marginal relief, last you have to add the health and education cess. Are you clear? So now in that next problem, I am given the 2 crores 20 lakhs total income. Whether you will get marginal relief, huh? No, why? Surcharge basic limit is for that individual is how much ma? 2 crore. Originally 1 lakh or 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs, na, then you can try. But already calculated in that, yes ma, you haven't capability to pay. You haven't capability to pay how much ma? 86 lakh 84,375 you can pay. How ma? Basic limits including surcharge means nothing but what ma? On 2 crore you are ready to pay the tax. Excess income also you are ready to give. Finally, what is that your capability ma? 86 lakh 84,375 you are ready to pay. But they are asking just how much ma? 80 lakh. Sir, here there is no need of taking the marginal relief. Still, tax liability as per their calculations only low. That is an 80 lakh 15,625. Here there is no what ma? Marginal relief. There is no marginal relief. Sir, when you can get the marginal relief ma? If your additional tax is more than what ma? Additional income. What is that concept ma? Additional tax is more than additional income, you will get the marginal relief. Sir, here itself we decided here 1 lakh additionally is there. Definitely we can get the marginal relief. Here what is that amount ma? 2 crore 20 lakh. We can't get the marginal relief. So now I will give you that one more question also. Company, name of the SSC, please check company, 1 crore 1 lakh. What is the basic limit for company ma? 1 crore 10 crore. Marginally how much amount if we end here? 1 lakh. That's why we can get the marginal relief definitely. Sir, maybe you haven't doubt, sir. 1 crore 7 lakh they are given, sir. But I haven't doubt. Then solve these steps and you can decide whether you will get the marginal relief or not. What is the step 1 ma? Tax on total income including surcharge. That means here, what is the total income given in the problem? 1 crore 1 lakh. So that's why tax on total income including surcharge. Step 2 ma? Tax on basic limits. Tax on basic limits including surcharge. But here 1 crore na, no need to apply surcharge. Excess income over the basic limit. What is that ma? Excess income 1 lakh. So how much you got ma? 31. Sir, I haven't capability to pay. After giving excess money also 31 lakh only. But you are asking how much ma? 32 lakh 42,100. So that's why they will give that what ma? Marginal relief here. Ultimately, I have to pay the tax of the step 2 and plus what ma? Health and education cess. Step 2 amount only after giving the marginal relief, and for that you have to add that what ma? Health and education cess. So this is the most important problem for my point of view. Yes, we can try that. These are all our workbook questions only. These are all our workbook questions only, but I am given the handwritten content also. Remember. So I am taken from CA final study material this problem. Maybe you can get this in your exams also, at least as an MCQ. Compute tax liability of an SSA having the age 65 years. They are asking in a most beneficial manner. And having the total income is what ma? 5 crore 1 lakh. So now, don't write anything, just listen ma. Mr. A, what is that ma? 5 crore 1 lakh. They are asking in a most beneficial way. So that means most beneficial means, so now I have to follow the what ma? Old regime. Okay, old regime. In old regime, while calculating the tax liability, definitely I have to calculate the marginal relief. Why? Because in old regime, what is the surcharge basic limits ma? 50 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crore, 5 crore also basic limit. Sir, if you following the new regime, just tax liability is enough ma? Why? In new regime, 50 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crore only basic limit. not 5 crore, because more than 2 crore, what is that ma? 25%. Here more than 5 crore, what ma? 37%. So this is only the differentiation. In exam, students are calculating in both the cases marginal relief. That is wrong. Because surcharge over and above, here only you are earning. Because here that is not a basic limit for surcharge. 2 crores only the last limit for that what ma? Levying the surcharge. Sir, 50 lakh above, what is the rate ma? 10%. 50 lakhs to 1 crore, 15%. More than what ma? 2 crore, 25. So always more than 2 crore, whatever the amount you earn, always what ma? 25%. But here more than 5 crore, extra 1 lakh only you earn on that what ma? 37%. So in that solution also, yes ma, I am calculated by using that old regime. Yes ma, step 1, step 2, step 3 I followed, and tax liability also I computed. Next, yes ma, under default tax regime under section 115 BAC, directly I calculated, yes ma, without providing that what ma? Marginal relief. Why? Because 5 crore is not a basic limit in case of new regime. So in old regime, this isn't tax liability ma. In old regime, this isn't tax liability. In new regime, this isn't tax liability. Which one isn't better ma? You can check and you can compare which one isn't better. New regime only the better. We have 1 crore 91 lakh 36,000. Here 1 crore 93. Which one isn't better ma? New regime isn't better. So you can do mistake simply because always you can remember 5 crore is a basic limit, but in one regime only it is a basic limit, not in other regime. Are you understood ma, all of you? Okay, MCQ purpose related last point in this chapter I want to cover. One circular. Okay. One circular I want to tell you. What is the previous year for our examination ma? 24-25. Starting day is on 1/4/2024 and ending day is 31st March 2025. And assessment year starting day ma? 1/4/2025. March 2026. Now, sir, basic exemption limit now I want to take. If you haven't at least how many years ma? 60 years. Or what ma? 80 years if you got. More than or equal to 60 or 80 if you got. So nothing but what ma? Less than 60 here. Here what ma? 2.5 lakh. Here 3 lakh. Here 5 lakh. So now, during the previous year, at any time, if you have an age of what ma? 60 or more, 80 or more, you can claim the higher basic exemption limit. But some bad luck persons will be there. They have a birthday on first day of an assessment year. Because of 1 day late, they are not getting the what ma? Higher basic exemption limits. So that's why circular is given the 1 point. If any person celebrating the birthday on 1st April of an assessment year, please be treated as an they attained that age in that what ma? Previous year itself. Sir, the circular is useful for the whose birthday is falls on what ma? April 1st. Sir, you can celebrate your birthday with the friends on 1st April only. But while you are calculating that income tax liability, your birthday will be, yes ma, celebrated and treated as on that what ma? Last day of the previous year itself. Anyone having the birthday on the same date? April 1st. The circular is mostly useful for them only. The remaining SS is no need to apply this circular. Whose birthday is falls on the, yes ma, what date ma? First day of an assessment year. So because of 1 day, they are losing the higher basic exemption limits. So that's why So can you tell me which birthday, ma? 60th birthday or 80th birthday? Yes, sir. Generally on the first day of an assessment year also, but they can claim the higher basic exemption limit by applying that what, ma? Deeming provision. Clear? This is only the point, ma, and last point. Done. And next, one more thing. The many of these students are asking for an MCQs mostly. So the reason is there, sir, why students are asking for an MCQs, there is a reason. Yes. So in your MCQ and handwritten notes, if you compared, I think I compiled the 481 MCQs, sir. Sir, 481 MCQs. So, 481. Okay. Some repeated MCQs also there. Sir, how I compile these MCQs? Totally ICMAI resources. What are that? ICMI resources only. So, easily you can also frame that 100 MCQs on your own if you haven't free time. It is an easy. You can change the numbers and you can give the line to line MCQs, is, was, should, shall also. You can give it the blanks and you can give the MCQs. But I compiled these 481 MCQs from the ICMI resources only. And next point I want to tell you, sir, if I am preparing these MCQs, preparing means conceptually if you prepare, if you know the reason for an MCQs in your mind, no need to explain to others. If you know the reasons in your mind, you will get an 26 plus marks, sir. Open challenge. Open challenge. 26 marks you will. Sir, directly you can't get. Indirectly, that means if they are given, okay, circular. Last we have discussed a circular 1 minute back. That is also you can get it as an MCQ. Along with this EO batch, and if you prepare that 481 MCQs, at the time of an MCQ discussion, I will refer the concepts again. So in first chapter, we have 2 MCQs related to marginal relief concept. On that occasion, quickly I can revise the marginal relief concept also. Sir, can you provide the MCQs in the DO batch? No. That means face to face I will not discuss now. So I will conduct the direct live sessions or recorded sessions, yes, around 10 hours. You have to watch it definitely. So I think last time 250 to 300 students are watching for the MCQs, that isn't paid. Now I want to provide EVO and all others also. I haven't one thought. So I want to release it on YouTube. Not yet decided. If I want money, I can release in that app. Otherwise, I can provide in that YouTube only. There is no intention, sir. I want money, I will release an app. Okay, I want to give it for the free. Okay, other regular batches and other batch students also can attract. Then I can release in that YouTube. There is no hidden agendas and etc. And the super 50 questions, no, I don't want to release. Please don't ask. How can I give the super 50 in DT? If you ask a concept, every chapter important concept I can give. Super 50 questions, I don't have that much of courage. If any other institute is releasing, yes, you can purchase, no issue. On my name, no one is releasing. Important concepts I can release. And I can tell you in YouTube also, these are the important concepts. Super 50 questions. Now, in DT, it will not work out. Definitely, it will not work out. So, if any other institute releasing by using any other faculty, you can read also, no problem for me. Next. So, second chapter we can go, that is a return of income. How many of you want break? Both of you can take break. So, okay. Now 11:03 up to 11:15 we can take a break. Return of income is on our next target. So, first chapter we don't want to discuss even single point also from the workbook. You can read on your own. And one more, just 1 more minute we can spend. After the completion of this, we have 2 concepts. This and what, exceptions to the general rule. What is a general rule or golden rule, Previous year income is required to be taxed in assessment year. But in these, how many cases, 4 cases, tax also required to be paid in which year, Previous year. Just refer that 4 headings. That's enough. No need to refer the entire things. And already I told undisclosed income. So, but given the tax rate, what is that, 115 B E. What is that, 60 plus 25% plus 4%, effectively 70. But how we can decide one income as an undisclosed income? How many ma? Section 68 to 69D we have. In all the cases, that income can be treated as what ma? Undisclosed income. On that we are required to pay the tax at the rate of what ma? 78%. Now, so definitely you can felt a difficulty while discussing the last question in this. Yes ma? Last question in the workbook. Yes, now I will tell you. After that I will give a break. So anyhow I am doing that detailed discussion. That's why while reading this question number 7, you will not understood in a detailed way. Now I want to tell you. So this is a past exam question given for 7 marks. Shall we start now? Sir, now this is a case study question. Many students are asking, sir, how to write the case study. So this is only one example I am given. Remember, it is an easy question. Sir, they are only asking to present the answer in 4 side headings. They are given the side headings. Don't do overaction while writing the yes ma answer. These side headings only you have to mention. Maybe in your law, your faculty may say that what ma another answer like provision, conclusion, analysis. The different side headings you can give in that subject. But in this, they are clearly asking that side headings. Yes, you have to put that side headings. Next, what is that ma? Assessment of Vishal. Scrutiny assessment. That means what ma? AO wants to conduct the scrutiny assessment in the name of Vishal. What is the scrutiny assessment section number ma? 143.3. Scrutiny assessment. In assessment procedures, I will tell you, don't think about it. Now, assessing officer found that 20 lakhs sum was credited in the bank accounts of Vishal. While doing that assessment or while doing the verification of the books of accounts of Vishal, AO found that how much amount is credited ma? 20 lakh. Sir, in his bank account, one amount is credited. That means income only na. But assessing officer asking for an explanation, and Vishal explained that, sir, I am receiving this amount as a loan from my friend Gautam. Okay. So that amount is accepted by using that what ma account to pay cross check. Whether you are receiving electronically or not also, that is not an issue. But you received the 20 lakh amount, that amount credited to your bank account, definitely it is your income. But Vishal saying that is a loan, sir, that is not my earnings. So now, I think in your audit external confirmation point is there. Now, here that topic is between that whom AO and Vishal. So, Vishal saying it as an what ma? Loan. Maybe you haven't thought that. Loan from whom ma? Gautam. Friend or non-friend? Friend. You haven't cunning thought, sir. No problem, sir. AO can do the inquiry to the Gautam. Issue close. Sir, friend can do anything. So automatically, Vishal saying it as a loan, Gautam also will say it as a what ma? Loan only. Sir, if I am asking one favor, definitely you can do it because nothing is lost for you in this case. Sir, if yes, Gautam also saying as a loan, definitely here, who is in the dilemma ma? AO. Now, I will tell you one situation. In that, this is a cash credit. One amount is credited to your bank account, but you are saying it as an what ma? Loan through the friend, but friend also accepted it as a loan. But it is not enough evidence to treat it as a loan. Because whether the Gautam have that worth of credit worthiness to provide the loan to the Vishal, who has to do that inquiry? AO. Sir, Gautam is an yes sir, newly qualified person. You don't have that much of amount also. How he can provide the loan to Vishal? That means Vishal have a responsibility to prove the credit worthiness of whom? Gautam also here. Sir, he having some earnings, sir. He having some house properties. He having some business. From this only, he provided the 20 lakhs loan to me. That credit worthiness also, who needs to prove ma? Vishal. If Vishal proven the credit worthiness of Gautam, yes, AO can accept that as an what ma? Loan only. Otherwise, it will be treated as what ma? Undisclosed income. Because 20 lakh credited, but you are saying it as an what ma? Loan. Yes, ma. If Vishal is not proven the credit worthiness of whom Gautam, it 20 lakh will be treated as undisclosed income. On that, you are required to pay the what tax, ma? 78%. Side headings you can refer, ma. Issue involved. What is that issue, ma? AO treatment is correct or incorrect. AO wants to treat this as an what, ma? Unexplained cash credit. One cash is credited to your account, but that is an unexplained. Yes, now he wants to apply the 78% tax. Whether this treatment is correct or not, it is only issue. Provision is unapplicable, section 68. Now only just we refer the section 68 to section 69D is an undisclosed incomes. Next one, analysis. This is only the main answer. Cash credit is not treated as income. If an SSC proven that what ma credit worthiness of the lender, borrower needs to prove the credit worthiness of lender. Here borrower is Vishal, needs to prove the credit worthiness of the lender. Who is that ma? Gautam. So next, here credit worthiness is not proven by the whom Vishal. So that's why assessing officer contention is valid. Then he can treat that as an what ma? Undisclosed income. So with the help of this, here what is that important point ma? Credit worthiness. You can block this one. Okay. Online students, if you have any doubt with respect to the first chapter, you can ask. 2 marks, sir. Not only the 2 marks, in DTAA chapter, in assessment of various entities chapter, at a time of calculating the tax liability and surcharge application and any problem related also, you have to get a knowledge about the basic concept chapter. So it's done, sir. I think it's taken nearly, I think 1 hour 45 minutes or over. So it can be next attempt question also 7 marks. Don't forget to at least to do practice at least once, and points also you have to remember. Take a break up to 11:25 and we can meet with a new chapter, and you can collect the books also. It's going on. It is also not an issue. Yes, ma'am. Shall we start the second chapter? Yes, we can start the second chapter. Return of income. It is also forming part of an assessment only. Yes, ma'am. Return of income chapter also, it is a forming part of an assessment part only. So just I want to give you the introduction related to the return of income in 5 minutes. Then after we can go for the provisions. So after the completion of this chapter only, we can go for lunch. Okay. What is the general rule or golden rule in taxation? You know, if any income earned during the previous year, on that income we are required to pay the tax in what ma assessment year. Sir, how to pay the tax in assessment year? Any idea? By way of filing the one statement, that statement only known as what ma? Return of income. How to pay the tax ma? You have to file the one statement. That statement is called as what ma? Return of income. So generally, 3 due dates are available for filing of the statement or return of income. What are the 3 due dates ma? 31st 7, 31st October, 30th 11. So not all ma, every SSE can choose the one due date. Depends upon circumstances. We can discuss the circumstances also in coming discussion. Remember, so in assessment year only, SSE having responsibility to file the one statement, the statement only return of income. What are the due dates ma? 31st 7, 31st October, 30th November. So generally I will tell you what is the format of the return of income, just an overview. So 5 heads of income. Yes, if you have any income you can place, otherwise you can keep the 0. And yes, you can add the clubbing income and you can remove the what ma previous year losses also. So because of clubbing provisions, always your total income will increase. Because of what ma set off of losses, our total income can be reduced. Sir, minus income taxable in my hands ma, my income will increase. That's why add. So last year losses will be there. Because of this, I have to reduce that loss of last year against the what my current year. That's why I have to reduce. Because of clubbing provision, always add. Because of setup, always what ma less. Finally, you will get a gross total income. From that, please reduce the chapter 6A deduction. It is only net total income or total income. On that, we have to calculate these 3 components of tax liability. Finally, you will get what ma tax liability. And remember, in previous year also, we have to pay the 2 types of taxes. One is an TDS and TCS. Second one is an advance tax. Remember, yes, no need to wait for that assessment year. In previous year itself, government wants to collect the taxes by using the 2 methods. One is an TDS, TCS. Second one is on what? Advance tax. Now, again, I need to pay the tax at the time of filing of return of income. No. So that's why you can take the credits, because already I paid these 2 types of taxes in which year ma? Previous year. Suppose 1 lakh you have a tax liability in the assessment year. Already you paid in the previous year how much ma? 60,000. Balance only you have to pay 40,000. In case 2, you have to pay 1 lakh in that return of income filing time, but already you paid how much ma? 1,20,000 in the previous year itself. The balance you will get it as an what ma? Refund. Balance you will get it as an refund. So this is only the format. In this format only you have to file your return of income by using the e-filing website. Now I want to tell you the definition of return of income. Return of income is a format. Sir, format means nothing, but I think you know ITR 1, ITR 2, ITR 3 different formats is there. So these are only the formats can be called as a return of income. These formats are prescribed by whom? CBDT. These formats are prescribed by the CBDT. CBDT means Super Central Board of Direct Taxes. So now, sir, by way of furnishing this, by way of filing this format, we can declare the details about the first one, my total income. Can you tell me, in these formats, can you identify the total income? Yes. And what ma? Tax liability also. So nothing but what ma? By way of furnishing this ITR form, you can declare the details about the what ma? 2 things. One is your total income, another one is an tax liability. These formats will be known as what ma? ITR forms. So this is only the general introduction related to the return of income. Can you tell me, always we have to read this chapter from the SSC point of view only, because SSC have a responsibility to file the return of income in which year ma? Assessment year. In which year ma? Assessment year. Next. Now, SSC have a responsibility to file the return of income. Can you tell me here, two types of return of incomes will be there, ma? One is a mandatory return, another one is on what, ma? Voluntary return. I will tell you. Voluntary return means I don't have income more than basic exemption limit. I have 2 lakh only, but I can file the return. That means voluntary return. No need to file the return of income, ma, because your income is less than the basic exemption limit. But I want to file the return of income for getting the loans or any other proof purpose. I want to file my returns. Yes, you can file. Mandatory means you have a responsibility to file the return of income. If you file, that is on what, ma? Mandatory. Or this is only can be called as what, ma? Obligatory return. What is that? Obligatory return. Are you clear? Now, sir, after filing this return of income, it will be reached to whom, ma? Assessing officer. What is the responsibility of assessing officer, ma? Whether SSC is filed the correct return or incorrect return of income, that needs to be verified. Verification only called as what, ma? Assessment. Completion of an assessment, completion of verification is a responsibility of whom, ma? Assessing officer. So how many assessment procedures, how many verification procedure we have, ma? Summary assessment, scrutiny assessment, best judgment assessment, income escapement assessment. This will be discussed in the assessment procedures chapter. So that means always as return of income chapter we have to think from the SSC point of view. Yes, ma. Assessing officer point of view we have to think about, ma? Assessment procedures chapter. Clear? No. First activity is what, ma? Return filing. Next activity is what, ma? Verification of return. First section in this chapter, the most appropriately you will get the question from the first section only. Section 139(1). In evening, I will become free for some time, sir. On that occasion, I will give that access to the remaining students, and I can remove some student access also on that time. So don't worry. So after 5 p.m. I have some free time. So I will verify that Google Forms and all the things. I don't have separate staff and etc. etc. So I will look into that all the issues. And if you purchased all the things in the yesterday and day before yesterday, I will look into all the things. No worry. Next. 139 subsection 1 is nothing but filing of return of income. Who needs to file the return of income? First one, ma? Company SSE and firm or LLP is mandatory to file the return. Whether they have a profit or loss, irrespective of size, irrespective of the total income, turnover, these are all the things are irrelevant, ma? They have to file the return of income mandatorily. So there is no transaction, still you have to file the return of income. Nil return also you have to file. Sir, other SSCs, can you give me some example of other SSCs, individual, HUF, AOP, BOA, AJP? What is the speciality? They have a basic exemption limit. Please remember that point. When they are required to file the return of income, yes, if their gross total income before claiming section 54 series exemption, can you tell me section 54 series exemptions means what, ma? Capital gain exemption. That means before considering the exemption, what is the capital gain income? Gross capital gain income, please include, calculate the gross total income if that exceeds the what, ma? Basic exemption limit. Sir, what is the flow, ma? Salary, house property, PGBP, capital gain before exemption. And next one, ma? IFOS. This is an GTA. This you have to take and compare with the what, ma? Basic exemption limit, not total income. The gross total income before claiming the section 54 series exemption if exceeds the basic exemption limit. No, sir. Some students wants to start from the, yes, sir, total income. How we can start, ma? If you want to start from the total income, how you can write the sentence, ma? If your total income before considering the what ma chapter 6A and before considering the what ma section 54 series exemption, if exceeds the basic exemption limit. Sir, if you are starting from here before considering this one, if you are starting from here, so if you are starting from here before considering the capital gain exemption, if you are starting the sentence from here before considering these two things, if exceeds the what ma basic exemption limit. In exam they can give you in any way also. In second one I am given that what ma total income before claiming two things. Can you tell me what ma chapter 6A? Automatically you can reach to that what ma GTA. Sir, but GTA means what ma gross total income. Before considering the what ma section 54 series exemption, if exceeds the basic exemption limit, you are required to file the return of income. For whom ma? Individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. Sir, what is the basic exemption limit? Depends upon regime you have to select. Depends upon what ma? Regime you have to select. That means if they are not mentioned anything, default tax regime under section 115 BSC. If they are mentioned, based on that you have to take. Next one, ma. Resident and ordinary resident generally is not required to file return of income. Generally, they are not required to file return of income. That means what ma, based on this point, they are not required. But in this special case, they are required to file. What is the special case, ma? They have one asset in outside India, or they have one bank account in outside India. For whom ma? Resident and ordinary resident. Having one account, bank account in outside India, or have an asset in outside India. For this asset, he may be acting as a beneficiary or beneficial owner. Or for this bank account, if you having the signing authority, that person mandatorily needs to file the return of income irrespective of the total income. So why? If you have in the foreign assets, if you have in the foreign bank account, we need to track that all the things. That's why every year for you return of income is mandatory without checking the income details. Now I will tell you. So here you haven't doubt, sir, what do you mean by the beneficiary? What do you mean by the beneficial owner? So here in USA, father paying the amount and purchased one asset, ma, who are paying the consideration for acquiring that asset, that person only called as what ma? Beneficial owner. Who are deriving the ESMA benefits from the asset ma? Son. So son using that property, or son giving this property on rental basis, who are receiving the rent ma? Son only. So that person is called as what ma? Beneficiary. Who are paying the consideration, beneficial owner. Who are receiving the benefits from the asset, beneficiary. Both the person required to file or anyone? Anyone. So that means what ma? Anyone only. Both the persons are not required. One person is included in his return of income, another person no need to show. Anyone is enough. Sir, signing authority means for withdrawal purpose, for deposit purpose, you only need to sign on that form, sir. That's why you have a bank account and you have a signing authority. That's why you are required to file the return of income irrespective of your total income. Clear? No. Last one, MCQ, very important, special transaction. Third point, I am given the name as a special case. Fourth point is a special transaction. If you are entered into this transaction, you are required to file the return of income irrespective of your total income or irrespective of your gross total income. Unfortunately, if you entered into any one of these 7 transactions, you are required to file return of income. What are the 7 transactions? Shall we check it out, ma? Yes. One by one, very important, ma. Deposits in current account. I think any person is involving in the business or profession, he can open the current account with the bank account, sir. One or more current accounts if you have aggregate. During the previous year, example, I have 3 current accounts. During the previous year, in these 3 current accounts, whatever the deposits you made, totally aggregate. If that exceeds what ma? 1 crore, you are required to file the return of income mandatorily. Sir, my income is 0, but you have to file the return of income because you are entering into this special transaction. Sir, current accounts over. What about the savings account, ma? More than or equal to, here remember this symbol. If your deposits in a savings account more than or equal to 50 lakh, you are required to file the what ma? Return of income. So current account, the voluminous of the transaction is very high, that's why 1 crore. Savings account less, that's why they are given the 50 lakh. But remember, more than or equal to. Sir, if you are incurred the foreign travel expenses for yourself or your family members, if exceeds what ma 2 lakh. If you are doing the profession, if you are doing the business, in case of profession, please check the gross receipts. In case of business, please check the turnover. If exceeds what ma 10 lakh, if exceeds what ma 60 lakh. Sir, sales or what ma gross receipts, please check. If exceeds this amount, you have to file the return of income. What is that ma? Gross receipts 10 lakh, turnover 60 lakh. Electricity expenses, if exceeds what ma 1 lakh. So TDS and TCS in your hands, if that is deducted more than or equal to 25,000, more than or equal to, remember, in the 2 points only we have more than or equal to. First one is what ma? What is that? Deposits in savings account. Second one? TDS and TCS. And so this limit can be increased in the hands of senior citizen ma. So senior citizen limits will be what ma? More than or equal to 50,000. Example. So in my hands 30,000 TDS deducted. Can you tell me my limit is what ma? 25,000 only. More than that amount in my hands TDS deducted. That's why I required to file the return of income in the assessment year. Yes ma. In my grandfather hands, so 75,000 TDS deducted, sir. He is also required to file the return of income. His limit is nothing but more than or equal to 50,000. So please revise these 7 transaction at least once ma. 1 minute. Just now itself. Rajesh, you can download my application Bhaskar classes and you can find the app in Play Store and you can purchase from the app itself. Remember ma, more than or equal to or more than, that is only the key point. We can remember the limits ma. So what is the foreign travel expenses? 2 lakh. What is the turnover in case of business? 60 lakh. What is the gross receipts? 10 lakh. So what is the electricity expenses? Current account transaction more than 1 crore. Savings account more than or equal to 50 lakh. TDS in normal case more than or equal to 25. Senior citizen case more than or equal to, and one more thing. So now itself I think afternoon or after lunch, before leaving the class, I think 5. So some knowledge you will get. Some knowledge only, not ultimate. And try to revise it 1 hour only, not for total duration. Tomorrow morning, up to tomorrow morning, please revise only DTAA. I don't want to say that things. You invested the class time. Believe on the content and confidence. That's enough. You will get in marks. So if you have any fear feeling, remove that first thing. So voluminous syllabus only. That's why you attended for the class. And you are doing the practice and you are listening, and all the things will be over within 7 days or 7 to 8 days. If you are opting for recording, yes, you have to guts to complete that. Live streaming na anyhow, okay, you haven't some obligation, you paid that money, I taken that money, so we can close the syllabus. And face to face, you have a chance to clarify your doubts also in break times. And automatically the syllabus can be accumulated after the session by session. So that's why. And if any point is not understood, now ignore that and jump to the next point. If I am saying one concept, maybe you can't understood that concept or point. Ignore that and write that concept in the last page of your book and jump to the next concept immediately. You are not a god, I am also not a god. So you can't understood all the points what I am saying. Definitely. Okay, if you are not understood any point face to face, online you can write anywhere also, you don't have a chance to ask. Okay, if you have a chance also, okay, if I am saying also, definitely it is a difficult to communicate. But face to face students, definitely, if any point is not understood, now you can turn the last page and you can write that point. And in breaks, yes, you can attack me. So definitely you can ask all the doubts, even last day also. Now. Yes, ma'am. These are the sections 139. 1 is over. 4 points we discussed. What is that, ma'am? Company, partnership firm, LLP. Second one, individual, HF, AOP, BOA, AJP. When they are required to file the return of income is over. Special case over, resident and ordinary resident. Special transaction over. Now, self-study point, ma'am. 139, 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, 4E, 4F. So these are our further chapters. Can you tell me? Trust, when they are required to file the return of income. Political party, in assessment of various entities, we will discuss this one. So now, business trust, investment fund, they are also required to file the return of income. Maybe you haven't doubt, sir, here political party is not covered, sir. Because they are having separate section, what is that, 139 4B. When they are required to file the return of income, that we discussed. But remember, last three sections, 4D, 4E, 4F. What are that, ma? 4D, 4E, 4F. Mandatory, ma. Irrespective of the income, loss, profits, or whatever it may be, investment fund, business trust, university, college, institution registered under section 35. Do you know section 35? Scientific research business. So in PCBP, we can discuss 100% deduction we can get. So under section 35, scientific research. So that all the institutions are required to file the return of income mandatorily. Now, 4A, 4B, 4C. What is that, ma? 4A for whom, ma? Trust. Trust can claim the exemption under section 11, ma. Before claiming exemption, please check the total income. If exceeds the basic exemption limit, then you can file the what, ma? Return of income. Now, last second row, yes, last side, ma. What is the basic exemption limit for trust, ma? Can you try? Just, okay, we discussed the basic exemption limit, but now trust basic exemption limit, if you know, then we can compare the what, ma? Their total income. Total income before claiming exemption. If exceeds the basic exemption limit, okay, I told that total income is 5 lakh before exemption. Then what is the basic exemption limit for trust? Any idea? Any one of you? Ma? How you are saying 2 lakh 50? Huh? Trust comes under AJP. Trust comes under what, ma? AJP. So that's why 2,50,000 or 3 lakh. If they are following the old regime, 2,50,000, default tax regime, 3 lakh. Okay. Your name? Already regular batch student. First time listener. Malavika? You only, okay. Now, political party. Can you tell me, political party also can get the one exemption, ma? Section 13A. So, before getting that section 13A exemption, please calculate the total income. If the total income more than what, ma? Basic exemption limit. Now, can you tell me what is the basic exemption limit for political party? Same. Yes, 2.5 lakh or what, ma? 3 lakh. Sir, research associations can get the exemption under section 10, ma? Yes, ma. So, before claiming that exemption under section 10, if they got an total income more than basic exemption limit, for them also 2,50,000 or 3 lakh. So, first three entries, before claiming the particular exemption, if their total income exceeds the basic exemption limit, they are required to file. Last three entries are what, ma? Mandatory to file. Just try to remember. No need to by heart sections, order, etc. But trust having the section 11. Political party having section 13A. And these having the section 10. Before claiming that exemption, total income, compare with the basic exemption limit, then we can decide about whether required to file or not required to file. Here, mandatorily. Sir, we know up to now in which circumstances we have to file the return of income. That means obligatory return we discussed. Other than that, if you want to file the return of income voluntarily, yes, you can file, no issue. But what are the due dates are available? In assessment year, at any time we can file the return, ma? No. There isn't certain due dates. What are the due dates, ma? We have in 3 due dates. Please revise from the last. First one is nothing but what, ma? 30th 11 of an assessment year. Remember, if any audit report is required to submit under section 92E, who are required to file the, who are required to submit the audit report under section 92E, I will tell you, if any SSE entered into that international transaction or what ma specified domestic transaction, for him which provisions will apply ma? Transfer pricing provisions will apply. Every transfer pricing provisions compliant person required to submit the one CA audit report, that is 92E. It is a time taking process. That's why you can file the return of income on or before what ma 30th 11 of assessment year. That means 30th November. Next one ma, if you are a company or if you are following the tax audit and for partnership firm tax audit is there ma, for partnership firm tax audit is there, partners also required to file their return of income on or before what ma 31st October of assessment year. So 3 SSCs only eligible to file the return of income on or before this date. Who are the 3 ma? Company. Tax audit SCs. For partnership firm tax audit is there. Partners also required to file on or before this date. So I will tell you the logic. Why sir? Example. A, B, C and Co. Tax audit is there for them. What is the due date ma? 31st October. A and B and C are the partners ma. For partners also we are maintaining the same due date. Why? Because one reason you know in your accounts, if the partnership firm books of accounts close, then only partners books can close. So that's why we have to maintain the same due date. First, whose books we have to close ma? Partnership. That profit can be allocated to that what ma? Partners account. Then we can close the books of accounts of partners also. Second reason is that. So in PCBP I will tell you ma, but in detailed manner. Partnership from P&L account, we can take the 2 expenses as an deductions. Because of this deduction, net profit can be reduced. Okay, what are the 2 deductions we can take ma? Interest to the partners, remuneration to the partners. Sir, always, so me and my brother, my friend started the partnership firm. Can you tell me what is the tax rate ma? 30%. So that's why we will try to reduce the profit of the partnership firm by way of allocating the some amount to the partners only. One is an interest on capital. Yes ma. Second on what ma? Remuneration. Here, whatever that amount you are taken it as a deduction. Example here 2 lakh you are taken. Here 3 lakh you are taken as a deduction. The same amount is taxable in the hands of whom ma? Partners under the head what ma? PCBP, because the partners are doing the business by using the partnership firm, and here whatever that amount is taken as a deduction in the hands of partnership firm, the same amount is taxed in the hands of whom? Partners under the head PCBP. Here net profit is reduced how much ma? Total 5 lakh. Now we have to increase the net profit also what ma? 5 lakh. Sir, these things needs to be verified by whom ma? AO. Here what is the net profit reduced? 5 lakh. The net profit needs to be taxable in the hands of whom ma? Partners. If they are filed the return of income on the same due date, this cross verification will be easy. So that's why they changed the what due dates for the partners also. Previously we have a provision sir for working partners. Now any partner also required to file the same date as an what ma? Partnership firm. Clear ma up to know? 2 reasons. One reason is what ma? Books of accounts. Sir, partnership firm books are closing on this date. So partners books also we can close on that date only. Second reason, whatever that amount is taken as a deduction in the hands of partnership firm in the form of interest and the salary. So that things will be taxable in the hands of partners under the head PCBP. So these 2 things cross verification will be easy for the assessing officer if they are filing the return of income on the same date. Yes, that's why they are given the provision. So last case ma, any other SC. Any other SC. So that's why please read the provision from reverse. Reverse means nothing but what ma? Last one, middle one and this one. Clear ma up to now? So 8 mark questions in your hands only. So now in workbook if you open, I am not solving the question number 1. Yes, just I am highlighting the question number 1, question number 2, question number 3, question number 4. These are all our past exam questions. Maybe while you are checking these questions, these are the questions are very easy, sir. We can get these questions in the exam. Yes, you can get. So if you are asking, question number 3 is nothing but December 22 exam question that is conducted in Jan 23. December exams are postponed to January on that datum. 8-mark question, this one. From this chapter, if you got an 8-mark question, the passing is very easy, sir. Next, 4th question, December 2023, you got for 8 marks. On your own, you can read, you can understood these questions. So I don't want to discuss these or all the things. I can discuss that any extra concept also, but do problems on your own. If any difficulty is there, definitely I can explain. Like in first chapter, question number 7 is there, I explain. These are all self-study. Now, I want to tell you one small point. In salaries chapter, what is the standard deduction? So, remember, standard deduction in salary, yes ma, in 115 BAC, default regime, what is that? Yes ma, standard deduction in which head ma? Hey, which chapter? Salary. Next, normal ma? That you have to apply in one of the question. In one question, you have to use the what ma? Standard deduction also. Okay. So this is an amendment ma. Previously, both the regimes how much? 50,000. Clear? Yes ma. Many students. All others, please confirm ma. So one student saying, sir, video is not visible. Yes ma. Now, so we can jump to one more concept ma. (139) 1C. A small concept we can discuss within 2 or 3 minutes. Listen carefully. What is that 139 1C? So generally, who are required to file the return of income that we discussed in 139 1. But 139 1C is nothing but relaxation from filing of return of income. That means if any person is covered in this section, no need to file the return of income. This is an exclusively CMA final concept. That's why I am covered here. Yes, whom? If any person notified by the central government, that person is not required to file the return of income. If any flood affected area, or if they want to give the relaxation to any person, they can give the relaxation by way of issuing the one notification. So that person. Second one, specified senior citizen. So senior citizen means you know already. Can you tell me whom? More than or equal to 60 years. But here we need to discuss about the specified senior citizen. So now please let me know. Specified senior citizen means resident and having the age of 75 or more. He must be a resident, age having 75 or more. And he is satisfying the remaining conditions, then he is not required to file the return of income. So I think 6 years back this provision is came into existence. But remember, on that time many SSEs are assumed in the wrong way. So now we want to get a clarity. If that specified senior citizen having the only the 2 incomes, what are the 2 incomes? One is a pension income, another one is an interest income. Pension means maybe he is a retired employee, that's why he can get the pension income. Second one, he got an interest because he having the deposits in the banks. These 2 things also should be credited to the same bank account. That bank only called as what? Specified bank. In our example, we can take SBI. Yes, ma. Pension amount also credited to the same account, and as well as interest also credited to the same account. That's why that account is called as an what ma specified bank account. You only called as what ma specified senior citizen. Now, SC means specified senior citizen given in declaration. Sir, I have only these two incomes. The two incomes also in your bank account only. Yes, you can deduct the TDS. You can deduct the what ma? TDS. So the declaration can be given by the SSE to whom ma? Specified bank. In our example, what is a specified bank? SBI. Now, SBI can deduct the TDS under section 194P and net amount can be given to whom ma? Specified senior citizen. Okay, example 10 lakh is there ma. Out of 10 lakh, 2 lakh TDS deduction, 8 lakh will be given to specified senior citizen. Sir, that fellow having the 875 or more is a resident. He having only two incomes. The two incomes also not diverted, that is credited to same account. And bank already deducted the TDS. Then no need to file the return of income in the assessment year. This is a relaxation for filing of return of income, not for payment of tax. Tax is collected in advance in which year ma? Previous year only in the form of TDS. Here relaxation for filing of return of income, not for tax. Sir, many senior citizens on that occasion, so they are asking that, sir, we no need to file the return of income. Yes, it is correct only, but you have to pay the tax in the form of TDS. So many SSEs are having the age of 80 or more, 75 or more. On that occasion, come to that offices, they are asking, sir, government is giving the relaxation for us, sir, no need to pay the tax, no need to pay the tax. That is not a intention of the provision. That provision intention is nothing but what ma? No need to file the return of income if TDS already deducted under section 194P. Clear? So now we can start the types of returns. Now we can start the what ma? Types of returns. Shall we start the types of returns? First one, original return already over. I think 3 due dates are there who are required to file the returns also we know. Now we have to start with the loss return. Remember important. Sir, if you have an income, you can file the return in the assessment year. By way of filing the return, you can pay the tax. But now I have a loss. Why I need to file the return? In order to carry forward the loss to the next assessment year, it is only acting as a proof. So now I haven't 5 lakh loss. If you file the loss return, that 5 lakh only you are eligible to carry forward for that what ma? Next years. This is only acting as a proof for the carry forward of losses to the next years. But remember, so read this 4 losses ma. Business. Okay, I think all are okay na. Now you can read these 4. నాకు వినిపించట్లా. Anyone knows Telugu? Okay, you know na. Don't translate these things to them. Okay. Okay, if you are not reading and if you are not giving the response, I will communicate that some part of the class with mixed language. Automatically you will get an I think confidence, etc. Okay, you can give the reply in Tamil. I didn't, okay, I'm unable to communicate, but I can understood a little bit. Okay, so can you read that 4 losses? Business loss, that may be normal or speculative. Capital gain head related losses. Owning and maintaining of what ma? Race horses related losses. Last one, specified delivery. If you want to carry forward these 4 losses to the next years, you have to file the loss return within the due date only. What is the due date? 139 one due date only. Then please read these 2 losses ma. House property loss, unabsorbed depreciation. If these 2 things there in your hands, you can carry forward even if you are filing the return after the due date. So there is a huge difference between these 2 points. Many, yes, within the due date if you file, it's okay. But these two losses, even after the due date, if you filed also, you are eligible to carry forward. Can you tell me first four, ma? Business loss, speculative, normal, as well as specified. If you want to carry forward the PCBP loss, definitely you have to file the return of income before the due date. Next, capital gain also before the due date. And yes, ma. Next, losses from owning and maintaining of what, ma? Race horses. It is not a casual income. I will tell you the meaning of race horses. So I purchased that what, ma? Horses, and I am given the training, feeding, as well as what, ma? All the activities related to that what, ma? Races. I am given the training. The many persons wants to purchase the races from me, horses from me for conducting the horse races. So now, just I am doing the one business activity only. I think in your in my locality there is an, yes sir, and on the occasion of Pongal we have an hens fight. Okay, so nothing but just we purchase the hens and we are giving the training and feeding and etc. So all the things we are done. So many persons are wants to purchase that what, ma? These products from me. That isn't just a casual. That is not a casual income. It is like a business activity. So if you have a loss from this activity, you can carry forward and set up against such activity income only in the next year if you are filing the loss return within the due date. Next. So remember, race horses means nothing but what, ma? Taxable at normal tax rate only, taxable under income from other sources. Horse races means simply you are doing the betting activity here. So that's why it is taxable under section 115 BB at the rate of what, ma? 30% as an casual income under income from other sources. There is a huge difference between these two words, ma. So remember, horse races means you are only putting a place, you are only putting a amount on one horse for gaining the money. That means here you are doing some hard work. So this is not a casual income. Next, ma, amended point, remember. This is your workbook question also. Now you can complete the workbook question within 5 minutes. Mr. X during the previous year 24-25 in assessment year 25-26. Yes, ma. Due date is this one, but on that occasion the due date is an extended, ma. I think you know in practical cases due date is an extended. So in examination if they are given, yes, you can assume extension, otherwise no need to consider. So can you tell me extended to which date, ma? 31st/8/2025. So now on or before this date you have to file your return. But our SSC is a busy person, ma, like us. Mr. X is a busy person. So that's why he filed the return of income. Yes, he tried to file the return of income on the last day, but successfully he filed the return of income on 1 AM. After that, you look at the calendar, that date will be 1/9/2025. Whether he filed the return of income within the due date or after the due date? After the due date. So, but he filed the loss return, that to business loss 3.2 crore. If you haven't business loss, what you will do? You will file the return within the due date. But he is a lazy fellow. He filed the return of income after the due date. Yes, that return of income related loss is how much, ma? 3.2. Sir, is there any remedy? Just 1 hour only, na? So nothing but what, ma? Before 12 we have to file. 1 hour delay is happened, just 1 hour only. You have to give the relaxation to that person. You have to give the relaxation because 1 hour may be internet issue, server down. In last days of due dates, definitely you will get these issues. So that's why, yes, you can apply for the whom CIT Principal Commissioner of Income Tax if loss is up to how much, ma? 50 lakh. Yes, if loss increases to 50 lakhs to 2 crores, you can apply to CCIT. If your loss is 2 crores to 3 crores, yes, you can apply for the what, ma? Principal Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. Above 3 crores, you can go for the CBDT. In our case, he needs to go with the what, ma? CBDT only. If you are applying for CBDT, if they are satisfied with the reason, yes, they can count down the delay of filing of loss return for 1 day. In one case law, they are given, ma, sir, after due date, 3 days, we file the return. How many days after the 3 days? Can you give the condonation of delay? No. As per case law, they are allowing the condonation in the delay of filing of return of income only for 1 day. Sir, sorry? Entire day. That means after 12, you can count it next to 24 hours. Sir, how you can take the 6 days or 7 days or 1 month genuine of delay? So internet issue, within 1 day it can be resolved. Side issue, power issues or whatever it may be, you can resolve within 24 hours, you can file. As per case law, that is a deciding factor. Here also, genuine reasons only, they can condone the delay in filing of what ma? Loss return for maximum 1 day. Sir, what is that amendment? After this date, if you want to apply for the condonation of delay, the limits changed. 1/10/2024 on or after, if you want to apply up to 1 crore, you have to go with the what ma? CIT, PCIT. 1 crore to 3 crores, CCIT. Above 3 crores, Principal Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. You have to remember ma, there is no alternative. Before that, last year also we haven't this only, but your application date is on or after 1/10/2024, authorities changed. Clear? NV Chaudhary. Sir, loss return was filed within the due date, but the carry forward of long-term cap subsequent returns with the loss allowed to. Sir, no, sir, but it will be, he is asking one doubt. Sir, we filed the loss return in this year, but in next year we are forget to set up. Can I carry forward to next year? Yes, you can do. But this is an auto-populated figures. In your return of income, now you have an 50 lakh capital gain loss. Automatically in the next years, that schedules will be yes ma set off. Without set off, you can't file the return of income because it is an auto-populated amounts only. So next year, if you forget also, next year, if you forget also, can I carry forward to the another year? Yes, you can ma. So nothing but example, he having the doubt. Yes, one more question, I can create a link case ma. 2021 ma capital gain loss 50 lakh is there. So 21-22 you forget to set off. Yes ma. You haven't capital gain income, but he's forget to what ma? Set off. Can he carry forward to the next year? That is only his doubt. This isn't practically not at all possible. Why? Without setting off, you can't file the return of income because it is an auto-populated figures in the returns. So you can carry forward and you can set off. And one more linking I am creating ma. So SSE forgot. Who's ma? SSE forgot to claim what ma? Carry forward benefit. Now, assessing officer having the duty to give the relief. What is that point ma? If an SSE forget to claim any relief, any deduction also, whose duty to provide that ma? Assessing officer. Sir, maybe you are thinking always assessing officer is a villain. He is not a villain. First think that all the things, he having the duty to provide all the reasonable reliefs, even though SSE forgot to claim all the things. This is only our workbook question. Yes, I will open the question. Yes, now you can open Ra. Question number 9. Thanks, NV Chaudhary. I think he is asking the question. One doubt, based on that I am creating the link case. Remember, assessing officer is bound to allow the set off of brought forward losses under section 72, even if SC is not claimed the same in that what ma? Return of income. Sir, SSE forget to claim that losses of a previous year, page number 14. Okay. So last year he haven't lost, but he forgot to claim that set off in that what ma? Current year. But assessing officer is bound to allow. Yes, the statement is correct. So it is a duty of whom? Assessing officer to give the all the reliefs to that SSE while calculating that what ma true total income. While calculating the total income, whatever the deductions are there, please give it. Next one ma, as per CBDT circular also, it is a duty of whom ma AO to give the help to the taxpayer in all the reasonable ways. Are you understood the question first of all? So therefore, assessing officer is bound to allow the claim of set off of brought forward business losses even if SSE is not claimed in that what ma return. So that's why it is practically not applicable. Why ma? Even though if you are not claimed also, assessing officer will provide that what ma set off and he will pass the assessment order. Clear? Now. And you can revise the one more question now itself ma. Please open the workbook and question number 7 done. Question number 7 only our example. Loss written example. But in this question, what is the loss ma? 3.10 crores. And what your answer if the loss is 2.7 crore? Two questions they are asking. Sir, before amendment, can you tell me if this 3 crores means we can go for the what ma? CBDT. 2.7 means we can go with the what ma? Principal Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. After amendment, above 3 crores. PCCIT. Clear ma? But sir, due to time constraint, I want to give that more and more questions. Just if I am giving that idea, you will get in clarity about it. Okay. So don't think about, sir, you are going in a hurry manner. Yes, I need to go in a hurry manner only because it is an exam oriented batch. If you are unable to understood, last page is yours only. You can fill the whatever the section you are unable to understood. Maybe you can watch one more time or you can ask doubts also. Online. Shall we go ma? And this question also we know. And I will give you 2 minutes time. You can revise this question ma. Loss from business is there. Loss from capital loss, capital gain loss also. House property loss. Does Manu required to submit the return of income? Mandatory? Not required. There is no compulsion. If you want to carry forward these losses to the next years, you have to file. But I will suggest the due dates. Sir, what is the consequence if non-filing the return of income ma? You are unable to carry forward these losses to next year. And what is the due date ma? Huh? How you can say 31st July. If tax audit is there, 31st October. If tax audit is not there, 31st 7. Are you clear ma? Maybe always, sir, last case 31st 7. That is not correct ma. Because based on turnover only we can decide whether tax audit is there or not. Okay. Don't forget this point. Maybe many students are writing the 31st 7 only. Last written due date. No. Tax audit is there 31st October. Tax audit is not there 31st July. Huh? Okay. Clear amma? Now. I am expecting a reply from online students. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth bench middle, fifth row middle person. Are you understood the sessions, ma? Huh? Your name? Only. Bharati. Sorry? Swati. Okay. You understood, huh? Can I ask the questions? In future, I will ask. After lunch break, I will ask the simple questions, ma. Now, 139.4 ma, belated return. What is the return? Belated return. Yes, ma. Please let me know. What is the due dates? 3 due dates are there. If I am unable to file the return of income within the due dates, there is no need to file the return of income. Ma. No, you can file the after the due date also. That is only called as what ma? Belated return. In intermediate, if I am asking what do you mean by the belated means, they are saying early. Belated means later. Okay, if you belated means always the late only. Some students still they are saying, sir, belated means early. Okay, not correct, ma. Remember. Next one. Sir, belated return. Yes, by using this example only, I will tell you how to find the belated return. Sir, listen this example, ma. It is very easy. and you can complete that without any by heading process. This is an assessment year, starting day, ending day. Why we have to take that assessment year? Because return of income drama totally happened in which year? Assessment year. So Mr. X tax audit is not there. That's why due date is what? 31st July. Due date this one. You are not filed within the due date. Then you can file the what? B later return. B later return also you are required to submit within the due date under section 139 subsection 4. What is the due date? 3 months prior to end of relevant assessment year. What is that end of relevant assessment year? 31st March 2026. 3 months prior means December end or assessment completion. Whichever is what? Earlier. I will tell you one simple thing. If you not file the return of income, assessing officer will start the which assessment? Best judgment assessment. Sir, if you file the return of income, on the return of income only I can start the verification procedure. If you are not at all filed the return of income, then I will start the best judgment assessment. So these two dates please check, and whichever is earlier. In this example, whichever is earlier? Yes, 30th November. Before assessment completion is an earlier date here. Yes, in this time you can file the what? B later return. I can consider your return and I can do that assessment on that return only. So now you can read the sentence. B later return can be filed within the time limit under section 139(4), 3 months prior to the completion of relevant assessment year or assessment completion, whichever is earlier. I think you haven't doubt, sir. How you know the assessment completion? In exam, they will give you assessment completion date. Don't calculate the date. How we can know that assessment completion date? Based on his work burden, he can complete the assessment. So in exam only, they will give you this date. Can you take the one more example? Yes, for him tax audit is there. That's why due date is nothing but what? 31st October. He is not filed the return within the due date. Now he can file the which return? B later return. B later return time limit 3 months prior to end of relevant assessment year or assessment completion. So this will be given in exam only. This is not a calculated date. So whichever is earlier, so that's why you have to file the B later return within the due date. Now all of you please repeat the what is the due date for filing of B later return. Earlier of the 2 dates or 3 dates? 2 dates. First one, 3 months prior to end of relevant assessment year or assessment completion, whichever is earlier. Now I will tell you. If you are filing the B later return, you have to pay the fees. What do you have to pay? Fees. Tax you have to pay. Along with the tax, you have to pay the fees. Sir, otherwise all the persons will go for the what? B later returns only. Sir, if I am filing the return within the due date, and if you are filing the return after the due date, additionally you have to pay that what? Fees. Under which section? 234F. What is that? 234F. I think a few pages after that I included that. Page number 38 from the handwritten. What is that? Fees. 1/4/2025 to yes, within the due date if you filed, no fees. After the due date if you filed, yes, you have to pay the fees. Can you tell me? Yes, what is the fees? 5,000. If your total income is less than or equal to 5 lakh, fees payable shall not exceed. That means 234F fees means always you have to say what? 5,000. Clear? When we have to pay these fees, if you file the B later return. Now, yes, 234F. Okay. Yes, next type of return of income is nothing but what? Revised return. Sir, what do you mean by the revised? changing. Revise means nothing but what, ma? Changing. Okay, now, if you file the original return, loss return, belated return, in that if you find any mistakes or omissions, now you can do what, ma? Revise that return. So this is a huge benefit only. So practically in my cases only, okay, I have a few clients also, but always I will disappoint them only. So because I'm not attending the phone calls properly. So definitely they will get always dissatisfaction. On due date, I will file nearly 120 to 130 returns. On due date, that means today is the last date, I will file nearly 130 to, okay, based on every year it will be increasing or decreasing on an average. How can file, sir? Random figures I will take and I will file the returns first. Why? I have an option to revise. So first thing you have to tell this factor to that clients. After that you can do. Okay. So I haven't, okay, if I am delaying for one day also, I have to pay that what, 5,000 or 1,000 fees. Belated return case. So that's why first I will do what, ma? Okay, random figures, okay, refund or whatever it may be. Tax payable na 0 only. So I will file all returns. So then in my free time, I will file the what, ma? Revise the return. Now, what is the time limit? So same time limit as like what, ma? 134. What is that 134 times, ma? 3 months prior to end of relevant assessment year or assessment completion, whichever is earlier. For this also, the same time limits only. So now I want to take this one example for understanding the what, ma? Revise the return. So this drama is happened in which year, ma? Assessment year only. Sir, Mr. X tax audit is not there. That's why this is only the due date. Within the due date, he is not filed the return. So that's why he haven't chance to file the what, ma? Belated return. What is the time limit, ma? 3 months prior to end of the relevant assessment year, assessment completion, whichever is earlier, ma? Yes, assessment completion. That means before this date, he has to file the belated return. Now, within the time he filed or not, ma? Yes. Now, in that some mistakes are there, ma? Now I want to revise that. Can I revise? Yes. But after the revision also, I found some mistakes, sir. Can I revise that? Yes. But what is the time limit, ma? This is only the time. So that means, can I revise the revised return? Yes. Can I revise the revised return? Yes. You can file for n number of times also revise the return, but this is only the time limit. Okay, if you file the revised returns, your assessment will be completed in your grandchildren's hands. Okay. So that means if you file one return, they can complete that assessment in an easy manner. If you are confusing and if you are filing the n number of times, if you are filing the revised return, the assessment completion time might be delayed. So now please let me know, can I file the revised return for unlimited times? Yes, but within the date only. Within that assessment completion, not correct. Because in this example, the assessment completion is early to the 31st to 12. అరే తెలుగు వచ్చు కదా నీకు, నిన్ను చంపినా తప్పులేదు. యూ కెన్ ట్రాన్స్లేట్ దిస్ రా. వాట్ ఈస్ దట్? 139 139 139 ఎనీథింగ్ ఆల్సో యూ కెన్ రివైజ్. ఒరిజినల్ రిటర్న్ యూ కెన్ రివైజ్, బీలేటెడ్ రిటర్న్ యూ కెన్ రివైజ్, లాస్ రిటర్న్ ఆల్సో యూ కెన్ రివైజ్. అన్ని రివైజ్ చేయొచ్చు అమ్మా. నెక్స్ట్, in Jan 23, that is nothing but officially December 22 attempt. So postponed to January 23, these 4 points they are given for 4 marks. So first thing you know, can you tell me in this example, finally assessing officer will conduct the assessment on which return, ma? Last. Yes, ma, can you tell me assessing officer will conduct the assessment on this return only because it is only final one. So whatever the revised return you filed, it substituted the what, ma? Original return. Sir, because you only saying, sir, these are all are not correct, sir. That's why I filed the what, ma? Revised return. Whatever the final return filed, so that is only substituted the what, ma? Original return. Next point. SSC can file the revised return for how many times, ma? unlimited times, but within the due date under section 139(5). Next, this is an important point, remember. I haven't 12 lakh salary income. Definitely I have to file the return of income based on 139(1), because my gross total income before claiming chapter 6A reduction exceeds about my basic, my gross total income before claiming the section 54 series exemption exceeds the basic exemption limit. That's why I need to file the return of income, but I am not filing my return. After the due date, they will send the what ma? Notice. Before the due date, if they are sending the notice also, I will ignore. Why? I know the rules and the regulations. I am a perfect person. I will file within the due date. I can say arguments also with them. After the due date only, they can send the notice. Based on that notice, how we are giving the response ma? How we are giving the response ma? SSE is given the response to file the what ma? Return. Can I revise these returns? No. Because if you file the return of incomes on your own, yes, you can revise. Based on notice, if you filed any returns, that returns cannot be revised. Sir, based on that earlier point, all returns can be revised. That sentence also now wrong. Why? Voluntarily, if an SSE file, that may be loss return, original return, belated return, revised. But based on notice, if an SSE filed any returns, that returns cannot be revised. Now, I can say send this sentence in easy manner, ma. Based on 142(1) notice response, if you file the return, it cannot be revised. No. Sir, already I filed the return of income, ma. In that, I computed the 25,000 refund, but later I realized that 25,000 refund is wrong. I am eligible to claim the refund of what ma? 50,000. So now you can file the what ma? Updated return. How to file the updated return ma? You have to file the what ma? Revised return, not updated, sorry ma. You have to file the what ma? Revised return. How to file the revised return? Do you have any idea? You have to log into the refiling website. You have to select the what ma? Wait a minute. Okay. E-filing website, and you have to select the what ma? 139(5) revise the return option. Within that, you have to fill the details. Sir, if you are sending the letter or in paper, if you are sending the revised calculation like leave letter, etc., if you are sending to the DAO, it cannot be considered as a revised return. It is a 4-mark question. So now you can open the workbook and you can complete the question number. Yes, ma, 11. You can complete the question number 11 now, ma. Sir, already he filed that what ma? Return of income. So now he forgot to claim that what ma? Deduction under section 80C. So because he opted the normal provision, okay, if you opted the normal provision, you can claim the deduction under which section ma? 80C. So I think under old regime, you can claim the deductions. If you are opted the default tax regime, 80C is not available. Now, so he claimed the deduction through the letter addressed to that AO. AO completed the assessment without allowing the deduction. Is an assessing officer action is justified here? Yes, because it is not an revised return. Because you are sending a letter to the AO, AO will not consider that as an what ma? Revised return. Yes ma. Assessing officer was justified in this case without allowing the what ma 80C. Clear? Now, question number 10 also you can complete ma. Sir, I want to claim fresh claim. That means what ma? Previously in return of income, I forget to claim the salaries deduction or 80C deduction. I forget. Now I want to claim that thing freshly before what ma? AO. Now, how can I claim these things ma? By way of filing the what ma? Revised return. By way of filing the what ma? Revised return. Remember, if you want to claim anything freshly before AO, sir, how can I send this fresh claim to the AO? By way of revised return. Sir, previously I claimed 25,000 refund, sir. Now I want to claim the freshly refund. How much ma? Additional 25,000. So can you tell me how can I file an application before AO? By way of revised return only. Clear ma? Next thing, ma, revised return discussion is over. Now this is only the point ma. Return of income can be revised even after receiving the intimation or after receiving the what ma? Refund also. Sir, what is the last date to file the revised return? Please tell me. 3 months prior to end of relevant assessment year or assessment completion, whichever is earlier. Sir, after completion of intimation, after completion of refund also, can I go for that revised return? Yes. I am receiving the refund of 50,000. Now I want to get the refund of what ma? 75. Additionally, how much amount I want to get it as a refund ma? 25,000. So then I can go with the what ma? Revised return. Next one ma, if you want to claim anything freshly before AO, can you tell me how you can go ma? By way of revised return only. Yes ma. What are the 6 points we discussed here? If any revised return is filed, it substitutes the what ma? Original return. So how many times we can file the revised return? Unlimited time, but before the due date. Sir, if any return filed in response to the notice under section 142(1), it cannot be revised. Sir, if any return wants to be filed as a revised return, it should be filed by using the e-filing website, not by using the letters or revised statements. After receiving that intimation, after receiving the refund also, we can file the what ma? Revised return. If you want to claim any deduction or any refund freshly before AO, how you can file ma? Revised return. Next type is a defective return. Next type of return is what ma? Defective return. So defective return means I will tell you. SSC generally will file the what ma? Return of income. Along with the return of income, he has to submit some statements, bank accounts, proofs, tax audit report, annexes, etc. So definitely some, okay, if you are in tax audit SC, always you have to attach the tax audit report in the form number 3 CD along with the what ma? Return of income. Suppose if you miss the tax audit report along with the return of income, that return can be treated by the assessing officer as an what ma? Defective return. And after the treating as a defective return, we have to send that intimation to the SSC along with the reason why we are treating that return as a defective return also. And we need to allow the time limit of what ma? 15 days for rectifying the defect. Some cases we can allow the more number of days also for rectifying the what ma? Defect. But remember, present we are following that what ma? Annexerless ROI. Means, so if you file some return of incomes of any other person, do you submit 80C proofs? LIC, always we can claim 1,50,000. Do you submit any disability reports? So some SSCs are filing their return of incomes himself or herself, they are declaring as disabled only. 80U deduction they are claiming. 80U means nothing but what ma? SSC is disabled SSC can get this deduction, but without knowing that they are claiming that deduction also. Will they submit any proofs? No. Sir, many of the SCs are claiming HRA, sir. They are submitting any rental receipts? No. Now, what is the reason? Because we are going with the annexurless. There is no attachments is needed while filing the return of income. But some attachment is needed. What is that? My proof of payment of tax, tax audit reports, etc. If that is not furnished, then defective return. Yes, normally, yes, some cases, no need to attach also based on annexurless ROI. Simply paperless ROI. Next point. Sir, updated return we can discuss as a separate chapter. Now, we are unable to discuss because in this updated return, we have to know about some provisions related to these two chapters, advanced tax and interest, as well as what assessment procedures. Are you clear up to now? Good morning, sir. All are you day scholars, sir? Day scholars means from home only you come to campus, sir. Hostlers? Oh, you hostler only. Okay, I know. You only. You are already bring the lunch box, huh? Okay, if you are bringing the lunch box, if you are feeling hungry, yes, you can carry on. But you are not, okay, some of you are not giving the reply. I think this is a lunch time. So now, updated return, we can kept it as a pending. After completion of the two chapters, we can try to cover up the updated return concept. Now, consequences for non-filing of return of income within the due date. Sir, if you file the return of income within the due date, okay. If you are not filed the return of income within the due date, first you have to pay the penalty under section 271F. In penalties chapter, we can cover, ma. Interest under section 234A, you have to pay. Advanced tax and interest chapter, we can cover. If you are not at all filed the return of income, we have to face the what ma best judgment assessment. In assessment procedure, that will be covered. But fees already covered. What is the fees, ma? 1,000. Can you tell me 1,000 in which case? Less than or equal to? What is it? 5 lakh? Less than or equal to 5 lakh if an SSC total income. SSC's total income. Yes, ma. I also place a less than or equal to, na. Okay. Then in such a case, can you tell me what is that fees, ma? 1,000. Next one, example for understanding the fees. Can you tell me fees needs to be attached at the time of filing belated or revised? Belated. Remember, belated. So return of income is filed before the due date or after the due date, ma? Here. Before the due date. So in this example, return of income is filed before the due date or after the due date? Before only. Now we want to revise. Can we revise? Yes. But do I need to pay any fees? Why? While filing the belated return only, please add fees. Okay. Next, ma. Due date, this one. Return of income is not filed within the due date. Now we want to file the what ma belated return. So definitely we have to attach the what ma fees. After the due date, you want to file the return. That is only called as what ma belated return. At the time of filing the belated return, you have to add that what ma fees. That belated return now you want to revise. Can you revise that belated return? Yes. But fees is required or not required? Not required. Why? This is not a belated return. At the time of filing the belated return only, you have to add the fees. Already belated return filed, on the time fees paid, that now you want to revise, no need to pay the what ma fees. Simply I will make one conclusion. At the time of filing the belated return, definitely you have to add the fees of 5,000 or 1,000. Revise return time, no need to pay the fees. Revise return related, no need to pay any fees. No. TRP, it is a theoretically important concept. Now we can cover the TRP concept. Listen. Sir, if any person qualified CA Inter or CMA Inter, CS Inter or any other recognized degree, all inter levels or any other recognized degree if you have, and if you are completed the proper training given by the central government, then you can act as an what ma tax return preparer. Sir, return of income, many of these, I think in my foundation level, I also think, okay, for filing of return of income, definitely the CA signature is needed. So that type of motivation only given by the advertisements at the time of joining into the institutions. So I thought in my foundation level, so at the time of filing all return of incomes, that return of incomes are taken into the table of CA, that CA will take that money and he will give his signature along with the stamps. That is only the misconception we have. But now return of incomes can be filed by the SSE only. That is only the self-assessed tax. You only calculate your tax. You can file your return of income, but you don't know the provisions because you are in science background, baby. You are an engineer. You don't know the provision. That's why you can take the help of these fellows also. Not only CAs, pura TRP. Because of the lack of advertisements, many persons can be stuck in these final levels now. So they can also earn some amount of money by completing the proper training given by the central government. What do you mean by the training here? So how to behave with the clients, how to take the money from the clients, how to interact with the clients. So these are all the things will be given as a training. Because of our behavior, no one can come to our camp, come to our office also, that all the techniques can be given by the central government. So now there is an option. You can act as an TRP also. You can file. No one can. Okay, if you want to file the return of income, is anyone is an I think barrier acting as an obstacle? No. You can file that anyone returns also. But remember, TRP can file the return of incomes for the whom specified class of person. What do you mean by the specified class? Any person other than these two. What are the two ma? Company, tax audit. So these two can be, yes ma, filed through CA holding COP. Remember, specified class of persons returns only can be filed by TRP. What do you mean by the specified class? Any person other than two. Who are the two? Tax auditors. Now, following persons cannot be acted as an TRP. I cannot be acted as an TRP because I am a CA. Second one, lawyer also cannot be acted as an TRP for any person. Now, officer of a scheduled bank. Sir, SBI manager is there. SBI manager, yes ma, cannot be acted as an TRP for the SBI customers. But all others he can act as an TRP. Officer of a scheduled bank cannot be acted as an TRP for their customers. For others, he can act. Now, do you know anything about the specified class of persons? Other than company, other than tax audit. Example, LLP is there. LLP is specified class of person or not, ma? So, tax audit is also not there. Tax audit is not there and it is not a company. That's why it is a specified class of person. Now, in that LLP, one employee is there. Employee can act as an TRP? No. That is only they are saying. But he can be acted as an TRP for others. He cannot be acted as an TRP for their employer. Remember, this is 4 points, 4 marks. First one, ma. What is the TRP eligibility? CA Inter, CMA Inter, CS Inter, any other recognized degree plus central government training. For whom he can be acted as an TRP, specified class of person. What do you mean by the specified class of person other than these two? Other than these two means nothing but whom? Company, tax audit, etc. Following person cannot be acted as an TRP. CA, lawyer. Next, officer of scheduled bank. Employee of specified class of person. This person cannot be acted as an TRP. Now, you can revise the one question from the workbook. Yes, last question I think. 14th question. Yes, ma, bear with the 10 minutes also. We can complete this entire chapter and we can take a break. Okay. Yes, ma. This is based on TRP. Basic question. No need of my help also for understanding this question, ma. Here, tax audit SC wants to file the return of income by using TRP. Can he do? No. The crux of the question, nothing but tax audit SC wants to file the return of income by using the TRP services. Can he do? No. Next. Question number 8. Yes, ma. June 23, 5-mark question. Can I read the question, ma? Assessing officer issued the notice under this section. What is the notice, ma? If you not file the return of income, they will issue the notice under section 142. No, 142 subsection 1. On which date, ma? 24th April 2026. Calling him to file the return of income for the assessment year. In response to said notice, SSE filed the what, ma? Return of loss. Now, he wants to claim the carry forward of these business loss as well as unabsorbed depreciation. Can he do, ma? No. Why? Decision return is filed what, ma? After due date. Sir, how you know? Because this notice also will be sent by the AO after the due date only. 142.1 notice sent by the AO to SSE after the due date or before the due date? After the due date. In response to that, we file the return, means return filed what, ma? After the due date. But return filed after the due date, yes, ma, this business loss we are unable to carry forward, but unabsorbed depreciation we can do what, ma? Carry forward. So this is a recorded session available in YouTube. If I am mentioning, if any question number in wrong also, you can question wrong. Okay. In past examinations, so every question paper question is covered. And once again, I am communicating to all of you, maybe after that few days of classes, you will ask, sir, whether these books are sufficient. Yes, these are sufficient. First complete this. After that, you can refer the science book and chemistry books and other books also for direct tax purpose. First complete these books. Then after, you can refer any books also. Okay, first complete this. We haven't less time only. Complete the questions and answers from this, and at least to do practice every model one question. Then after, you can go for exam, and if you fail, then I will give the free access to you again in the next attempt. But hard work important. Okay. Now, next, ma. So I'm given the self-study concept. Listen. Self-study concept, refer. And you can't take it as a choice also. ITR forms. This is an CMA final exclusive syllabus. Which ITR forms needs to be selected by the which SSE? Yes, ma. How many ITR forms are there? 7. Pakka. 8. Many are there. Many are there. Many. Chala. Okay. Remember, ITR 1, 2, look ma. ITR 1, 2, yes ma. ITR, how many ma? 5, 6, 7. These are that income declaration and the payment of tax returns. But ITR U also there. What is that? Updated return. ITR A also there. Modified return. Many forms are there. But these are all are what ma generally the recognized or famous ITR forms. And last one is what ma? ITR V. So first ITR 1 to ITR 7 you need to read on your own. Okay. Now I will tell you what is that ITR V. What is that ma? V. ITR U is what ma? Updated return. ITR V is nothing but I will tell you. Sir, my mother is an agriculture background. She doesn't have any Aadhaar linking mobile number also. And she don't have any ATM card. Net banking facility is also not there. But she wants to file return of income. So definitely we can log into the e-filing website and we can file ITR 1 or ITR 3 or whatever it may be. Applicable ITR form we can fill. Last stage in return filing process is what? E-verification. So that means self-attestation only. So my return, I only file the return. The type of self-declaration she wants to give. How we can give the self-declaration by way of following modes we have. By using that what? Electronic verification only. That may be Aadhaar enabled OTP, mobile number, net banking, through ATM card. By using digital signature, we can e-verify the return of income. That means self-declaration we can give. But in my mother case, we are unable to do the e-verification. How we can do, That is an ITR-V. We can send the data electronically. So we want to file the ITR-1 in my mother case. We can send the data electronically to the department without a signature. But signature we can send by using that what? ITR-V. There is a copy of an ITR-V. We can download it and that yes, we can put the signature and we can send it as a post to the Bengaluru Central Processing Center. So that means we can do e-verification also by using the system, or we can send the what? ITR-V as a physical copy. Are you understood what is the purpose of ITR-V? All the persons are required to send the ITR-V? No. If any person unable to do that e-verification, then they need to send that what? ITR-V through that speed post. And there is some regulations also that yes sir, there is one blank in that ITR-V form. Yes, in that you have to do the signature with that blue ink and don't cross the edges of that side also. So there is some requirements. I will show you. I don't have, I think. Yes, ma. Remember, so this is an old form, ma. This is an old format, not an issue. ITR-1, ITR-2, ITR-3, ITR-4, ITR-5, ITR-6 missed by ITR-6 for company, ma. Company always wants to do that e-verification by using the digital signature. Company always needs to do that electronic verification by using that what? Digital signature. That's why there is no option. These are all the things are given in the rule 12, ma. So I think this is only. Yes, we have to do the signature here, and they are given the what? Speed post only you have to send. And what is that, ma? Preferably in what, ma? Blue ink. So these 2 pages you have to send it in the registered post through the Central Processing Center, Bengaluru. Can you tell me? All the persons are not required. Who are unable to do that e-verification by using that what? Some methods, they need to send the ITR-V to that Bengaluru. Clear? Now. Yes, ma. Sir, how many modes are there for filing of return of income? Some persons can file the return of income by using the paper form also. Some persons electronically they can send the data and they can do the e-verification by using the digital signature. Definitely this method required to be used by whom? Company. Transmitting the electronically data and we can do that what? Physical verification. This is only my mother example. We are sending the data by using the website only. But how we are sending the signs are physically by using ITR-V. So generally most of the SSCs will go with the last method. Data they will send electronically and electronically only they are doing that what? E-verification. Like Aadhaar code. Yes, ma. Like a mobile number verification code. Yes, ma. Net banking or ATM card verification. That is only the facility. Next one, ma. 26 AS facilities you can read on your own. Not an issue. Yes, ma. So now I want to discuss the 139A PAN. Now I want to discuss the what, ma? 139A PAN. So I will say only the two concepts here. Remember, following persons are required to obtain the PAN mandatorily. Sir, I think you have a PAN number. It's okay. If you don't have PAN number, please apply the PAN number if you are false in this category. Following persons are required to apply the PAN mandatorily. First, whom? Every person who is accessible to tax in that individual capacity or in representative capacity. Individual means I required to pay the tax on my individual capacity. I have a salary income, I want to pay the tax. Representative means nothing but what, ma? On behalf of my father, I am acting as a representative SC. Now you are required to apply for the what, ma? PAN number. Second one, who is carrying the business or profession whose turnover or gross receipts exceeds or likely to exceeds 5 lakh in a previous year. Then you have to apply the what, ma? PAN. Now I started the business, ma. First month only 4 lakh turnover I achieve. Definitely I need to apply the PAN number. Why? Because it is likely to exceed that how much, ma? 5 lakh in a year. Now, Manu, so this is a PAN related application limit. Same business case turnover, profession case gross receipts. For the purpose of return of income, we verified in the first page of this chapter. Can you tell me the limits, ma? Turnover in case of what, ma? Business. Gross receipts in case of profession. If exceeds, this is an 60 lakhs, this is an 10 lakhs. If exceeds, we have to file the what, ma? Return of income mandatorily based on special transaction. Students are using these points in an interchangeably. Remember properly. Yes, this is what, ma? Return filing related limits, and it is what, ma? PAN application related limit. Clear? Now, trust also required to apply for the what, ma? PAN and needs to obtain the PAN. Next, last point important. A resident person other than individual. Can you tell me? Example, other than individual, resident means company, partnership firm, I want to take. Who enters into financial transaction more than 2 lakh, more than 2 lakh 50,000 or more. Example, company purchasing the land, ma, that value 5 lakh. Firm purchasing the land, that value is what, ma? 6 lakh. More than 2 lakh 50,000 or more, they are entered into the transaction. That's why they are required to apply the what, ma? PAN number. Along with that firm as well as company, yes, ma, directors, partners and principal officers also needs to apply. Principal officers means the main officers in that entity. So example, firm means nothing but what, ma? Partners needs to apply. Company means nothing but whom, ma? Directors needs to apply. If that is a local authority, that means the principal officers needs to apply. So can you tell me this is an important provision, ma? Any person accessible to tax. If any person started the business or profession, turnover gross receipts exceeds or likely to exceeds about 5 lakh. Trust. Any resident person other than individual, example, partnership firm or company, so entered into the transactions of 2 lakh 50,000 or more, other related persons also needs to apply and obtain the PAN. So next it is I want to give it as a self-study and important for an MCQs also. You have to do in your free time today itself. In which cases we have to quote our PAN number? In which cases we have to quote our PAN number? So read these things from the notes, or if you are reading from the concept book also okay. Try to read at least once. These are the self-study points only. And remember, 139A is not in our syllabus, but still we are getting the questions. What is that 139A? PAN. Now I want to tell you 139AA, this is an amended provision and important also. 139 AA is nothing but what ma? Aadhaar. 139 A PAN. 139 AA is what ma? Quoting of what number ma? Aadhaar number. Yet just we discussed the 2 points ma. Who needs to apply the PAN? Obtain the PAN. Second question, quoting of PAN number. Now 139 AA, conceptually it is an important, listen carefully. Yes ma? In my case, I am taking the self example. In 15-16, I applied the PAN sir. Yes ma? Base date for this provision 1/7/2017. Before that date, I applied the PAN number. I got the PAN number also. First, Mr. X applied the PAN in 2020-23. That is an on or after the base date. Sir, one major changes happened on or after this date ma. In PAN application, they are asking the which number ma? Aadhaar number. At the time of making the PAN application in Me Seva Center or any other center, you have to fill the PAN application. In that PAN application, you have to provide the Aadhaar number. If you don't have Aadhaar number, please go for that Aadhaar center, apply the Aadhaar, and on that occasion, they will give the what ma? Aadhaar enrollment ID. So that having the 28 digits, you can fill the details of what ma? Aadhaar enrollment ID also. So now there is a buzz also in that social media about Aadhaar and PAN linking. If you have an idea, we need to create the linkage of Aadhaar and PAN, otherwise we have to pay the penalty, etc. I think you also shared that WhatsApp status or Insta status also. Now I want to tell you. Sir, in this example, who needs to create the linkage? I only, because at the time of my PAN application, I am not submitted the what ma? Data of Aadhaar. But here Mr. X clearly he submitted the what ma? Aadhaar data. That's why no need to create the linkage. But I am only here eligible for creating the linkage. But many students are opening the website and they got a notification already Aadhaar and PAN linked. So on that occasion they are happy. So my father or grandfather or relative is created the linkage. No sir, you only created the linkage by submitting the what ma? Aadhaar number at the time of PAN application. So now what is the due date for creating the linkage ma? 31st March 2022. It is an expired also. Next, yes, you have to pay the fees under section 234H. What is that ma? 1000. Sir, after that date, yes, you can create the linkage, but you have to pay the fees of what ma? 1000. But after this, within 3 months, 30th/6/2022, within 3 months only na? Then 500 only fees. After that, I will charge the what ma? 1000 rupees. Are you clear ma? Sir, you don't know. Practically, after this date, many SSCs are created the linkage, sir. On that occasion, we paid 1000 because 234H only we know. That's why we paid that what ma? 1000 rupees. But in rules, after that year, they are given the clarification in the rules. Within the 3 months, if you created the linkage, 500 only fees. After that, how much ma? 1000. They are given the refund of 500. We are paid excessively also to the same source account. So now important ma, what is that fees? Normally 1000 only. If you are going as per the rules, within the 3 months, if you created the linkage, 500. After that, 1000. Non-applicability of Aadhaar and PAN linkage. Sir, in the following 4 cases, no need to create the linkage of Aadhaar and PAN. What are the 4 cases ma? If any person situated in Assam, Jammu and Kashmir, Meghalaya. Because Aadhaar is not fully implemented in that state, that's why no need to create the linkage. Non-resident also no need to create the linkage of Aadhaar and PAN. Next one ma, super senior citizen. Last one, not a citizen of India. So if he is not a citizen of India, you don't have what ma? Aadhaar, how he can create the linkage? So senior citizen now, we don't want to create the pressure to that person. That's why we are relaxed from this provision. Clear? 4 cases. What are the 4 ma? If any person situated in Assam, Jammu and Kashmir, Meghalaya, non-resident, and if any person having the days of what my 80 years or more at any time during the previous year, not a citizen. And sir, I am given this concept as a self-study verification of return of income. I think I already told we have to do the e-verification, or if e-verification is not possible, we have to fill that what my ITR V. So who needs to give the signature? Who needs to do that e-verification? This is a very important concept, and easily you can read on your own also. So that's why I am given it as a self-study. Last concept in this chapter, 140A. Self-assessment. Now you have to file your return of income on your own by way of calculating your income and self-assessment. Sir, SSC file the return of income in late manner or in proper manner, in late manner only. Due date is 31st/7/2000 of an assessment year, but he filed the 1 month delayed manner. What is the self-assessed tax he paid ma? 1 lakh. But assessing officer computed the tax liability as an 1,25,000. Now short payment or yes ma surplus payment? Short. Because assessing officer expecting and as per his calculation 1,25,000, but SSC paid only 1 lakh. But in that assessment order, he can give the backup details about the what ma 1,25,000. Fees 5,000 sir. And 234A interest. Can you tell me 234A interest? Why we need to calculate ma? If you file the return of income in a late manner, you have to pay the fee, interest under section 234A. And remaining balance tax. So these details will be given in an which order ma? Assessment order. Now, if any self-assessment tax paid shortfall, how it will be adjusted? First preference you should given to fees. Second preference, interest. Can you tell me how much amount is already used ma? 5,000, 25,000. How much ma? 30,000. So already out of 1 lakh, we used how much amount ma? So 30,000 we use. 70,000 balance can be adjusted against what ma? Tax. Still you are required to pay the 25,000 tax. Remember, it is a famous and it can be used in that some more chapters also. If you paid the self-assessed tax isn't less than assessing officer determined, then that shortfall amount is there. Then first we can adjust against the fees. Second, interest. Third one, tax. Clear? What is the self-assessed tax section number? 148. At the time of filing of return of income, if you paid the less tax, compare it to that what ma above determined tax, how it can be adjusted? First preference fees, second preference interest, balance against tax. So up to now 2 chapters are over. We can meet at 2:15 and we can discuss the next chapter. And if you have any doubt, yes, we can discuss that all the things. Now itself, I will resolve your doubts ma. If you have, yes, you can come. Otherwise, take a lunch break up to 2:15. Income. Yes, ma'am. Shall we start the new chapter, ma'am? Please open DTAA chapter. Yes, very good afternoon. Please open DTAA chapter, ma'am. Page number 291, I think. Please open DTAA chapter. Yes, ma'am. So you know already weightage. Every attempt, 2 marks, 1 MCQ confirm, and 2 7-mark questions they are given. And one by one attempt, ma. Some attempts they are given the 14-mark descriptive. In some attempts they are given only 7 marks descriptive only. Okay. So definitely it is an average 9-mark chapter. Okay. If you are lucky enough, definitely they will give you 2 7-mark questions. On that occasion, which chapter weightage can be reduced? Ma? Transfer pricing chapter weightage can be reduced. Next. Why they are concentrating more on this chapter? The syllabus of the chapter is very less only. But why they are given the more and more weightage? Because compared to the CA final, the CMA final DTAA chapter having the more content. In CA final, we have 2 methods of relief only. But in CMA final, nearly we have 7. So we want to learn the each and every method of relief also in detailed manner. So every day we have class timings from the 9 to 5 only. After 5 they haven't any other class also. So that's why. But at the time of announcing they are given that promise only. But okay, they have other works now. We have to give the respect. So I will provide a access, no problem. So I don't want to escape even 1 or 2 days also. I will spend here only. Don't think about it. But till 5 now, we don't want to keep enjoy and etc. So we want to concentrate and we want to end this chapter. Including we have to do the practice of few problems also. Do you have calculator? Show me. Okay. Own calculators, not loan calculators. Okay. Keep with you. Yes, ma'am. What is the full form of DTAA? It is not an MCQ. So double taxation avoidance agreement. Some cases, ESMA, they can give it as an other words also. Agreement for double taxation avoidance, like ADT also they can give. In one question I mentioned that word also, ADT, agreement for double taxation avoidance. Okay. Now, basic points, ma. In India, if you want to give the tax treatment in the hands of resident and ordinary resident, what are the incomes can be taxable in his hands, ma? Entire global income can be taxable in his hands. What do you mean by the global income, ma? Indian income as well as foreign income can be taxable in India in the hands of resident and ordinary resident. Sir, in case of non-resident, in India, he has to pay the tax only on which income, ma? Indian income. Sir, from SSC point of view, always he's tried to become as an what, ma? Non-resident only. Suppose your brother or sister may be located in outside India. While traveling to India also, they will always plan to become as an what, ma? Non-resident only. Because if you become resident, you have to pay the tax on global income in India. If you have become a non-resident, only you have a responsibility to pay the tax only on Indian income. Now, so now we can take that one example. Mr. A is a resident and ordinary resident. Okay. What is it? Indian income he having, ma? 10 CR. What is the foreign income he have, ma? 2 CR. Foreign means in this example, USA. Now, so can you give the tax treatment in India based on which rule, ma? Resident rule. Because you are a resident and ordinary resident in India, what is that income is taxable in your hands, ma? Entire global income. Global income means Indian income 10 crores, foreign income 2 crores, totally 12 crores is taxable in your hands. Am I correct, ma? Now, other country, based on the source rule, because you earn the some income in USA, so that's why country USA will collect the tax based on what, ma? Source rule. Because you earn the 2 crores from that country, they will collect the tax on 2 crores. Now remember, Mr. A paying the tax in India as well as USA. What is the double taxed income, ma? 2 crores. On 2 crores he paid the tax in USA. On 2 crores he paid the tax in India also. So that's why here double taxed income will be 2 crores. Sir, why this double taxation arises? One country is taxing based on resident rule. One country is taxing based on source rule. Definitely there will be a double taxed income. So for this double taxed income, we need to provide the what, ma? Relief. We need to provide the what, ma? Relief. So sleeping mode activate cheyoddu. Okay. Sleeping mode activate cheyoddu. Okay. Adhamainda? Adhamainda? Okay. Now, so why we need to provide the relief for this double taxed income? Okay, we can provide the relief, sir. But why we need to provide the relief for the double taxed income? Why? Sorry? You can try, no issue. This is not a long answer type question. This is not a final exam. Remember, if you are not providing the relief for the double taxation, no one can declare the foreign income in India. So always SSCs will try to disclose the foreign income in India. So in order to reduce the what, ma? Tax evasion cases, we need to provide the relief. This is the main intention of the department. Yes, what is that, ma? In order to reduce the tax evasion cases, or in order to prevent the tax evasion cases, we need to provide the relief. Can you tell me here we need to provide the relief only on how much amount, ma? 2 crore. Because double taxed income is 2 crore. Now we have to provide the relief. Sir, how to provide the relief? That is only this entire chapter. Okay, how to provide the relief on double taxed income. This is only our entire chapter. Shall we start again? Yeah. Now, oh, online also dedicated only. Online na every time watch first na 60 or 70. After that lunch break 20. After that evening break 10. So tomorrow morning again full strength only. So now the same strength maintaining. Super. I think 1 month only left for our exams. Maybe that is only the reason. Okay. Thank you anyway. Now ma. So this relief can be broadly categorized into two ways. First way, if India and USA having agreement, India and USA having agreement, or we can call it as a treaty also. What is that ma? Treaty, agreement, anything also okay. So then we can provide the relief by using section 90 or section 90A. This is called as an bilateral relief because there is an agreement between the countries is there. So both the countries are agreed to give the relief. So that's why it is called as what ma? Bilateral relief. Super. Yes, now next example. In between India and USA, assume there is no DTAA, there is no agreement, there is no treaty also. But still, India needs to provide the relief. Why? In order to prevent the tax avoidance cases. How we need to provide the relief? By using section okay, 90, 90A is over. Next, 91. Super. So this is called as an unilateral relief. From one country side only, we are trying to give the relief. What is that, ma? Super. Clear? Sir, here I want to know again, sir, what is the difference between 90, 90A? Shall we go, Ra? Following, super. Yes, ma? Indian central government and foreign government is entered into an agreement, yes, that is covered under section 90. Indian central government and foreign government, if entered into agreement, that is only section 90. Now, specified association of India, example RBI. So like in USA also bankers bank will be there, na? Yes, that is called as a specified association. India specified association, foreign country specified association, if entered into an agreement for providing the relief, that is covered under section 90A. So maybe you understood the differentiation. If there is an agreement, agreement can be entered by both the governments. Agreement can be entered by both the specified association. Government 90, yes ma, DTAA with the specified association 90A, no DTAA 91. So these are all the reliefs, how it will be worked out also, we can discuss one by one. Now, next one. If possible, take a paste, a rough paper or on plank also, you can write it down. So, relief, I think you know, bilateral relief through that what ma? Agreement between the countries. What are the sections ma? 90, 90A. Unilateral relief what ma? There is no DTAA, section 91. This is a two classification. But again, we have to classify into the different methods. So that method's name you have to habituate. So that's why take a paper and please try to write it down. I think in morning time this classroom is free only. Can you come at around 7? No, in between 9 to 9:30 we can plan. Okay, 9 only, not required, 9. Okay. Next, ma, please give the classification. Relief can be provided by using that what, ma? 2 sections classification, 90, 90A, 91. Now, again we can classify that, yes, ma, 90, 90A relief can be provided by using how many methods, ma? 2 methods. What are the 2 methods names, ma? Tax exemption method, tax credit method. What is that first method? Tax exemption method. Second one, tax credit method. First, for 15 minutes, we can concentrate only on what, ma? Tax exemption method. Okay. So, tax exemption method, in that we can provide the relief by using 2 ways, ma. A is an tax exemption method. B is an tax credit method. In A, we have again 2 methods. One is an full exemption. Second one is an exemption with a progression. Okay, now. Okay, after that completion also we can write it down. First, you can write the word ma relief and these 2. Again, you have to classify these 2 and please write these methods 2 only. Then we can discuss these 2. After that, we can incorporate one by one. Okay. Yes, ma. Now, we haven't time up to 5 only. Please quickly write it down. Now, full exemption method, ma. I think in the next page, I written the, yes, ma, tax exemption method. One is on full exemption. Second one is on what, ma? Exemption with a progression. Listen, ma. Resident country means in our example, India. So, total chapter depends upon that example only. Indian income 10 crore, foreign income, USA income 2 crores. India will collect the tax on based on which rule, ma? Resident rule. And the USA will collect the tax on source rule. Remember. In tax exemption method, resident country give up its right to collect the tax on foreign income. Source country have an exclusive right to collect the tax on foreign income. So that means exemption means completely resident country give an exemption for collecting the tax. Which country can collect the tax on such income? Source country. In our example, India will only collect the tax on 10 crore. Only 10 crore. 2 crores exempt only. On the 2 crores, who can collect, ma? USA. That is only meaning of full exemption method. Yes, can you read the lines, ma? Resident country give up its right to collect the tax on foreign income. Source country exclusive right to collect the tax on such income. Such income means foreign income. Super. Are you understood, ma? Now we can do that one question. That means it is in your MTP question only. So shall we do it, ma? Listen, ma. Prabhas is a resident earned the what, ma? Following incomes during the previous year 24-25. Income from house property in India but received in UK. Whether it is an Indian income or foreign income, ma? How you can say? Either earning or received. Anything connected to India, that is an Indian income. It is an what, ma? Indian income. Yes, ma. Second one, royalty on patents outside India. What is that, ma? Foreign income. Third one, Yes, ma, past untaxed income brought to India. Last year's that is an untaxed income. Now that is brought into India. So last year's that is a not taxable. Now it is brought into India. Still that is what, ma? Not taxable. In non-resident chapter, this treatment also I will tell you. But remember, last year untaxed income always not taxable. Next, sir, each and every transaction related. Yes, ma. Each and every transaction related tax. That means what, ma? House property related, what is the tax they are paid, ma? 90,000. Next, dividend, so royalty related, ma? 75. 20,000 related to past untaxed. That is not required, but they are given that additional information only. So they are asking the tax liability and relief under which method, ma? First one, DTAA under tax exemption. There is an agreement. In that agreement, how they are written the provisions, ma? Tax exemption. What is that? Tax exemption. SSC following which rates, ma? Normal rates. Now, calculation of tax liability by using exemption. Here exemption means full exemption. Can you tell me full exemption method, how it will be worked out, ma? Resident country. Yes, ma. Resident country means nothing but India will exempt the file. Foreign country will collect the tax on how much, ma? 5 lakh. So now what is that tax liability, ma? Income from house property, that is an Indian income. Royalty income, can you tell me taxable or exempt, ma? Exempt. So please calculate the tax on 7 lakh, ma. Normal tax rate we are following, ma. Up to 2.5 lakh is an exempt. 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh, 5%. After 5 lakh, how much amount is there, ma? 2 lakhs. And the 20%. And at that health and education cess also, you will get 54,600. Here I am saying the SSC is following that what, ma? Normal tax rate. Are you understood the question? Sir, if you remember this content, the remaining will be very easy, sir. What is that content, ma? Full exemption means India will collect the tax on Indian income. Foreign income is completely exempt. Who can collect the tax on foreign income, ma? Source country. That is a foreign country. Clear? No. So this is an important, and we can get some questions also from this method, ma. Check it out. Exemption with a progression. We are giving exemption, but we want to collect some tax from that also. Partial exemption simply. Now, so after reading the example 2, we can go for the theory. What is that method? How it will be worked out? These are all the things I will tell you after reading the example. Yes, sir. After the completion of this chapter, you need to tell me, you need to tell the each and every method point you have to tell. So if I am asking the full exemption, that lines you have to tell. If I am asking the exemption with the progression, these 2 lines you have to tell. So now, remember the example, ma. ABC Limited, Indian company, super. Indian sources income, 75 lakh. Foreign sources income, okay. Relief is available as per which method, ma? Exemption with the progression method. And tax liability after relief they are asking. Sir, if this is a full exemption, what is that tax liability? We can collect tax only on 75 lakh. So on this amount, who can collect the tax, ma? Foreign country. This is the as per full exemption. Now here they are given the exemption with the progression. How it will be worked out. Now, remember, foreign income also we have to consider. Can you tell me total income, Indian income, foreign income, totally how much, ma? 1 crore 10 lakh. Super. 1 crore 10 lakh. So tax liability, company, ma. Domestic company, 30%. 30%. That means what, ma? 33 lakh. And surcharge also we have to add. What is the surcharge, ma? 1 crore exceeds. That's why domestic company is 7%. Total 35 lakh 31,000 after surcharge. Add that health and education says also. Tell me the final tax liability, ma. 36 lakh 72,000. Now what I am doing, ma? Sir, if I am collecting only on 75 lakh, I can collect the tax only at the rate of what, ma? 30%. After that, I need to add health and education cess only. Am I right? If you follow the full exemption method, you can collect the tax on the 75 lakh at the rate of 30%. After that, you can add the health and education cess 4%. But here, if you add this also, then here you have a chance to collect the tax at the rate of 30%, surcharge at the rate of 7%, and health and education cess at the rate of 4%. We can increase the rate or decrease the rate? Increase the rate. For increasing the rate purpose, we can follow the exemption with progression. Now, sir, how much rate we are increasing? That is only in first chapter we discussed average rate of tax. Sir, on this income, what is that, ma? On this income, we collected this much of tax. What is the rate? Can you tell me? 36,72,240 divided by 1 crore 10 lakhs into 100. What is the rate, ma? Good morning. What is the rate? So, this is only the basics are very important. This is only the meaning. So, average rate of tax covered in a basic concepts. Now, remember, all books are dispatched, sir. Now only I am receiving the messages from the Indian Postal Service. So, speed post only done. No need to worry. I think 40 times it will be tick tick only. It's okay. Now, but we have to provide the what, ma? Relief. Can you tell me? Relief should be provided on which income? Double taxed foreign income. Can you tell me double taxed foreign income in our example? 30. Yes, 35 lakh into this rate. Yes, can you calculate that amount? ₹11 lakh 68,300. Sir, we are collecting the tax on this amount also with a high rate. So, high rate means nothing but what, ma? On this entire amount, we are collected the tax at the rate of what, ma? 33.38. Am I correct, ma? Now, give the relief also on the same amount with the same rate. Here, 30 plus 4% only you have a chance to collect the tax on this amount. But now, yes, you are collecting the 30 plus 4%. How much, ma? 31 point. So, normally if you are following the full exemption method on the 75 lakh, you can collect the only 31.2. But now on the 75 lakh, we are collecting the what, ma? 33.38. 33.38. So, indirectly, we can calculate the 75 lakh into 33.38. Please calculate, tell me, ma. You will get this amount exactly. Ma, I will tell you again, maybe you are not understood this logic. Please let me know. Please check it out. My screen, please check it out the screen. Yeah. Sir, if this is a full exemption method, only we can collect the tax on this amount with the rate of what, ma? 31.2% only. Am I correct, ma? But I don't want to give the full exemption. Now, what is that method I am following? My exemption with the progression. So that's why if I am adding this income also, then it will be false 1 crore more. Now I can collect the, yes, ma, 30% plus 7% plus 4%. How much it will be? 33.38%. But logically, we want to provide the relief, na? After collecting the tax on this, how much amount, ma? On this 35 lakh, we want to provide the relief. Whatever the tax we collected on this foreign income, we are given it as an what, ma? Relief. So finally, after relief, what is that amount you are going to pay? 25 lakh 3,940. Now I will tell you the logic. Sir, you have a chance of this only. but you are increasing the rate from 31.2 what ma 33.18. Sir, if you are applying the yes ma this rate on 75 lakh, you will get a final answer. Shortcut ma. Shortcut is nothing but what ma directly on 75 lakh also we can apply that what ma increase the rate, you will get the same answer. So I will tell you. Here also we are giving exemption, but we can consider the foreign income for increasing that what ma rate purpose. That is only the rule. Here income from source country means what ma foreign income is considered by residence country for what purpose ma rate purpose. Are you understood this method ma first of all? 3 books, sir. One more book is in outside, I think. Chakravarti, I think one student will come. Yes, you can give it, sir. Only one, I think. Only one set, I think 3 books. Price is not required, sir. Yes, sir. Please remember, this rule if you remember, you can solve the 8-mark question also with the 1 step only. This is only shortcut step. So next one. What is the rule ma? Here income from the foreign country is considered only for what purpose ma? Rate increasing purpose. Shall we do some questions from this? No. Sorry. After completion of 2 problems, you can ask your doubt. Okay. After completion of 2 problems, if doubt still remains, then we can discuss about the doubt. Okay. Now, ma, please open the workbook. DTAA chapter, please open the workbook and tell me the page number also. Question number 1, please open. Quickly. Yes, ma? 235 in version 4. So there is no differences, the line alignment differences only. So there is no differences. You can open page number, any page number also, DTAA first page, first question. Now, refer ma. Sri Anush is a resident and ordinary resident, providing the following details of the income for the previous year relevant to the assessment year. Indian income how much ma? 3,40,000. Foreign income how much ma? 2 lakh. Investment in PPF, that is an ATC eligible. ATC chapter 6 year reduction we can take. India has an DTAA with the what ma country Z. There is an DTAA. That's why maybe section 90 or 90A. According to said agreement, these lines are very, very important. Now you have to understood these lines meaning ma. According to said agreement, income is taxable in the country which is earned. That means that income is taxable in which country ma? Source country only and not in the other country. That means as for these lines we can say it is a full exemption. But they are given the one more point. In other countries such income can be included only for the purpose of computation of rate. That means what ma? Exemption with progression. In India, in the last question, we included the foreign income in order to increase the what ma? Tax rate. Foreign rate how much? 20%. Compute that Indian tax payable. SSC is following the normal tax rate ma. That means he is opted from the what ma? He is opted out from the default tax regime. Sri Anush is mentioned or not mentioned ma? Not mentioned. That's why we can assume that more less than how many years ma? 60 years. Calculate the, so give the heading first. In every question, what is the requirement ma? Computation of total income and tax liability of Sri Anush for that assessment year. Then basic details like particular and what ma? Amount. So can you tell me compute the total income means Indian income plus foreign income. What is the gross total income ma? 5,40,000. From that chapter 6A deduction remove and tell me what is the total income ma? 5,30,000. Please tell me tax liability, ma. Don't do the direct steps. Tell me that answer. 2.5 lakh into 5% plus 30,000 into how much, ma? 20%. How much it will be? 18,000? Akka. Solved? Okay. 18,500. Plus add that health and education says this is only the what, ma? Tax liability. Can you tell me what is that average tax rate, ma? 19,240 on which amount, ma? Yes, remember on 5 lakh 30,000, because on this 5 lakh 30,000 only you calculated the tax liability. So divided by what, ma? 5 lakh 30,000. How much? 100. 3.63. By using this rate only, we have to provide the relief for the what, ma? Foreign income, because finally previously we included this amount. Finally we included this amount for calculating the rate purpose. On this 2 lakh, please provide the relief by using the same rate, ma. 7,260. Final tax liability will be what, ma? 11,980. 11,980. Are you clear? We are increasing the rate. So whatever the rate we applied on this 2 lakh, with that rate only we are giving the what, ma? Relief. Now, the same question we have, ma. I don't want to solve this question. Question number 2. Question number 2. I will read the lines, ma. Please check it out the screen. Please check it out the screen. So, avoid agreement for avoidance of double taxation, ADT. They can give it like this also. Agreement for avoidance of double taxation. They can give it for that what, ma? ADT. According to such ADT, yes, ma, income is taxable in its country which is in, not in other country. Means what, ma? Full exemption. But they are given the extension. However, the country, other country, such income can be included for the purpose of computation of rate. By using this line, you can, we can identify this method isn't what, ma? Exemption with a progression method. Shall we do it? So close your books and you can solve by using this screen run. Now, quickly. Years also you have to remember how many years, ma? 64 years. And foreign income, how much is there? Indian income 16,80,000. Foreign income is nothing but 5,45,000. In foreign, how much tax he paid, ma? 32,000. That is not required for us. Next, tuition fees paid for his daughter. Can you tell me? For daughter, tuition fees paid, that is an eligible for ATC. But tuition fees paid for the son, but son is getting that education in outside India. So that's why ATC is not eligible for. Remember, educational loan related interest you can take in 80E on that time, even though that education in India, outside India also okay. Yes, ma. Remember, 80E interest related to which loan, ma? Educational loan. Here, whether this education in India, yes, ma, or outside India also okay. Are you clear? But ATC, it is nothing but what, ma? Tuition fees related always, that is an higher education in India. Clear? So can you tell me next one, ma? Mahesh also receiving the interest from the government securities. It isn't taxable under what, ma? IFOS. So SSE is following the normal tax rate. Try to calculate the tax liability by using your calculation. Online, please let me know that answer first. Don't look at the answers. Don't discuss with others also. My second row, middle person, my name, amma. Name. Anandi. Okay. Sir, you can ask doubt now, sir. We haven't free time. Average tax rate computation doubt. Average tax rate always. So 1 lakh total income. On 1 lakh, suppose 30,000 tax collected. What is the rate? Means nothing but 30,000 divided by 1 lakh. We don't want to take the splitting up of total income also. So gross total income is there minus deduction total income. So always in the below ratio below part, we have to take the total income only. You can't split up the total income. Indian income. You will that is not correct. That is not correct. So foreign rate is not required, Gagana. Here they are given the foreign. Yes, ma. Here they are given the one additional point. This is an irrelevant, ma. In foreign, whatever the tax you paid, that is irrelevant here. In foreign you paid. That's why I am provided the relief here. Whatever the amount you paid, that is an irrelevant. Anyone got that answer, ma? Final answer. 3 lakh? Oh. Super. 22.4. Pavan, super. Afternoon, I think our minds will be in active mode. Okay. Yes, ma. Check it out this screen, ma. If anyone in still computation stage, no issue. You can do the practice also. Computation of total income. Don't forget to give the heading in every question. Now, in here foreign income also we have to consider for increasing the what purpose, ma? Rate purpose. So I think this is an Indian income. This is an what, ma? Foreign income. This is an what, ma? Indian income. What is that gross total income, ma? 22 lakh 73,000. From that chapter 6A deduction, we can take only, yes, ma, tuition fees paid for daughter in India. What is that, ma? 28,000. So can you tell me what is that amount of a net total income, ma? 22 lakh 45,000. So many students, while computing the tax liability, they can do the mistake here. SSE is in 60 years above. So that's why basic exemption limit is what, ma? 3 lakhs. So 3 lakhs above, 5 lakhs below, 2 lakhs only, 5%. Next one, ma? 5 lakh into 20%. Above 10 lakh, what is that amount we have, ma? 12 lakh 45,000 into 30%. Calculate and add that health and education as also, you will get 22 lakh 40. Sorry. You will get how much, ma? 5 lakh 2,840. Am I correct, ma? So many students are taking this as a mistake in that exam, sir. Automatically, always we can take the 2,50,000 only basic exemption limit within the flow. But here SSE is a 64 years. That's why we have to take that what, ma? 3 lakh basic exemption. 3 lakh to 5 lakh. How much amount is there, ma? 2 lakhs into 5%. 5 lakh to 10 lakh. What is that, ma? 20%. Above 10 lakh, how much amount we have, ma? 12 lakh 45,000 into 30% plus 4% assess. You can get the what, ma? 5 lakh 2,840. What is that average rate, ma? Yes, now you can check it out, sir. Average rate means tax amount divided by total income into 100. How much it will be? 22.4. In foreign income, what is the rate we applied, ma, on foreign income? We applied this rate only. With that rate only, we can give the what, ma? Relief. So what is that amount, ma? After relief, 3,80,760. 3,80,760. Are you clear? These are the last two exam questions repeatedly given in the exemption with the progression. I can challenge to the CA final students. Their syllabus is not related to this much of depth, sir. They have an only full exemption method. They have an only full exemption method. Now, this is an, maybe you will not believe, this is only June 23 question for 4 marks. Shall we solve, ma? Okay. I will read it out. You have to solve. I will explain the entire problem, but you have to solve. Check it out the screen first of all. Online also. Ranjit, A is important. Why? Basic exemption limit. Resident and ordinary resident. Total income in India. How much, ma? Foreign income. 4,40,000. Country X rate given without any basic exemption limit. Without any basic exemption limit means what, ma? Flat rate. On that entire amount we have to apply the what, ma? 20%. Now there is a change in the question. What is the rate he is following, ma? 115 BSc. While calculating the tax liability, just follow the 115 BSc rates. Now compute the tax liability. They are asking as per exemption with the progression. Now, what do you mean by the exemption with the progression, ma? Can you tell me? Here, 4,40,000. Why we have to consider it in India, ma? For increasing rate purpose. So, compute that average tax rate. With the tax rate only, we can provide the relief on what, ma? 4,40,000. Shall we do it? Yes, please try, ma. On paper, with a proper presentation, I want to get an answer. Don't rough like you can't do that all the things. The average tax rate computation will give you half mark. Online, please try to do it. Yes, one session. I think 2 more hours. You will get 14 to 16 marks in your exam. What is the gross total income as well as total income, ma? 1 lakh 15,60,000 is in total income. Okay. Compute the tax liability, ma. How much you got including cess? Please apply 115 BSc rates. Maybe you will get a nearly 1,64,320 you will get. You got a akka. Super. Average tax rate, please compute, ma. That is also done, na. What is that average tax rate? Yes, sir. Please look at the screen, ma. Tax payable divided by total income into 100, you will get 10.53. Okay, if you are calculating these things in a calculator, if you mention directly, you will not get marks. Next one, ma. Before relief, in India, you have to pay this amount as a tax. But relief can be provided on foreign income. What is the foreign income, ma? 4,40,000. By using 10.53, what is the relief, ma? 46,332. Next, yes ma, tax payable is nothing but what ma, 1,17,988. Now that should be rounded off to, yes ma, 1,17,990. Version 3 students, please do correction here. Yes ma, if you are not doing this rounding off also, you will lose nearly half marks. Tax liability, total income always should be rounded off to next multiple of 10 if the last digit is 5 or more. I think on that occasion I directly given it as an 1,18,000. That is wrong. Change it up. Yes ma. As of now, we are done with the exemption method, full exemption, exemption with the progression. Clear? Now, please open the handwritten notes and now you can follow for the method B, that is an tax credit method. Okay. So just for my satisfaction purpose only, anyone in the class, can you tell me what is a rule, what is a shortcut for the remembering these two methods ma? Full exemption means what ma? Resident country will give up its right to collect the tax on foreign income. Foreign country have an exclusive right to collect the tax on foreign income. That is a full exemption method. Exemption with the progression means foreign income can be considered in India for the purpose of rate increasing only. After increasing the rate, with that rate only we can provide the relief. Clear? Now, tax credit method. Can you tell me how many methods we have ma? 1, 2, 3. Tax credit method. That means how we can give the credit ma by using these 3 methods. One is an direct credit method. Second one is an indirect credit method. Third one is nothing but what ma? Special credit method. But to be honest, you know these method names before itself, huh? Huh? You know, okay, super. Okay. Now ma, we can concentrate on the, yes ma, direct credit method first. Direct credit method again in how many ways ma? 2 ways. One is an full credit method. Second one is an ordinary credit. Shall we start ma? You can complete the writing of the remaining also. At least once you can write ma. Tax credit method classify into 3. First one, direct credit, indirect credit, special credit. In direct credit classify into 2. Full credit, ordinary credit. Dana. Okay. Open the notes ma. Now we have to learn the direct credit method. Yes, what is that? Direct credit method. Within that also full credit. Now, ఏం చేస్తున్నారు అసలు పైకే చూడట్లా I think are you writing and practicing okay continuously without seeing the screen also. Okay, now credit means I will tell you tax paid in the source country is allowed as credit while paying the tax in which country ma? Resident country. In this method, whether how much amount you paid in the foreign country we need to consider. In the last question, one student asked that, sir, here he paid the tax 32,000 in foreign country. We are not considered that because exemption method, that one. No need to consider how much amount you are paid in foreign country. But in this method, what method ma? Tax credit method, what we need to do ma? Whatever that amount you paid in the foreign country, it can be availed as a credit while paying the tax in which country ma? Resident country. Now we can do the one problem. Example number 3, it is your workbook question only, but now for understanding purpose I can tell this example. Ma, Ramesh is a resident of India and employee of which company ma? X Limited. He went assignment to that country by for how many months ma? 3 months. His total salary is nothing but 18 lakh, which includes the, yes ma, foreign income how much ma? So that means Indian income how much? 12 lakh. Indian income 12 lakh. In that, yes, sorry, foreign income how much ma? 6 lakh. Totally 18 lakh. Yes, remember, in foreign the taxed at the rate of what ma? 25%. Here it is an important. In foreign country, what is the tax you paid ma? Please let me know. 6 lakh into 25% ra? 1,50,000. Now, what is the tax liability in India after the full credit method? We know only full credit method. That's why we can solve as per full credit method. What is the full credit method ma? In India, while you are paying the tax, we can allow the whatever that amount of tax you paid in foreign as a credit. So in India, can you tell me, and in foreign, computation of tax liability, yes ma, in India and in India, which income is taxable? Global income is taxable. And what is the tax rate he following ma? 115 BAC. Please calculate tax on 18 lakh. Why 18 lakh ma? Total income, because he is a resident and ordinary resident, which income is taxable? Global income. But in foreign income only by using 25%. So please calculate the, yes ma, tax in foreign country 1,50,000 directly, you know. But here you can apply the slab rates. So this presentation is needed in that exam. I also can calculate in calculator. I can write the final answer, but you will not get full marks. Please write these slabs and rates and the computation also. After education says, what is that amount you got ma? 2,39,200. What is the rates we are following ma? 115 BAC. In 115 BAC, there is no 25% slab. Please remember. Now, full credit method means, what is that full credit method ma? What is the tax you are required to pay in India ma? 2,39,200. But, sir, this is on 2,39,000 on global income or Indian income? Global income. But already in foreign, how much amount we paid as a tax with respect to foreign income? 1,50,000. That totally we can give it as an what mark? Credit. Finally, after relief, what is that amount you have to pay? 89,200. So what is that full credit ma? Whatever the taxes paid in the foreign country, that can be allowed as a credit while paying the tax in India. In India, you have to pay this amount as a tax. But already you paid in that foreign country. Yes, we can reduce, then relief can be provided. Finally, if you are giving it as a credit, you are paying the tax effectively in one country only. So now shall we start the discussion related to what ma? Ordinary credit. Shall we discuss? First example, then after we can understand these lines ma. Now, what is the tax payable in India? 239,200 we have to pay. But as per full credit method, you want to take the what ma? 1,50,000. But I will not give the 1,50,000 as an credit here. I am restricting the 1,50,000. How I am restricting, I will tell you. Suppose if that 6 lakhs was taxed in India, how much amount we can pay, ma? Remember, now in India, what is that average tax rate, ma? In India, 2,39,200 on how much amount, ma? 18 lakh into 100, how much, ma? Ma? 13 point. So it is an Indian average tax rate. Suppose, yes, ma, this 6 lakh was taxed in India. In India, what is that, ma? 13.89. 89 only? 29. In India, we are collecting tax at the rate of 13.29. In foreign, only at the rate of what, ma? 25%. If the 6 lakhs, if taxed in India, we can collect the tax only how, at a rate of what, ma? How much? Ma? Yes. Even though you paid 1,50,000 in foreign, but I will not give it as a credit. That is restricted with the what, ma? 79,740. In foreign, you paid that amount. But if that amount is taxed in India, we can pay only how much, ma? 79,740. That amount can be taken as a what, ma? Relief. So, I will present that total presentation here. Yes, check it out, ma. This is only average tax rate, 2,39,000 divided by 18 lakh. You can get the what, ma? 13.29. So, into what, ma? 6 lakh. If that 6 lakh was taxed in India, what is the tax we can collect, ma? 79,000. How can I provide the relief to you as on 1,50,000? If that 6 lakh was taxed, I can collect the tax only this amount. So then how can I give that 1,50,000 relief? So that's why relief can be restricted with the what, ma? 79,733. Yes, this is only after rounding off. Clear, ma? So I will give you one more question, then you can solve. So what is that? Ordinary credit method, ma? Resident country can give the credit often tax paid in source country. Can you tell me? 1,50,000 to be honest, they need to give. But they are given that 1,50,000 or restricting, ma? Restricting. With the what amount? Whatever that income attributable to taxable in the resident country. If that amount was taxed in India, what is the tax liability, ma? 7,000. 79,000. 79,733. Yes. Shall we do one problem also? No. These two methods also important. What is that method, ma? Full credit. Second one, ordinary credit. What is that ordinary credit, ma? Simply remember, tax paid in the foreign country, we can give it as a credit. But restricted with the what, ma? If the foreign amount is taxable in India, what is that amount we are going to collect? So now, we can open the workbook. Yes, please open the workbook. Ma, this is only the question I think we solved, but different amounts. Here, 24 lakh including 6 lakh. Yes, ma, this is a global income. How much, ma? 24 lakh. So this is what, ma? Foreign income. So now you can do this problem on your own, ma. Is opted out of from the defaulted regime. That means he is following that what rates, ma? Normal rates. Can you do it, ma? In foreign country, what is the tax rate, ma? 28%. Ma, on your own you can do. Yes. No need to solve now. But in your free time you can. Yes, Aditi Sundar asking the doubt. Sir, if foreign tax rate was lower than India, can we consider foreign rate? Yes. Whichever is lower, ma. She is asking one doubt. Sir, if foreign tax rate is lower, what we need to do? Please calculate both the things. Whichever is lower only we can take. It is an foreign tax rate. It isn't. If that foreign income taxed in India, what is that amount we can collect? Whichever is what ma lower. Whichever is lower. Clear ma up to now? Now. Yes ma. This question you can solve on your own at a free time ma. So, but here we have to change the tax rates only. In previous problem 115 BSc rates. Now I am given the what ma normal tax rates only they follow. I think this is only exact question we discussed in our notes now. Total 18 lakh global income. Foreign income is what ma 6 lakh at the rate of 25% without basic exemption limit. Clear up to now? Read this question and what is that method we have to follow for solving the question also you have to tell me. Sir, in which method to be followed if they are not provided either credit method or exemption method, which one we have to take in the exam? Definitely they will provide the details, not directly, indirectly. So Pawan, now you have to read the question number 6 and which method you have to tell. They will not give the directly as an heading ma. Indirectly they can tell you what is the method we are going to follow also. So by using these lines provided in the question number 6, now you have to tell me method. Tell me method ma. Full credit, how you know? Oh, However, foreign tax can be set off against the Indian tax. How you are saying it is on full credit? It can be set off. Whatever the foreign tax you paid, fully it can be set off. That's why what ma full credit method. Definitely in exam they will mention the method, but not directly like this, indirectly. What is that? Rates they are going to follow also they will mention. So it is an easy question. Foreign tax how much amount ma? 4,50,000 into what ma? 5%. How much? 20? 23,500. I will buy a calculator in the evening session. Okay. 22,500. No. Definitely they will mention the method. Don't think about it. Now. Are you clear with this? Now, within that 1.5 hour, I think 1 hour exactly effectively, we discuss at the yes. In the SMA tax exemption method, 2 methods we know. What is that ma? Full exemption, exemption with a progression. Then after in credit method, yes ma, direct credit method, 2 things also. Are you understood that exact differentiation now? No. So we can go with the remaining are normal only. Any doubt ma? You. Sigupaditte emi radara, you can ask. Okay, you can. Please apply exams also both together. That is not a wrong ra. You can do anything for passing ra. ఇప్పుడే ఆలోచిస్తున్నారా? Okay. Now, first I want to concentrate on the special credit method. What is the special credit method example ma? Tax paying method. What is that? Tax paying method. Remember, these methods already tested in exam. Till now, these 2 are not at all tested, sir. That means these are also important. Yes, ma. In one attempt only, they tested these 4 methods. We know these 4 methods already. But if you are giving this choice for these two methods, definitely next examination questions are these two only. Now you have to concentrate on these two methods thoroughly. Not a difficult. These are the not a difficult, but you have to invest your time. First batch on that time, I am taking the CMA final DT. I don't know these methods also because I see a final background. How can I know these methods? Batch by batch, I read. I think every batch I've written the handwritten notes. For June attempt, December attempt, June attempt, December attempt. Last 5 years, I written the handwritten notes in the class itself. Every attempt, one is a regular, one is a fast track, 2 or 3 exam oriented batches. That's why I remember these points. 2 times or 3 times, if you revise, you can also remember. With answers also, you can remember if possible. One question out of that 100 marks, you will get one question like 7 marks or 5 marks or 14 also. You will write without calculator if you practicing well. Because you are preparing from CMA final resources, you will get these questions only. But if you are preparing that parallel universe materials, how you will get the questions? I will say this point directly. You can compare this workbook and I will provide the soft copies of last 4. This is a 4th edition, 3rd, 2nd, 1st edition. I will provide. You can compare that all the versions also. I will give you direct 90 marks question paper, including MCQs. Okay. Definitely you will get these questions only. If you haven't time, if you want to pass in DT, you can follow that material. That's enough. Others now, okay, if you have a time, please message me. I will send a bundle of books I have. I can send with a free only. But I don't want to use because already whatever that using content is there, I incorporated in these books only. These books are enough. If you want to practice, I will provide Singania material and all materials also I will send. No. Tax pairing method we can concentrate. After that I will give you 5 minutes break. 5 minutes only as a break. Special credit method, tax pairing. Now, pays ma. My example number 4 you can do ma. This example number 4 mentioned in the page number 297 in handwritten notes you can do. What is the same data? But now you have to solve the problem by using the what ma? Tax credit method. Both the methods you have to do full credit as well as ordinary credit. Okay na? Example number 4. Yes, you can do on your own ma. So what is that? Indian income ma? Okay, just I will read it out. Indian income how much? Indian income related tax 90,000. Foreign income tax 75. I think third one is not taxable. You know this point already. Past untaxed profits brought into India, no need to pay the tax. Now, what is the problem ma? Please calculate all the things as per tax credit method SC following that what ma? Normal tax. Now directly I can say full credit means what is that amount of an credit we can take ma? 75. Because whatever that amount you paid in foreign country, entire we can take it as an what ma? Credit. While paying the tax in India. So that is only ma. So what is the tax liability in India? First calculate. 1,79,400. While paying the tax in India, as per full credit method, you can take the 75,000 as an credit. But ordinary credit means, can you take the 75,000? No. That is restricted with the ma. In India, what is the rate ma? 1,79,400 on what amount ma? 12 lakh. Rate, please tell me the rate. 14.95 is a rate. Now, if this 5 lakh is taxed in India, what is that amount of tax we can collect ma? Ma? 760. 750. 74. 75. ఇందాక రాసింది అదే కక్క ఇందాక రాసింది previously also I wrote 754,750 only. Okay, remember, actually as for full credit method we are given the credit of 75,000, but now that credit can be restricted with the what ma 74,750. Are you clear, ma? Any way they can give the problem, please remember the what is the rule for that method, then you can solve. Now tax sparing method, yes ma, tax sparing method I want to solve. So page number 298. Example, this is only a workbook question also, but with the example only we can solve. Ma. A Limited, remember ma, A Limited, parent company located in country X. In country X, which company is there ma? A Limited. So that having the branch in country Y, branch earns the profit of what ma? 10 lakh. Okay. So now I can summarize the details ma. How many countries they are given? Okay, country. How you remember this data? Right? Okay, parent company located in this country and it is a branch located in this country. Am I correct, ma? Branch ends the profit of what, ma? Okay, super. Now, country X will tax on global income. What is the percentage, ma? 30%. Okay, tax rate here on global income 30%. Now, white country tax rate is nothing but what ma? 25%. Now, next lines are important ma. However, in order to provide that economic development, there is a like and says country Y is not levying the tax. In India, we have in special economic zones. In that special economic zones, we are not going to collect any tax. Like that also, yes ma, in country Y, in some cases, they will not collect any tax. Generally 25 rate is there. In India also, every person having the tax rate, but in SEZ, we are not going to collect the tax. That's why here also the same line they are given. DTAA between the country X and country Y is tax sparing method. They will mention the methods also. Ma. So now compute the tax sparing if branch operating in an SEZ area in country Y. Sir, in country Y, this branch is located in which area, ma? SEZ. So that's why, can we collect the any tax? No. Yes, now, here what is the tax liability in country Y, ma? Country X. 10 lakh into what, ma? 30%. Why? On global income. Because here there is no income, but branch earning that income, that is also taxed in this country. What is the tax, ma? Ma? 3 lakhs. Don't add that. 3 lakhs only, na? 30%. Country X. In country X, we have to pay the tax at the rate of 30%. Here we are not paying any tax because that is located in where, ma? SEZ. But even though you are not paid any tax in that, yes ma, country Y also deemed to be treated as paid and you can get it as a credit. Yes, how much credit we can get, ma? 10 lakh into, if taxable, at what rate it is taxed, ma? 25%. What is that, ma? 2,50,000. We can get it as a credit. Tax payable is nothing but what, ma? 50,000 only. So what is the sparing means? Nothing but even though tax not paid in that foreign country, but we can take it as a credit. So definitely it is a benefit only. Why? Definitely for tax payer, it is a benefit. In one country, you are not paying the tax. But based on the tax paying provision, even the, okay, for this year you are not paid. In next year, maybe you can pay it. So that's why based on the sparing provisions, we can give the credit even though you are not actually paid the tax in which countries, ma? Foreign countries. That's why I'm not added the education cess. That is only the doubt. Huh? No, that's why I'm not added education cess. Country X, country Y. In exam they can change, ma. In exam they can change. Many students asking this doubt only. Daily I received the 2-3 messages. Because book circulated largely, so they will send this only. Sir, how can I say that country X, country Y tax rate? So in problem they are given 30%. We have to follow that only. Don't add that health and education says here. In exam, if they are mentioned in India, you can apply. Okay. So I think you can check the question, ma. I think solution also drafted here. Relief. How you can take the relief, ma? As per sparing provision. Even though you are not paid any tax also, by applying the deeming provision, we can take the credit. After relief, what is the tax we have to pay in country X, ma? 50,000. Clear? Done? No. Take a 5 minutes break. Take a 5 minutes break only. Yes, break up to 3:45. Rajesh, in every question they will mention the exemption method, credit method. No need to get a tension. In every question. Okay. Ma, give me 1 minute. I can extend the break also. I can extend the break also. Please listen. Yes. Now, this is a question given in the exams, ma. This question given in the exams 3 plus 3. So, please check it out. They are already given as per exemption with the progression method. And they are asking full credit method as well as ordinary credit method. So, how to identify the question? That is based on question reading you can do. And that heading itself, they can't put this is an relief method, sorry, this is an credit method, this is an exemption method. They will not mention. Okay, I think in workbook also I said that same points. At the time of reading the first question itself, based on these lines, you have to identify this an exemption with a progression. They can't give that as an heading. Yes, I think in the question number 5, you only identified before me itself, it is a full credit method. In the top of the question, at the time of discussing, you have to write it down. Because I know that's why I am not written anything. You have to write it down. This is what ma full exemption, and no need to write, sir, because in a concept book I am given the reference of the questions also. After completion of every method, please solve question number 3, question number 4, like reference also I am given. Okay. No extension of break. Directly you can come to the class at the 3:45. Thank you. 5 minutes is there. Now only one method is pending. What is that method, ma? Indirect, what is it? Indirect credit method. So example is what, ma? Underlying tax credit method. It is quite difficult to understood. Yes, that's why I'm given a break. So it isn't quite difficult to understood. Please try to listen carefully. So that's why after the completion of these four, yes sir, we discussed the tax pairing method. So last I want to discuss the underlying credit method. Listen carefully. Yes ma'am. Mr. A is a resident and ordinary resident. Indian income is 10 crore and foreign income is nothing but 2 crore. In India, yes ma, based on which rule ma? Resident rule. What is the taxable income or total income ma? 12 crore. In foreign country, that is in what ma? USA. Yes, what is it based on source rule? What is the total income ma? 2 crore. Yes, here 2 crore isn't double taxed or not ma? Huh? Double taxed. This isn't called as an judicial double taxation. For giving the relief to the double taxation only, we haven't double taxation avoidance agreements. For these only we discussed it till now. Some methods, S credit method, as well as what ma? Exemption method, other methods we discussed. Are you understood this as of now? Okay, now. Yes, ma. India. So remember, double taxed in the hands of whom? In case of judicial double taxation happened in the hands of same person. Whom? In the hands of same person, Mr. A only. In here also on 2 crores, who paid the tax ma? Mr. A. Yes ma. Here also who paid the tax ma? Mr. A. Judicial double taxation means one income is taxed twice in the hands of same person. Now I want to take the one example. Indian company is there. They earn the profit of 30 crores. Yes ma. On 30 crores they are paying the tax in India. Yes. This is nothing but what ma? Geographical location of India. Now, one non-resident is there who invested in this Indian company. Now, he can receive the what ma? Dividend. Yes ma? They are distributing 30 crores also as a dividend. Just assumption. Now, yes ma, non-resident investors, many persons are there. What is that ma? Dividend? 30 crores. Now, in foreign also, that isn't taxed. Here, can you tell me double taxation happen in the two different persons here? Here on 30 crores they pay tax. On 30 crores they are also paying the tax. So here, can you tell me this is also what ma? Double taxation only, but in the hands of different persons. In the hands of, please let me know. In the hands of different persons. This isn't called as what ma? You చెప్పారు. Judicial is over. Next one, criminal. Online. Try, you can try, no issue sir. Underlying. Okay, anyhow you, yes, this dividend is given out of the underlying profits, underlying tax credit. This isn't called as economic double taxation. This isn't called as what ma? Economic double taxation. For providing the relief to that economic double taxation, we have a map. Map means అయ్యో తెలియని అన్నీ చెప్తున్నారు. ఏదో పొరపాటున క్లాస్కి వచ్చాం, ఎప్పుడూ చదవలేదు, ఎక్కడో ఉన్నాయి చెప్తున్నారు. So this is actually our syllabus, sir. If I'm not saying these things at the time of an MCQs, you can felt some difficulty in the DTAA chapter. Okay, MAP means mutual agreement. P means procedure. Mutual agreement procedure. Remember, we have two types of double taxation. One is an judicial double taxation. Remember in your head, yes, our example is related to which example? Judicial double taxation. Next, we have an economic double taxation, means it is an happen in the hands of two different person in the two different countries only. Yes, this is called as what? Economic double taxation. Like this also we want to provide the relief by using the MAP, mutual agreement procedures. Now, are you understood this one, ma? No. Please open the underlying tax credit method. Yes. Here, economic double taxation, judicial. Two or more countries levies the taxes on same income in the hands of whom? Same person or same entity. So this is called as judicial double taxation. Now, economic double taxation, same income is taxed in the two or more countries in the hands of whom? Different person. This is called as what? Economic double taxation. Example, business profits will be taxed in the hands of India, in the hands of that company. Dividend will be taxed in the hands of shareholder in another country. Are you clear? No. Listen carefully again. Close your books first. After that, I will tell you the page number. You can open also. Now close your books. Yes, ma'am. This is your study material example. I refer nearly 10 to 20 books for getting the clarity over the underlying tax credit, because that is not at all in any syllabus also. CS, CA, other institutes like US CMA, etc. We have CPA, etc. Anything also, they are not given this method, but our institute material only given this method along with the problem. But still we are not agreeing our materials are best, because some mistakes are there in the study materials. That's why we are not studying properly. No problem. Remember, A Limited is a parent company located in Verma country X. It having the subsidiary in country Y. So we can summarize the data. Okay. What is that? Parent company located in Verma country X. What is the parent company name? A Limited. Okay, in country Y, in country Y, which company is there? Subsidiary company. What is that company name? B Limited. Am I correct? So then, what is the data they are provided still? B Limited, out of the profits 1 lakh, they paid the dividend to that A Limited. How much, ma? So 10 lakh, out of that they paid the dividend to A Limited as an 1 lakh. Sir, how they are getting the subsidiary and holding relationship? Please let me know. Because if we invest in this company, if we invest in this company, then only we can become the parent company. That company is called as subsidiary. Am I correct, ma? Now, who have a responsibility to give the dividend? Subsidiary needs to give the dividend to that whom, ma? Parent. Like we have a profit, how much, ma? 10 lakh. Out of that profit, we are given the 1 lakh dividend to them. Am I correct, Ra? Now, other income also there for A limited. What is that other income for that A limited? Yes, maybe they have a business income or whatever it may be. Yes, what is that other income? Ma? 11 lakh. Other income 11 lakh. And we are given the what ma dividend? What is the dividend we are given? 1 lakh. Total? Super. Yes, remember, dividend withholding tax rates in country Y is in 15%. What do you mean by the dividend withholding tax rate? What do you mean dividend withholding tax rate? I think in this side we have some more students, so they can answer for this question, right? What ba? TDS. So at the time of paying the salary to you, I am holding some amount of tax rate, that is in TDS rate. That means, will they give the total 1 lakh or will they hold the 15,000? Tax rate is how much ma? 15%. What is that ma? 15%. At the time of paying the dividend, they will not pay the full amount of dividend ma. Yes, in this process, we can pay how much amount ma? 15,000 TDS ma. I will pay the only how much amount to them. But why you are showing this? Because we need to do that what ma? Grossing. While calculating the total income in their hands, they have to show the grossing up only. But actually, how much amount I given? 15,000. Yes, but how much amount I pay as a tax to the government on behalf of this A limited? 15,000 tax paid to government in country Y. Are you clear, ma, up to now? Sir, why you are showing the full amount, sir? They are receiving this only. This is a net amount, ma. But while calculating the total income, we have to show that amount as a grossing. Example, ma. They are given the 12 lakh salary. After deduction of TDS, 3 lakh. So if government asking the salary, I need to say the 12 lakh or 15 lakh? 15 lakh. My total income means a gross amount only. I want to say always. Now, tax rates. Yes, ma. Country Y 25%, country X 30%. Country Y is nothing but what, ma? Hey, 25%. This one is nothing but? No. Here, now this is a discussion. As of now, are you understood? No. We can go with the lines. Country X and country Y has an underlying tax credit method agreement between that. They have an agreement. In that agreement, they are written the provisions like what ma? Underlying tax credit. Underlying tax credit method is an, yes sir. Now, it is an allowed to the resident. Can you tell me the resident means which country ma? Country X only. We can give it as a credit. What? Not only for the taxes withheld against the dividend income. Anyhow, I paid the tax in foreign country. How much more dividend related? 15,000. I can get the credit. This one less credit. Often what my TDS amount I can take. No one can. Sorry. What is the tax liability? Ma first calculate. What is the tax liability? On 12 lakh, I have to pay that what ma? 30%. Please calculate ma. 12 lakh into 30%. 3 lakh? 60,000. Yes, anyhow, I paid the tax 15,000 in that foreign country. I can take this. Because, yes ma, in their country only I earn this 1 lakh. On that occasion, I paid 15,000. While paying the tax on this 1 lakh, I can get this credit. That's over. Normally, as per full credit method, over. From which amount they are given the ESMA dividend ma? Underlying profit. Based on this only, they are given the dividend. Underlying related ESMA tax also we can get it as a credit. What is that point ma? Remember, not only taxes withheld against the dividend income, what is that, ma? Tax 15,000, you can take the credit, but also taxes paid on underlying profit out of which dividend paid by the company in that overseas jurisdiction. Anyhow, like, check it out, ma. Now they are giving underlying profit related also, you can take the credit. What is that underlying profit, ma? 10 lakh. Am I clear, ma? How much, ma? 10 lakh. So on that 10 lakh, please calculate 25%. What is that, ma? In India, sorry, in foreign country, they paid the tax on how much, ma? 10 lakh. How much? 25%. That also you can take it as a credit. Yes, they paid the tax liability. How much amount, ma? Normally 25% on this 10 lakh, 2 lakh 50,000. Now you can get the credit. Yes, sir. Yes, can you tell me what is that tax liability after getting the credits, ma? Ma? 90? Maybe you haven't doubt, sir. This resident country X, you can agree, sir. This amount we can take it as a credit easily, you can agree, right? But this is only you will not agree, sir. Why, sir? We are not paid any tax. Yes, that means A Limited is not paying any tax, sir. Why they are taking the credit? This is only the doubt remains with the student. Yes, I will tell you indirectly. Parent entity, ma. This is a parent entity. So total amount, if I am invested, if they are given the total amount of dividend also, what will happen? Please let me know. Here 1 lakh, na, that's okay. If they are given the 10 lakh also, double taxation is happened. And this method can be written in agreements only if substantive shareholding requirements are met. That means if you invest in other country like 100%, 95%, then only you can take the credit. Like one share if you got, na, okay, example, in foreign company I bought one share, can I get the credit for their profits? No. Substantive shareholding requirements are met. So this is practically you can't agree. But remember, this 10 lakh out of that they are distributing that how much amount as a dividend, ma? 1 lakh. Imagine if they are giving the 10 lakh as a dividend. Then you need to get that what, ma? Full credit. Next, one more thing, parent company, yes, definitely, some cases, it will be taxed total amount also. So remember, this is practically not used mostly. Some countries only accepted this method, and when this method can be written in the agreements, ma, substantive shareholding requirements are met. In concept book, underline the words also, you can check it out, ma. Substantive shareholding requirements if met, then only we can provide. So can you tell me, it is a judicial double taxation or economic double taxation? Economic double taxation. Are you clear, ma? One method is clearly dedicated for giving the relief for economic double taxation. Simply remember these lines, ma. Yes, parent company can get the credit for the, yes, ma, TDS amount. Against the what, ma? TDS amount deducted against the dividend income. Not only that, but also taken as a credit for the underlying profits, whatever the tax paid in the foreign country. So now you can read these lines again, ma. Not only the TDS amount, but also we can take the credits for the underlying profits. Underlying profits means 10 lakh. On the 10 lakh, whatever the tax paid in that foreign country, that also the resident can be taken as an what, ma? Credit. So definitely if they are asking or not asking also, I don't know. If they are asking, definitely 99% of students will not write this method, sir. But try to remember at least these two lines. TDS amount anyhow you can get. Along with that, from that dividend, how they are paying, ma? From underlying profit. Underlying profit related tax also, you can take it as an credit. Next, ma. Are you clear up to now? This is only the answer given. In foreign, here you have to pay the 3,60,000. Here you have to pay the 2,50,000. Dividend withhold amount, yes, you can get it anyhow. And along with that, whatever the taxes paid on underlying profit in foreign country, 2,50,000, that also you can take it as a credit. Next, section 91. So we have many methods related to section, many questions related to section 91. Now we can start the section 91. And 2 or 3 problems I will solve. Remaining, I know in this point students having the doubts. All the points I will provide that explanation in the class itself. The total problem solving, it will not be possible. I know in this point only many students having the doubt. That points I will explain from the each and every question. Okay, shall we start, ma? When you can provide that unilateral relief from India side, if there is no agreement, then that provisions are contained in section 91. Now, what are the conditions, ma? These conditions always you have to mention as a note points in every question. First condition, SSE must be resident. Second condition, he having the foreign income. Third condition, he already paid the tax in foreign country. Fourth condition, there is no DTAA. If you are a resident and ordinary resident only, double taxation will happen. If double taxation is happen, already you paid the tax in foreign country. So now there is no DTAA also. Now can you tell me how we can get the relief, ma? By using section 91. 4 conditions. First one, resident and ordinary resident. He must have a foreign income. He paid the tax or tax deducted in foreign country. There is no DTA. Steps you have to read it out, but no need to solve that problem as per the steps, but you can use this knowledge. First step in section 91 solving. In exam, how you can identify section 91 problem? In that question, they will mention there is no DTAA. If there isn't DTAA, definitely they will mention about the method name or indirectly or directly also. But there is no DTAA means always we have to solve the problem as per section 91. First step, compute the net total income. Indian income plus foreign income minus chapter 6A deduction. Please calculate. You will get the what, ma? Net total income. Clear? Find out the gross tax. What do you mean by the gross tax? Before claiming TDS, TCS, AMT credit, MAT credit, self-assessment tax, advance tax credits, don't give any credits even though you are paid the taxes in previous years also. And if you are eligible to take some credits like MAT, AMT like also, don't take the credit. But after adding the what, ma? Education cess and surcharge. So this is an important point, ma. Tax liability means income tax, surcharge and education cess also, but don't give any credits. Third one, calculate average tax rate. How you can get the average tax rate, ma? Gross tax divided by net total income into 100. Sir, there is no agreement means please calculate Indian income, foreign income minus chapter 6A deduction, then calculate the tax, decide the average tax rate. So you have to identify what is a tax rate applied in foreign country. If they are given, suppose here you get 10%, ma. In foreign country, you have an 8%. If they mentioned, okay, otherwise you have to calculate by using this formula. Tax paid, that is an 8,000 divided by what, ma? Foreign income. Example. Yes, man. 1 lakh. Can you tell me what is that, ma? 8% only. Divide. So whichever is lower you can select. Yes, ma. Step 5. Lower of step 3 and step 4. Which one, ma? 8%. Now, double taxed foreign income into what, ma? This 8%. This is only amount we can provide as an relief under section 91. First step, what is that, ma? First step, net total income means Indian income, foreign income minus chapter 6A deduction. Because, sir, we want to calculate total income simply. On that, please calculate gross tax. Means what, ma? After giving the surcharge and education cess, before claiming the TDS, TCS, advanced tax, self-assessment tax, MAT, AMT, all credits before that you have to calculate. After giving the credits, this is called as net tax. But you have to calculate before. Because on this income, what is the tax effectively we need to know. That's why please don't give any credit. Now, average tax rate in India, what is the tax rate in foreign, whichever is lower you can select, that amount only we can, that percentage only we can provide as an what, ma? Relief under section 91. So now we can open this some problems, ma. Please be concentrate. Ma, this question number 7 already we solved. This is only, I think, tax sparing. The same already we are discussed in our handwritten notes. Now, ma, question number 8. Yes, please check it out. How you can identify this in section 91 problem, because India doesn't have any agreement with the DTAA. Shall we, ma? Check it out. Yes, ma. First condition, resident Indian. Second condition, he having the foreign income. Tax also paid foreign income. And India doesn't have. That all the 4 conditions are satisfied. So that's why we can do the problem by using 91. First step, what is that, ma? Net total income. Okay, Indian income plus foreign income is nothing but what, ma? 8,74,000. From that, we can take the 80 QQB, because they are given 3 lakhs is eligible for 80 QQB. Please reduce, then you will get the 5,74,000. Tax on 5,74,000. Yes, is mentioned or not mentioned? Not mentioned. 2.5 lakh into 5% plus what, ma? 74,000 into what, ma? 20%. For this, if you are adding that health and education cess also, you will get nearly how much, ma? 28,392. Please check it out whether the computations are correct or incorrect. What is that average tax rate, ma? Online. What is that average tax rate, ma? 28,392 divided by net total income 5,74,000 into 100. How much, ma? Okay. 5,74,000. How much it will be? 4.95. In foreign, they are already given the tax rate, ma, 20%. Now, whichever is lower, ma, 4.95. What is the double taxed foreign income? Here you have to careful. You have to take the, yes, ma. You have to take clearly double taxed foreign income, not foreign income. In foreign, what is that amount taxed, ma? 5 lakhs. But in India, after getting the deduction, what is that amount tax? 2 lakhs. So on double taxed foreign income, we have to provide relief, not on foreign income. So what is a double taxed foreign income, ma? 2 lakhs. So on the 2 lakhs, whichever is lower, that rate you have to apply. Yes, ma. Ma, in exemption with the progression, no need to consider that what rate, ma? Foreign rate. But here we are considering the foreign rate, and whichever is lower only we are providing as a credit. Yes, some student asking the doubt, sir, we paid some amount in the foreign. Exemption means I don't want to think about the foreign taxes and foreign rates. But now as per the 91, I want to compare the both the tax rates, and whichever is lower only we can provide as an what, ma? Credit. Are you understood? Okay, rounding off also done. After that we got what, ma? 18,490. Next, Question number 9. Just by using the calculator, whether these computations are correct or incorrect, you can verify. So no need to solve again. Now remember, he is a resident Indian. He is doing the business in India as well as abroad. Indian income will be the how much, 27 lakh. Yes, ma. There is no DTAA with the what, country A. Yes, what is that income and what is the tax on that, 5 lakh. Income is 15 lakh. What is the tax paid in that foreign country, 5 lakh. Country B, loss is there, can you tell me here also there is no DTAA. Loss is what, 4 lakh. Contribution to public provident fund, that is an 80C. Yes, remember, life insurance premium, these are only important points, If you pay the life insurance premium on yourself and for your spouse purpose and your children purpose, if you paid, yes, life insurance premium, yes, you will get that 80C deduction. If you are taken the life insurance policy on parents, you will not get 80C. So that's why this is an 80C deduction is not available. Medical insurance premium on all you can take. This is a life insurance premium. Are you understood my difference here? You can write it down. Otherwise, keep all books here only. After that completion of class, I will write it down. I will charge 10,000 or 20,000 amount. Okay. Now, so remember, SSC following the which rates, normal tax rate. That's why 80C deduction. These are all the things we can take. No issue. So what is the step 1, compute the net total income. Here 2 countries are there, but in 2 countries he is not paying the tax. Double taxation happened with respect to the country A only. What is the total income, Yes, 27 lakh plus what, minus 4 lakh. Why? Set off. Whether that is in business in foreign or India, no need to check it out. We can do the set off of total. And what is that income, 38 lakh. That is in gross total income, 38 lakh. How you got 38 lakh, 27 plus 15 minus what, 4. So can you tell me what is that? Chapter 6A deduction, 1,50,000. Finally, you will get what, Yes, total income how much? 36,50,000. You can calculate tax. I don't want to calculate tax again here, You know what is the rates we have to apply? Normal tax rate is not mentioned, I think. So now you have to take that below 60 years. So this is a net total income. This is a tax liability. Average tax rate how much, 25.86. In foreign country, now you can calculate 5 lakh divided by 15 lakh into 100. I think this is 33.33%. Am I correct? Indian rate we calculated, foreign rate also we calculated. Whichever is lower, you have to apply. What is that lower, Yes, on double taxed foreign income we have to apply. In country A, already 15 lakh taxed. Now in country B also, in India also, what is that amount taxed, 15 lakh. So can you tell me what is the double taxed foreign income, 15 lakh, and whichever is lower, you have to apply for getting that what, relief. Here only none. Maybe you are in other place. Here only, na? Okay. Clear? Yes, ma'am. Question number 10, your study material problem. I will give you the overview of the question, then you can solve on your own also. Simple only. But a small point is there. I will give that all the points related. Question number 10, remember, is a resident India. In the above question, do you found there is no DTAA with respect to the 2 countries? Yes. So that's why what is the problem? Section 91. Here also, you have to identify, yes, definitely they will mention anywhere, Directly they are given relief under section 91. Remember, after TDS, these amounts, that means these are the net amounts, ma. What is the TDS, ma? 50,000 as well as what, ma? 30,000 respectively. Yes, net amount for this, if you add the TDS, yes, you will get the what, ma? Gross amount. You will get the what, ma? Gross amount. Can you tell me what is a gross amount? Calculate. Individually, 2,90,000. Next one, ma? 1 lakh. Total, ma? 4.8 lakh is a gross income. Now, these are the amounts from which country, ma? Country X. This is a foreign income. But they deducted the tax. How much, ma? 80,000. Now, in foreign, what is that amount of tax we paid, ma? 80,000. But while showing our income, always we need to show as a grossing up only. What is that income, ma? 4,80,000. Brackets gross amount. But in India, yes, we can take the deduction of 2,40,000 for earning such income. We are incurred this amount, yes, ma, as an expenses. We can take it as an what, ma, deduction. Finally, 2,50,000. And yes, ma, other sources income also 5 lakh is there. Yes, totally how much, ma? 7,40,000. Gross total income, yes, from that chapter 6A deduction 80C also 70,000. It is a total income. Tax liability is nothing but what, ma? 48,360. Yes, average tax rate in India and the tax rate in foreign. How you can calculate the tax rate in foreign, ma? Because it is an tax on how much amount, ma? 4,80,000 income. This is a tax of 80,000 on 4,80,000 income. Yes, you can calculate the, yes, how much you got, ma? 16.67. Whichever is lower, ma? 7.22. It will be available as a relief, yes, on double taxed. In foreign, 4,80,000 is taxed, and what is the tax deducted, ma? 80,000. But in India, only 2,40,000 only taxed. So that's why what is the double taxed income, ma? 2,40,000. Are you clear? Yes, 2,40,000 only double taxed income. Don't forget this problem. And yes, in examination, some cases they can give SSC followed the 115 BAC rates. Now what we need to do, ma? We can't give ADC and we need to apply the rates 115 BAC rates we have to follow. Clear up to now? Yes, ma. If you understood this problem, many times they are given this type of questions in that exam. In foreign, 4,80,000 taxed and 80,000 TDS deducted. But in India, 4,80,000 out of what is that amount we can take it as an expense, ma? 2,40,000. Double taxed income means nothing but 2,40,000 only. Sorry? How 2,40,000 is double tax means? In India, with respect to this assignment, ultimately what is it included in your total income? 2,40,000. In foreign, you paid the tax on how much? 4,80,000. In both the countries, what is that amount taxed? Both the countries, ma. In India, you paid only on 2,40,000. In foreign, you paid on 4,80,000. Double taxed. In both the countries, what is it commonly taxed? 2,40,000. That's why on 2,40,000 only we given the credit. Okay. Now, question number 11, ma. Yeah. In this question, many students are asking the doubt. Maybe if you are watching this marathon or watching this ego batch, maybe you will get a clarity, ma. Here, authoring the textbook. 80 QQB deduction is not eligible because 80 QQB deduction is an eligible only on artistic books, historic books, books in the nature of what ma literature, etc., literary, etc. You can't get the all-in-one star books, guides on this. You can't get the 80 QQB deduction. Textbook, guides, other books, on that you will not get any deduction related to 80 QQB. Clear? Yes, ma'am. Here, I will tell you this question, ma'am. SSC is a resident individual. Age how many years, ma'am? 42 years. Listen carefully. Indian income, how much, ma'am? 11 lakh. Dividend received from the, yes, ma'am, country X. Gross amount they are directly mentioned, ma. It is on what, ma? Foreign income. Yes, royalty income. Royalty income for authoring the textbook. Yes, ma. 6 lakh. Expenditure incurred for writing that book. What is that, ma? 50,000. Can you tell me net income how much, ma? 5,50,000 only. Next, ma. Business loss in country Y. Yes, ma. What is that, ma? 2,50,000. Health insurance premium paid by the credit card. Whether the father is dependent or independent also okay, ma. But children must be dependent. Father, whether dependent or independent also okay. You will get the deduction. Yes, if he is a senior citizen, the maximum limit will be the 50,000. Now they are given the what, ma? 30,000 only. That's why you can take that 80D deduction. No issue. If you are observing, country X, one income only there. Country Y, one income and one loss also there. Country Y, one income is what, ma? Royalty income. Loss means what, ma? Income from business. Loss from business. Now, these lines are important, ma. Business loss of country Y is eligible for set off against the other income as per income tax law of that country. So, while they are paying the tax in country Y, yes, ma, what is the rule, ma? What is that rule? Effectively, yes, ma, they can set off these business loss against the what, ma? Royalty income. Now, there is no DTAA between the India and country X and country Y. Country X tax rate 10%, country Y tax rate 25%. So now we have to provide the relief under section 91 for two countries. Why? In every country you paid the tax. In last question, two countries are there, but in one country we have a loss, another country we have a profit. But in this question, in the two countries, we have to pay the tax. Yes, we can calculate the relief. And after relief, what is the tax liability in India also we can calculate. Now, please check it out, ma. PCBP income, how much, ma? 11 lakh. Income from other sources, please check it out, ma. Dividend income, how much, ma? Country X related, 2 lakh. Country Y royalty amount is how much, ma? 5,50,000. But I think you know, one business loss can be set off against the what, ma? Royalty income as per the country rule. That's why, what is a loss, ma? Business loss you have. Yes, you can set off. And finally, you have an, yes, royalty income. How much, ma? 3 lakh. Other sources related, how much, ma? 5 lakh. So these two altogether you have in 5 lakh. Remember, ma, we are not doing anything. PCBP, how much? This 11 lakh we considered. And in income from other sources, this 2 lakh considered. Then after, effectively, it will be the 5.5 lakh. From 5.5 lakh, we can reduce the what, ma? 2.5 lakh. Can you tell me how much it will be? 3 lakh. So, the 3 lakh only presented here. So now gross total income how much ma? 16 lakh. Chapter 6A deduction 80Q QB it not will not be available, but 80D we can take. And what is the total income we can get ma? 15 lakh 70,000. So tax if you calculated, yes, on which income ma? On 16 on 15 lakh 70,000. What is the tax ma? 2 lakh 83,500. What is that? Average tax rate ma? 18.78. You can calculate ma. In India, what is that average tax rate ma? 18.78. Foreign country, yes ma, average tax rate in country X they are given. What is that ma? 10%. Lower is what? 10%. In country X, what is that income we have? 2 lakhs only. In country X, what is that income we have ma? 2 lakhs. So on these 2 lakhs, yes, can you tell me what is the rate we are going to apply ma? So what is the relief with respect to country X? Then what about country Y? Country Y, yes. Can you tell me what is that country Y rate ma? 10%. Country Y, sorry. Country Y rate is nothing but 25%. Yes, whichever is lower ma, 18.78 only. 18.78% is applied on double tax. Double tax means what ma? In India, 5.5 is taxable. In foreign, effectively, what is the taxable ma? 3 lakhs. Because in foreign they are given the set of this facility, that means only in foreign 3 lakhs taxed, in country Y, but in India 5 lakh 50 tax. That's why what is the double taxed foreign income ma? 3 lakhs. Yes, like that, the 3 lakhs into 18.78 if you applied, yes, you will get this amount. All the countries aggregatedly you can get the relief. How much amount ma? 76,339. Please remove and you will get the tax liability after relief. Remember, if an SSE having the transactions in 2 countries, if you paid the tax in 2 countries, then we have to calculate the relief country by country. So country X calculated and country Y calculated, all together we provided the relief in the India. Are you clear? But here this line isn't very important. Clear? This line isn't very important. Yes, and try to do that practice at least once, all the problems like rough calculations. Then only you will get a clear cut idea. Yes, ma? Last question. Not last, I will tell you. Ma, question number 12, one point I want to explain in detailed manner. Listen. In all questions, we calculated the Indian rate easily, foreign rate easily. But here, foreign tax rate is a computation only issue. What is the tax rate? You can write it down. Foreign tax rate. Okay. Now, can you identify the foreign incomes, ma? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, ma? These are the 4 incomes we have. Remaining things you can do easily, ma. Total income computation, all the things you can do easily. Foreign rate computation in this problem difficulty is there. Why? I will tell you. Royalty income related, they are given the what ma? Special tax rate at the rate of 15%. For this income, what is that ma? 15%. The remaining always what ma? 20%. Remaining means what are the incomes we have ma? 2 lakh 50, 1 lakh, 2 lakh. Total ma? Ma? 5 lakh? These 3. How much these 3? 5 lakh 50 into what ma? 20%. But on this 4 lakh, what is the rate ma? Total? 1,17,000. 1,70,000. So now foreign tax rate will be 1,70,000 divided by 9 lakh. How much, ma? 9,50,000. How much it will be? Ma? 17.8 matched. This is only the tricky thing, ma. Because in earlier problems, one income, one rate they are given, or one income tax given, we can calculate foreign tax easily. But here, what is that issue, ma? Some incomes are taxable at one rate 20%. Some more incomes are taxable at the rate of what, ma? 15%. Now we have to calculate tax and divided by what, ma? Income. So this is only the tricky point, foreign tax rate in this question. The remaining you can do on your own. Next question. Question number 13. What is a tricky point? I will tell you. Sir, I can easily skip these questions and I can go for next concept also. Maybe you can get these doubts and you can spend a lot of time while doing the questions. So that points you can write it down. You can save your time at the time of doing the preparation. Now, agricultural income exempt or taxable? If any agriculture loss I have, can I do set off? No. Sir, if one income is exempt from that source, if any loss is there, it is not eligible for set off. Now, the same point, share of loss from partnership firm in abroad. Share of profit is what, ma? Exempt. Then what about the share of loss? In India, we can't do what, ma? Set off. In India, what is the treatment, ma? Set off is permissible, no. But set off permitted in which nation, ma? That nation. Yes, other country, wherever you got a loss, the loss can be set up in that foreign country. But now in India, we can't do set up. I think you need to remember the rule. Agricultural income is there, that is an exempt. But from that agricultural source, if you got loss, can I do set off against PCBP income or etc.? No. In the same point, profit from the share of profit from the partnership firm is exempt under section 10 subsection 2A. Because partnership firm already paying the tax at the rate of 30%. Then after they are sharing the profits to the partners in the hands of partners, it will be taxed or exempt, ma? Exempt. Under which section? Under section 10 subsection 2 capital A. You have to remember. Okay. Yes, sir. Partnership firm. Yes, sir. Will pay the tax on their profits at the rate of 30%. They are given the share of profit to whom? Whom? Again, yes, ma, partners will pay the tax on the share of profit? No. If they are paying the tax on the share of profit, it will call double taxation only. So that's why the share of profit is an income to them. But this income is taxable or exempt? Exempt under section 10 subsection 2A. But, so now if they are having the loss, can they do set off, ma? No. At the time of getting the profit, you are taking exemption. If you are getting the loss, you can't set off against what, ma? Any other heads. Now, in the same line, you have this question. Share of loss from the partnership firm, maybe it can be set off in that foreign country, but in India, we can't do what, ma? Set off. So that is only, ma, share of loss we can't consider because it is an exempted income related source of loss. That is only the point. The remaining things you can easily calculate it. Remaining you can do ma. Now the remaining all easy only ra. Next. Yes, question number 17 at least once you have to do ra. Why? 17 ma. The reason it is an MTP, latest MTP, 2 attempts back we haven't one MTP question, but there is no in such a deep question ma, but you have to compute the salary income. Yes ma, they are given the salaries point. Next, yes, remember SSC is following the normal tax rates or default one ma, normal. So that's why standard deduction is what ma, 50,000. So the remaining all are normal only. You can do this question also. Question number 18. Question number 18. This is also MTP question ma. We can expect this type of questions. What is a stamp duty deduction in question number 13? That is only the issue. Okay. Question number 13, I think. Yes, ma. 80C deduction you can get related to this one, ma. Because if you paid any stamp duty charges, registration charges at the time of acquiring that house property, yes, on this you can get the what, ma, 80C. But the 80C limit will be 1,50,000 only. Maybe you can think, sir, why this deduction, why this point is given 4 crores? Maybe, yes, but in order to take the deduction under section 80C, while you are acquiring that house property, if you paid any registration charges or stamp duty charges, on that you can claim that what my deduction under section 80C. Now, sir, in all questions, they are given the foreign income, but Indian rupees, remember? Country X income, country Y income, but they are given in Indian rupees or in dollars. Yes, but in the one attempt, that is only the next attempt, they will give you in dollars. How we need to convert into Indian rupees? That is only our last attempt MTP question. Yes, ma. Remember, this is only the question, ma. But remember, they are given the dollars. Just I am giving the overview, ma, because if I am covering this, tomorrow afternoon this chapter can be completed. Okay, if you are learning that one chapter in detailed way, other chapters are not covered, that is not a right way. I'm given that method, some problems you can do on your own. If you are listen that 100% in that class also, it will not work out. I don't have any laziness. Remember, I don't have any laziness, I can tell you. But only that issue. In regular batch, na, I think 7 hours this chapter. Every problem we can solve. But student cannot understood maybe. Understood means nothing, but they will not listen and they can do dance also in the regular classes. In exam oriented batch classes, I don't know. But I'm given that what are the mostly the student are asking the doubts. So in the last question, still I'm receiving that this question related doubts. Ma. Share of profit is an exam. From that only you are getting that what ma loss. I can't give that set off in India. But in foreign, that is an eligible for set off. As per the tax law, we can't consider that. Next ma. This is a mostly expected question in the next exam. In foreign only they are given these points. But how we need to convert into Indian rupees? Yes, they are given the what ma? Year starting date they are given. Year ending rate they are given. And return filing date maybe they are given. Sorry, tax paid date. This is what ma? Opening date. It is a closing date. It is a tax paid date. Which rate we have to consider for converting the foreign currency into Indian currency here? Ma? Closing rate we have to use. What is the rate, ma? closing rate. That is only the point here. The remaining all are same. House property income, ma. Yes, ma. House property income is there. House property income related. How to convert? That is a closing rate. Remember, remaining problem as it is same. Now, this is in December 2000. No. June 2024 question. Shall we take this question, ma? Yes, ma. Indian resident is a 34 years trainer in marketing. He taken the online classes for the person in a country. Why? So that means he's an Indian person, but he's taken that online classes. So first income, what is that, ma? Dividend received from the companies and interest borrowed on that investment with respect to the shares. Sir, maybe Madhu invested in which company, ma? Any company. For investment purpose, is own money or loan money, ma? Loan money. On that, what is that interest he paid, ma? So loan taken and 90,000 interest he paid. But dividend, how much amount he received, ma? 2,87,500. So it isn't taxable under IFOS, right, ma? Yes. But while receiving this income, what is the reason for receiving this income, ma? Investment. How to invest, ma? By way of taking the loan. Can I take this 90,000 as a deduction? How much amount? 20%. Remember, income from other sources amount is nothing but what, ma? 2,87,000 dividend. Maybe many students are taking this 90,000 as a deduction. That is not correct, ma. This deduction is restricted with the 20% of income. Can you calculate 20% of income, ma? 2,87,500. Yes, that will be 57,500. 90,000 you want to take actually, but I am restricting this deduction with the 20% of what, ma? Dividend income. It is only income from other sources point. If you are receiving the dividend income, normally you will not get any deduction. But for investment purpose, if you are taking the loan, on that loan, if you are paying any interest, that interest alone you can take the deduction, but total amount, no, 20% of what, ma? Dividend. Suppose here interest paid only 10,000. Can I take how much amount as a deduction? 10,000. Whichever is what, ma? Lower. Are you clear? This is an important question. Income from other sources adjustment, ma. Example, ma. I am doing the money lending business. I got an 1 lakh interest. For doing the money lending business, I am also taking the loan from others. I paid the 50,000 interest to them. So what is that income for me? 50 only. Net income is 50. I am receiving that interest. How much? 1 lakh. I am paying the interest how much? 50,000. Total net effect is how much? 50,000. Here also same thing, but total amount of that interest you paid, you can't take it as a deduction from the dividend income. That is restricted with the what, ma? 20% of income. This is an income from other sources, section 57 adjustment. Now, amount received from online classes, how much, ma? 45,000 per month. This is also twist only. 45,000 per month they are given. Per annum, how much, ma? 5,40,000. Next, tax rate is nothing but in foreign you paid the tax how much, ma? 15% without basic exemption limit. In foreign, what is the tax you paid? Yes, you have to calculate, ma. Next thing, C point. Important. Please listen, C point. What is the date, ma? Transfer date 23/7/2024. Before or after? Before. Remember. long-term capital gain on sale of listed shares of Indian company. STT paid 26 lakh without indexation. With indexation, how much ma? 24 lakh. Can you tell me what is the section ma? Long-term capital gain under section 112A. How you know? Listed equity shares. Security transaction tax paid. Long-term capital gain under section 112A on 3 asset ma. Listed equity shares, equity oriented mutual fund units, units of business. On that occasion, we can't give any indexation ma. That's why without indexation only you have to select. But what is the basic exemption limit now? 26 lakh minus what ma? 1,25,000. Remember. So version 3 answer may be wrong, sir. Please do correction. After that explanation, please listen. Can you tell me what is that amount after getting the basic exemption ma? 26 lakh. This only we have to select without indexation. Whatever that amount is that 26 lakh. From that, what is that exemption you can get ma? 1,25,000. What is that amount you can get ma? 20? Okay. This isn't taxable at the rate of what ma? 10%. Why? This isn't before 23/7/2024. Are you clear? Now, again ma, this amount is invested in that what ma? RECL bonds. Yes ma, maybe you are checking the exemption for the section 54 EC. Here section 54 EC is not available. What is the reason ma? If you are selling the land or building and investing in the RECL or NHAI bonds, you will get 54 EC. But here you are selling the what ma? Shares. So that's why you will not get the 54 EC section exemption. Yes ma? Here only 10% ma. Then remaining income, that is nothing but 33,70,000 is there. Out of that already we taken the 26 lakh. Remaining how much ma? Ma please, 33,70,000. Capital gain exemption is not available ma. So this is an PCBP amount, capital gain amount. Yes ma, this is an income from other sources, totally 33,70,000. And after giving the tax liability related to the special tax rate taxable income, 26 lakhs is over. The remaining amount is how much? 7 lakh. So on that 7,70,000, you can apply the normal tax rate and you can calculate. You will get the total tax as on what ma? 3,26,000 Indian tax rate as well as what ma? Foreign tax rate. So special tax rate taxable income is this one ma. And normal tax rate taxable income tax will be 66,500. Finally, all the things together 3,14,000. Please add cess also. You will get 3,26,560. Yes, can you tell me average tax rate how you can calculate ma? 3,26,560 divided by 33,70,000. How much you will get ma? 109.69. Sir, what is that lowest ma? In foreign we have in 15. In India we have in what ma? 9. We can provide the relief by using that what ma? 9% only. Yes, what is that? What is a double taxed foreign income ma? 5,45,000. 5,45,000 into, am I correct ma? 5,40,000 I think. 5,40,000 into 9.69% ma. You can get this as a relief. And finally, this is a tax liability. Please do correction ma. Version 3, there is a mistake at the time of doing that solution. I think last suggested answer only copied and pasted ma. So that's why you have to make the corrections in version 3. On the 7,70,000, how we can compute the tax liability? Can you tell me? 2.5 lakh exempt, 2.5 lakh into what ma? 5%. Then 2,70,000 into how much ma? 20%. Yes, NV Chaudhary, you can add these. After claiming deduction also, you can add ma. After claiming the DTC deduction also, you can add it as an cost of acquisition. Sir, in exam, definitely they will mention the transfer date ma. Based on transfer date only, we can decide whether it is in 10% or what ma 12.5%. Last question. Yes, ma. One more question is there. Sir, sorry, one more. So remaining things we can discuss tomorrow, ma. First of all, corrected these are all. So no. And many students are thinking DTAA chapter is over, not over. DTAA means just one is an over, that is an what ma relief. Relief related problems and method from my side is over. You have to do the practice that all the problems. If you have any doubt, you can ask. Next, and already you have an access of a soft copy from that app. That's why you can refer the soft copy. If you have any doubts, some extra note points maybe I provided for students are asking continuously doubts. Now maybe I added some note points also. Try to watch if you want. And second one, permanent establishment concept. Every attempt to 2 marks MCQ compulsory question. Next, FTC, foreign tax credit concept also there. And in last, we have an models of DTAA. Okay. Sir, okay, I think from your side also, you can think this is only the DTAA chapter. Many students are thinking DTAA means nothing but relief fund. They will ignore these three concepts. It will take nearly half an hour. It will take nearly half an hour. Tomorrow only I will take, but no issue. But remember, I will show one attempt question paper. Yes, on that occasion, maybe you can realize if, okay, if chapter having that 15 to 20 marks weightage, we no need to ignore even small points also. So June 2024, I think. This is an P 2 marks MCQ. Okay. June 2024, the permanent establishment MCQ they are given. And now only we done this question. Madhu question, capital gain, dividend income related. How much deduction we can take, ma? Dividend income we are receiving. How much amount of deduction we can take? Total deduction are restricted with the 20% of this income. 20% of this. The same problem, this only. And they're asking the what, ma? Total chapter. Methods of bilateral relief. How many methods are there in bilateral relief? First, we have an exemption method, credit method. In exemption method, we have 2. In credit method, we have how many, ma? 4. That all the things, one line, you have to write it down. And they're asking unilateral steps also. So what is the weightage of this attempt? 14 marks and 1 2 mark MCQ. Totally 16 marks. Important. Please try to do that practice. And in tomorrow morning time, yes sir, at the time of starting itself, I will try to conclude the permanent establishment concept, FTC concept and models of DTAA within half an hour. Then I will start the tax planning chapter, and after that we can go for the further chapters also. Okay. Any doubts? Yes, you can ask me. Otherwise, we can conclude the session. Online also. DTAA problems in version 4 or version 3, all the problems are same only. So whatever the mistake is there, that is only presented, and revised solution also provided. And please try to do that practice of DTAA sums at least once. So these questions only you will get in your exam directly. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Tomorrow, if strength reduced or increased, I can change the chapters as per my wish only. You don't know. Okay, I can start income from other sources, capital gains. If the student's strength is less, I can start block assessment also. Amended areas also. I can start at any way. Because it is a revision, you can catch. If you are unable to understood also, I can decrease the speed. Intentionally, DTAA chapter, I'm covering that problems in a speed manner. Intentionally, I want to cover the just what is a tricky point in that question. Remaining, you have to solve. Thank you. Doubts now? Yes, we should consider both, Pawan. Whatever the TDS deducted on dividend amount, and from which source they are provided the dividend also, on both the things we can take the credit. Underlying means from that which they are provided this dividend, that is a base. 1 minute, sir.